Check. Ah! That was scary. That was scary. Wait, do I have audio coming through as well? Everything just reset. Honestly, I got no idea what's going on. Hang on. Okay, all right. I think we're good. I'm not. I literally streamed like yesterday, and there was no problems. So let's just let's just. Yeah, my default microphone and audio or whatever was just switched off. What a time to be alive. Welcome, everyone, to the Gameathlon Road to Athens playoffs number 3, round of 8. Sorry for the awkward start, but, you know, it wouldn't be a professional I Am Boit live stream if everything went according to plan. Thank you, everyone in the chat, for helping me through these trying times. It's been, from what I can see, has been in a very, very interesting week here. We've got a ridiculous lineup for you today. But before we jump into that, let's just check out what happened this week, have a little chat, and then we'll jump into the proceedings. So, as you can see, this week, not a single upset. We've gotten through the early stages of the tournament. Everyone here has played incredibly well, but as we get into playoff number 3, everyone is starting to find their stride. Also, the way that the tournament works, your performance throughout the tournament will give you a better seeding for every single next event, right? So the better you do in event 2, the better seed you get in event 3, and so on and so forth. So Mosca taking out Zookt there 3-0. Eric taking out Mini Yeti 3-0. Magic taking out Nyan 3-1. B taking out Matrius 3-0. Grass taking out Hells 3-1. Matador taking out Garneth 3-1. Soup taking out Zucolo 3-1. We are yet to watch the Eisomarto Kiluminati game. That is happening right now on Motipa's stream. So if you do want to check that out while we're going through the Magic B series, definitely have that one up on a second monitor, or do the multi-stream thing if you've got the technical know-how to make that happen. Apparently there's Gerbot also taking a look at that, so happy days there. Let's now jump in to the head-to-head to see how Magic and B have fared throughout the years. I don't know if they've actually met each other in Retold just yet. I am very correct. Magic and B, this is their first opportunity to play each other in Retold. Now, I believe they have played each other in Age of Empires 4, so I'm sure they're pretty well aware of the difference in each other's approaches here. We've got Magic, fundamental specialist, decision-making god, goat of one of the goats of AOM. We got B, one of the fan favorites of AOM and Age 4, because of his creative, outside the box, and hyper aggressive style of play. That being said, we have been seeing him feeling very, very confident going into a macro game as well recently, starting to get one with what that feels like, playing higher level Age of Mythology inside of macro games as well. So it's not going to be as simple for Magic as he might think. He might be thinking, well, we know B is a crazy person. Let's just let him be crazy while we play a defensively minded game. That might be the play for Magic here. I don't really know, but from what I've heard, Magic is incredibly good in practice, but he is yet to have that success translate into the round of 8. Actually, did he make round of 4 last week? I can't remember. But he hasn't been. No, I don't think he did make round of 4 last week. He's lost twice. So he is going to be vying for that round of 4 spot this week. To get through B is going to be tough, but either or, we'll see how it's going to go. Let's jump over to the draft and check out what that is going to look like. Alrighty. Well, this is the draft that we have. A very interesting one here is Magic actually allows B to get what a lot of people would consider to be 3 priority picks here. Magic bans out with Slapotchly and Susanoo. Now, I think most people would agree that these are the 2 most powerful gods in the game. B bans out Isis and Set. He's been incredibly consistent with this, but behind it, he doesn't pick Ra. So he's definitely said, you know what, that's not a god that I even want to try anymore. Seems to be something that he wants to stay away from. I'm just waiting on them to get their god picker done. There's way too many links in this chat. That's okay. Alrighty. What is happening here? Give me a hot second. There are too many links. I'm just going to let them be until I figure it out. Okay, so Magic takes Gaia first. That's a little bit telling about what Magic wants to do. He, one, takes the Gaia away from 3DB. Gaia arguably is pretty good versus the Aztecs, arguably. But there are some difficult matchups for Gaia. I think there's 1 or 2 gods here from B that Magic should be a little concerned about with his Gaia pick, but obviously didn't know that when he grabbed the Gaia. Then B takes Kronos and Amaterasu. That for me are 4 very, very high priority picks, though. I mean, recently I haven't been seeing the Amaterasu have that much success. It could just be my own, I could be my brain playing tricks on me or something, and I've just like misseen a bunch of games. But the Amaterasu pick, I think, has been very high priority, and not getting the wins in this tournament is what my heart is telling me. Whether that's what's actually going on or not, I'm not sure. I'll have to get Gerbot to get the data set so I can actually take a look at it at some point. But anyways, Magic then takes his Frere and the Uranus. He's been pretty consistent with picking Frere on Budapest and having a lot of success versus that. But if B knows that's the case, then he's going to be able to look to maybe counterpick that Frere a little bit. He doesn't have a Greek there for Budapest, but there were options of playing like a Hades or a Poseidon versus that Frere. But I think another really good pick there for him would have been Fushi, which he didn't pick up. But nonetheless, then the Uranus as well for Magic, Shenong, Nuwa, Thor for B to round out his draft. I love that Nuwa pick. The Thor pick at the end is more of a flex pick. B loves playing that on Ghost Lake. And then the Odin pick for Magic at the end. Lots of players have been very, very happy to play Odin in this tournament. With one, the Egyptians getting banned out. It's one of the more difficult matchups. I say Fushi, but Magic is first pick Fushi, so I'm stupid there. All right. What was I saying? So yeah, with Odin has been one of those gods that a lot of players have been really happy to pick, really happy to play. And because the Egyptians haven't been seeing a lot of play, you kind of limit the amount of difficult matchups they have to run into. And I guess on top of this, well, B doesn't have any Chi Yao. He doesn't have any, like I said, any Egyptians there. So there's quite a lot of sort of playability of that Odin. And he can also flex pick that for Budapest as well as, say, Mount Olympus, which is on the map. Let's go. I think this might be the first time Mount Olympus has gotten through the pick ban phase of the map selection. Let's go. The best map in the map pool by far. I can raise my cup of coffee to that. That is what we like to see. What a time to be alive. All right. So hopefully we will get to see the Mount Olympus. Of course, the players get to pick that, but it might be a game 5 on Mount Olympus some of the time. I think it's a really fun map, and I'm sad that the players have just decided that they just want to ban it. It's definitely one of the more interesting maps in the map pool for me, and it does also mean that if you are consistently picking a map like Mount Olympus, like Cloud Forest, it really changes the draft up. And there's a lot of strategy that goes into these drafts because those two maps play very differently to say, a Steppe or a Ghost Lake or a Elysium, right? So I like that pick, and I think that B, he's got a plan for it. And whether that is inside of playing like a Noir or playing like a Thor there, I don't really know. Alrighty. So I am waiting for these players to kick this off. They are in the game lobby, chilling, having a grand old chat to each other. So we'll see. Now, this for those of you playing at home, this Mount Olympus, when we do get to it, if we do get to it, it has been redesigned. It is not the Mount Olympus that you know from the ladder. It has a little bit less obstruction, but it's still the same vibe of a map. There's the relics around the outside, the back, and there's like a little bit more of a middle section that you can pass through. There's a lot more openings, and it's an exciting time to be. It's an exciting time to be alive for sure. But let's talk about this matchup that we've got here, because this is a fairly interesting matchup. You've got Fushi versus Quetzalcoatl, two gods that I don't think have seen a whole lot of play versus each other. So yeah, interesting. If it's let's just talk about the different options here. Ghost Lake obviously can spawn with two different types of gold mines in the main base. So if it's a one gold mine Ghost Lake, it ends up being a very aggressive type of map, which kind of plays into some Chiao business. On the flip side, you have Quetzalcoatl, who isn't the best in the classical age, but the fast heroics are going to be really, really nice for him if he wants to just go for that fast heroic, go in to his Eagle Warrior type idea. It feels a little bit powerful if your opponent doesn't have the micro to deal with the archers, or the Eagle Warriors. But if Magic is feeling good, then you can definitely make Javelineers, Wuzu Javelineers to deal with those, while also mixing in Dao to allow him to push forward. On top of that, if it's a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake, that changes things again, and it opens up 2 TC possibilities. I don't know exactly how well Quetzalcoatl does with that, so it could just be that B is rolling the dice a little bit on getting himself that one gold mine sort of Ghost Lake and go into his own strats. He has played some aggressive Aztec before, I've seen, but I don't think it's the best idea versus China most of the time. So we are currently on the delay. So the players are off to the races. So for those of you wondering how all this works, how the players don't, how do we put like little measures in place so players don't cheat and things like that? Well, we've got the players on a 5-minute delay. So by the time we're at 0 minutes and we're in the game, they're already at 5 minutes. So it becomes very, very tricky to actually get the information in and things like that. All right. So, Okay, let's think about this though. Do you go Huehue Coyotl or do you go Patacatl right now for Quetzalcoatl? So the idea here of going for maybe a Huehue is to get Lullaby. And Lullaby will hard counter lightning weapons. So you take that off the table if you go for Huehue. If you go for Patacatl, you can drop the Agave Bloom down, and that can be your boost for the actual fight when you end up taking it versus that lightning weapons. I'm not sure which one's better, but there's definitely those options to take. Is there a reason we went from 3-minute delay to 5? I think that it's better to have a 5-minute delay in these situations. In more ways than one. Not to get into it too much. How to use Fushi's yin/yang mechanic the best? There's not a like a really good way to answer that, because you kind of just ignore it. At least that's my feeling. I haven't seen anyone seriously playing, oh, I'm defensive now, I've got the economic side. Oh, I'm aggressive now, I've got the aggressive side. It's more just like a bonus that goes on in the background and you don't really notice it, but it helps out behind everything. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for some of your regularly scheduled Age of Mythology action. It's not regularly scheduled. This is kind of important. This is a big special occasion here. Playoff 3, 2 incredibly popular players going at it. I'm excited. You guys are excited. We're not going to have to wait around for too much longer here. I'm looking at the rest of this draft, getting very, very excited for the games that we're going to be seeing. But it is time to jump in. We've got Magic. We've got B. Let's jump in to Ghost Lake and see how it's going to go. And off to the races we go in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Fushi. His name is Magic. In the right-hand corner of the map, Quetzalcoatl for 3DB. And we've already got the heist started as B steals away 3 goats. And Magic, well, he is trying to prevent the entirety of this from going on. But if we take a quick look at what B has done, well, B, he's already out. He's got his Kimichin spy. He is stealing goats left, right, and center. Not only that, he's also stolen away the Peach Blossom Spring from Magic early on, and he's done the classic change it to wood for the memes. If you don't notice that and you think it's still on food, well, you will be in for a shock there. But the big thing is that Magic is missing out on that extra favor that you get from that Peach Blossom Spring, which can slow down the build orders of the Fushi. But let's just have a quick look at the goat situation. Magic has 4. B has 18. 18. Are you kidding me? Goat stolen over here. B also gets another goat. Hang on, let's just have another check. 6 to 19 goats. Are there any more? There's still 3 more at the top. None down the bottom. I think that's it on the goats. And I think that it's going to be just a ridiculous advantage here for B in this game, as the temple now coming down for Magic. Still hasn't gone back to claim that Peach Blossom Spring. Very, very dangerous here. There's a world where you just send a villager forward and start grabbing that Peach Blossom Spring as the Quetzalcoatl here. I say there's a world. I don't think it's a good world. I don't think you should do it, but it's an option here as Magic comes up to the top, claims his Peach Blossom Spring back, and a house is going to come down. Now, the house does not, as far as I'm aware, does not protect your Healing Spring, your Plenty Vault, your Peach Blossom Spring. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't. You need a silo or you need a military building. I'm not sure. Actually, let me have a look. Does it say here? Never mind. I'm wrong. I think the house counts. All right. So we do have a two medium gold mine situation here for Magic and Beat, which does normally indicate a boomy type of map, a 2TC type of idea. But if Magic goes for this town center, the hunt, it's quite nice for him out here. So he could grab this town center and try and eat this, put a nice wall down here. He should be fine. This town center over here, not really an option, as we do have a silo up already over onto this hunt here. I'm not sure what that's about, but it's like Magic's already setting up to go there. Military camp is now down for Magic because he's going to be building some Dow Swordsmen out just to be very, very prepared for any type of Warrior Priest early game shenanigans. Magic has swapped it over to gold. So he didn't swap it back to food, but as we do have the Kiluminati spy getting spotted, taking that one out feels quite good, as the Warrior Priest will come over and say, excuse you, Yatsa, get out of here. So first blood is drawn. It's not the biggest of deals. I didn't check the relics either. We got the Svartalfari's sledge over here. Up onto this side, we have the Gungnir Odin spear. That's always nice for some boosting of the spear shenanigans. Over onto this side, there's the Tawara Totter's last arrow. This one's such a big relic to grab for both players. It's the Dow Swordsman raids. You won't see this very often. The Dow Swordsman raids coming in at 5 minutes. Are you kidding me? There should be another relic on the map. I'm not sure. And it does look like Magic picked it up. He got System of Bast, which is obviously very, very nice. Can't go underneath the town center. Will take a little bit too much damage there as the Yachts over here retreating. And just a little bit of damage onto the Warrior Priest. No way for either player here to actually get any healing off. There's not the Agave Bloom. There's no Okpakli infusions. So no way to get any sort of damage done onto, or healing done onto these units, as the Sompartly Tower is now actually going to be coming up for B. And behind all of this, I could be wrong, but Magic looks like he is planning to go to the Heroic Age, as these Dow Swordsmen now have been somewhat caught out. No, wait, never mind. He's going for a town center, not to the next stage. Just a town center. Has so much food in the bank, but with one Dow going down now, the favor is going to start creeping up here as the Artsa comes back into the main base over here. We do have the Tailwind getting dropped onto those hero units to try and get over to the town center as fast as they humanly can. But the problem with this is, even if he gets there, there should be Dows, there should be a Pioneer or two. The town center should be able to get defended as the Yatsa pulls back, and in come the heroes. Magic not coming over to defend himself over. He's still got 5 seconds, 7 seconds remaining. Can he finish the town center in time is the big question. A farm coming up. That... Huh? He deleted the town center? Not only was he could have just sacked one Kwafu and been fine there. He deleted it and ran and lost a villager and a Kwafu. And then it turns out the house doesn't work to hold on to the Peach Blossoms tree either. What just happened from Magic there? All right, Machine Workshop coming up for Magic. That hurts. That is such a big moment, so to speak, as the Pioneer will come over. We'll try and take out the Shinekwe. It's not in turret form, so it takes a lot of damage from the Pioneer. Once it goes into turret form, it can basically sit here forever, as the Warrior Priest is going to be charging around. A Machine Workshop here is not really going to help him versus these units. As the lightning weapons does come down, he will stop some of these units from coming back, but dearie me, this is going to be an incredibly long road ahead for Magic in this game, because behind this, he's still got himself 11 goats. He's got himself a heroic age coming through very quickly. He picks up Koil Zhaokui, which is a little bit off meta, but it is incredibly aggressive. You get the Tsitsimiddles. You obviously get the very cheap Great Temple upgrade, so you can go into things like Sean 1 if need be. And obviously, B is going to be wanting to make himself some of those incredibly powerful Eagle Warriors. Behind this, a market now coming down for Magic. And I have to imagine the only option that he really has here is to get his own heroic age off. And he's going through Gormang. It's going to be Cav, obviously. So B's got to be a little bit careful here in that he probably shouldn't go for pure Eagle Warrior, because Magic is going to be able to get himself the counters out pretty hard. So he does need a couple of dudes. Up onto the top, Silo coming down. Fire Archers on the way. Warrior Priest's going to be coming through as well. They do check this position, but Magic is nowhere to be seen, as the Noble's Hut soldiers now coming in and the Eagle Warriors on the way. And here's the big thing. Normally, we're seeing Quetzalcoatl players going for Powder Cattle into the fast heroic, right? That's normally what we're seeing. But B goes Eagle Warrior with Huehue Coyotl and Tepon Artsley Stone, and all of a sudden these Eagle Warriors are 5 speed. Onto the bottom side, we will see a Great Temple onto this gold mine. Securing this is going to be nice, and I am sure that B is going to be grabbing himself the Koil Zhaokui's stone there to give himself the cheaper upgrades for things like the Otonton Smasher and the Sean 1. Of course, he can't make himself those Jaguar Riders just yet, but Magic now onto his Peach Blossom Spring. He will get a huge burst of food here. Not that he really needs that. What he actually needs is gold to pump out those ballet units, as there's a lot of question marks around where this game is going to go from now, as the Forage Protection simply gets dropped down. Units here in the main base for Magic will get healed up. We will see Hooves of the West Wind. We'll have the White Horse Cav on the way. And, well, this gold mine's going to get pushed off for the time being. Really, not the end of the world here for Magic. He can just move up to his top gold mine. He does not need to worry about this. But he's going to sit here and finish off that gold mine anyways, as B will pull back around here. The White Horse Cav not overcommitting. You don't want to overcommit here. 2 White Horse Cav will not beat this amount of Eagle Warrior, especially not with the Relic, with 0.2 Divine damage helping them out. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, B is going for a Town Center, and this is exactly the raid that Magic needs to hit. He's not paying attention, though. He misses those villages. B incredibly quick to pull back here, but he then decides, no, we'll try it again. And now the White Horse Cav will get in onto the backside, trying to micro this one, as the Tsitsimiddles will come through as well. Not enough units in at the moment for Magic. He could try and pull back home, get himself healed up, send some more White Horse Cav across the map to try and deal with this, but he will run around the back for the time being. There is no crenellations in just yet. So unless, wait, does he have ballistics? There is no ballistics either for B, so the White Horse Cav can kind of get out of here. Not if they run straight into the Tsompantli Towers, they won't though. As one goes down, the other one does manage to escape. In onto this position now, the White Horse Cav do get spotted by those Eagle Warriors, and the Town Center is going to be up for B. Now, Magic, he can kind of say, well, let's just go for our own Town Center now as well, and kind of play a slow defensive game, try and grind his way back into the game to some degree. But I have to say that he's used all of his god powers. That's the big issue facing Magic at the moment. No lightning weapons, no really, really good defensive ballet with forest protection. And he's going to be out of this gold mine. Going for this town center and then trying to get onto this gold mine, that's going to be incredibly challenging. As, look at this incredibly sneaky Kimmichin spy, of which Magic just not aware that he exists. Now, one, Tsitsimiddle is going to come out, and this time Magic, he will sit on his town center as the Whitehorse Cav will come into the main base looking for some raids here. There is an opening here, be incredibly quick to react, but Horse Cav, they are Horse Cav, and they will get in, and they will pick stuff off. It's a little bit dangerous to be in onto this position, but he gets in, gets out without too many losses, as the Tsitsimiddle is going to come around onto the back, but the Pioneers are in, so this is not going to be all too much of an issue, as the Tao Wu actually sends the Tsitsimiddle flying. Both players not really aware of what's going on for the time being, so B will pull back. Town center is now up, and Magic, he needs to get sorted out with a ballet on this top side. I'd love to see some walls in as well, such that he doesn't get poked by Eagle Warriors. Onto this side, that's Tsitsimiddle just getting a little bit of damage there. Good micro from Magic yet again, as the Tao Wu will send those flying. Yet again is up onto this top side though. Najjar getting chased down by all of these bad guys, and these bad boys. And now Magic looking for his own pressure to charge forward to try and bring this game back. The big problem is these Tlaumani Spearmen, well, they are incredibly strong versus the Horse Arch or the Horse Cavalry here for Magic. Now, Magic does have a couple of Fire Archers out, but this is the problem. I was talking about it. The power spike is coming. There is a lullaby. There is a starfall. How many heroes in for Magic is the question. He's got 4 heroes. It might be enough. Militarily speaking, very, very close here, as the Tao Wu will send everyone spread out. Here comes the Starfall, and Magic will be respecting that. He can pull back up to the ballet, garrison into that if he wants to. Fighting underneath this ballet is going to be paramount, as he pulls all the way back. Militarily speaking now, though, B does have the advantage, and there is still a lullaby to come, as the Jiang Tia was sniped as well. That's going to be coming back out. Villagers getting pushed off of the hunt here to boot, as what can Magic do behind all of this is the big question. He's retreating into this corner. The ballet is getting some nice shots from up on that cliff. Unlike in Age of Empires 2, in Retold, in Mythology, though, you don't get that bonus from being on a cliff there, as more villagers getting picked off. And now, well, Magic, he's got to respect this. Back into the town center he goes. And can Magic break out of the bind that he has here, that he's in here, is the big question. It's the White Horse Cav trying to get through. Lullaby gets dropped down. Magic attempting to run everything here from that lullaby as the units continue to go down, and that's a huge secondary power spike there. Meanwhile, Villagers moving forward for 3DB. He's feeling like he can get in here and drop another great temple down or something on this front. I'm not sure exactly if that's his plan or not. He does have the warrior priest that he can use, as a laser turret boy does finally go down, and the town center is going to be falling after this, while Magic says, hey, if you kill my town center, fine, but let's get some revenge raids off here. This is exactly what Magic needs to try and extend this game. Yes, if he loses the town center, that hurts, but picking off a ton of villagers, that hurts even more, as the Dao Swordsman dying. We do have another ballet up onto this side, which is going to be some nice defense there, as a couple of the Spearmen will be in for the defense. Magic's going to happily take those kills here. Any small amount of value that Magic can get throughout this game is going to come in very clutch for him, as the units back in onto the front from B. He does ignore the gold mine. He's giving some life for Magic in this game. Very simple here for B would be to get some Taunton Smashers out and look to smash through this. He's at 190 pop though. Can 2 ballets hold 190 pop? The answer, not really. That's a lot of pop. More Tsitsimiddles on the way. Magic coming over. He's got his fire archers completely unupgraded, mind you. B does have upgrades in as well, so he has himself the all-important ballistics technology for those Eagle Warriors, as the front line for Magic is just not going to be enough. Magic will be pulling back for the time being. Warrior Priests getting taken out here as the Guafu sniped, and Magic fights valiantly. But you have to say, a mistake like he made in the early stages of the game, that is an incredibly tough mistake to overcome. He made it close. He got some real nice picks, but the big spikes back from here with that Lullaby and the Starfall. I mean, maybe if he'd saved onto the Forest Protection and dropped it on the top position here instead, hugged this position while looking for those raids with the White Horse Cav, maybe, just maybe, he would have been able to make a game of it, so to speak. But credit where credit's due from B. He made Magic panic. Magic, I think, I saw it in the chat. I think he placed the farm down by accident. Now, why does Magic do this? Well, he's got his F key is his attack move key. And if he's clicked onto villages while he attack moves, well, he's accidentally going to build a farm. Fine, not a big issue. But he went to click on that unbuilt farm and delete it. And I believe he clicked on the settlement and deleted the settlement instead of the farm, is my guess on what happened there. A little bit unlucky for Magic, but that is what it is. We're going to be moving into the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 2. Don't you guys go nowhere. Let's jump back into the draft. Alrighty, so we do have the all-important, all-knowing, forever going to be the case. We've got ourselves Kronos versus Frere to move us along into Budapest. The matchup we've seen a little bit. We've been seeing... Oops, I need to give the point over to B here. We've been seeing this be pretty good for the Frere recently. But, you know, anything can happen in these sorts of situations. For example, you could delete your town center. That's why I clicked my attack move from the UI. Yeah, well, Magic, he knows what he has to do in this one. B, on the other hand, I've been seeing him do some, I would say, questionable Kronos things here, which does put him into slightly worse positions than, say, something that would be a little bit more optimal. For example, he'll go for like a Nyan fishing ship advance or something like that, little bit odd, and try and just dominate one side of the water instead of just sharing that water. Now, that might catch Magic off guard, but getting caught off guard is only one thing. Breaking through is another. Let's jump into game number 2 and see how it's going to go on the map Budapest. And off to the races we go. Left side of the map, Magic. Right side of the map, B. B off to a very good start. 1-0 lead for him at the moment. He's looking very, very strong. But the big question is he going to look as strong if Magic doesn't make a game-ending error at 6 minutes? Now, I've said this a million times, and maybe it's the caster's curse, so I'll say it again just to make sure. But Magic, it seems, in these tournament games, has consistently made a major error in the first 5 to 10 minutes of most of his losses. If he doesn't make that error, he genuinely wins the game. That's a credit to the Magic fundamentals, the Magic decision-making process, and everything else. But those mistakes have been happening so much. So all I can say is we'll see how Magic is going to be going here on Budapest. See what his decision-making process is going to be here early game. And we'll see if we can deal with what B is going to throw at him. B here, he's going for the double dock. He is going to be going for a fish boom, which I personally like here versus Frere. Now, I'm going to throw out one of my more wild takes here. I think this is something that hasn't been investigated at all on the water maps for Chronos because, well, it's just such a strong way to play, to be aggressive, to utilize that time shift, to hit the dock early and do all that good stuff. But I might argue that it might be even more strong in the situations like versus Frere, where that type of an attack isn't super effective, to go into things like theft of fire, manually heroizing villages. You've got all of the extra food income from those fishing spot positions, and I think it could be a nice way to go here for B. That being said, B's dropped 2 manas down. He hasn't gone for a temple yet, so it's a very late advance. And Magic, he is being so respectful of the Chronos aggression by dropping the temple down and only grabbing himself the back fish. Now, how would he be able to play around this otherwise? Well, either A, you just say, he's not going to rush me, I'm just going to go for the dock. Or B, you just get really, really in tune with what the build orders look like. You charge your Berserk in after you build your home dock here. You charge your Berserk in, you see how many villages are on wood, and you go, oh, you're booming. Great, let me put my dock up, no worries. Those sorts of ideas. But of course, Magic, he's just going to go for the alternate option, which I think is perfectly fine and reasonable. Comes over onto this bottom side, puts the dock down late, maybe puts 2 docks, maybe puts 3 docks. Not the end of the world. He's going to come up to this top side as well and get this dock down. For B here, he should be looking to go for a crazy amount of docks to try and take the 2 central positions. This is going to be the big advantage that Chronos can get here in this situation, and there's no hiding it here. B just says, hello there, Sailor. I see your docks. I see your shenanigans. I am going to put pressure on. But Magic, he is already building himself her, sir. He is going to be off to the races. I want to see the hill fort placed very early here. This is something I don't see enough from Frere players. You're going to have 60 favor for the second hill fort in the middle of the map on a second gold mine in this matchup anyways. You get favor from fighting on the water. You get favor from fighting on the land. There's just simply no real excuses to not do this. And then you get access to the all-important Huskal and potentially also a siege weapon if need be, as B does grab himself the blue crystal shard there, drops that into the temple as this Draugr on the back. He's about to get smacked there. Is very smart for Magic to just pull back. He's got another dock up onto this side as the water pressure is starting to mount. And you can see with all of this water pressure and taking out these Prometheans as well, it does end up being some favor in for Magic. Now, of course, you can just go for a bunch of Draugr here as well as the Frere. I think it's always very strong, even against Atlantean, to go into those Draugr. But definitely against Prometheus, it's an option if you really want to, because it's not going to be as many heroes due to not having the Oceanus heroic frontline technology. So there is that. But nonetheless, On Fire ship comes out as this Berserk is going to be losing its life. And I kind of feel like Magic, he should be happy here to give this top side of the water over to B at the cost of a couple of boats, while he takes down the temple on this side, takes down the dock over here, gets his own fishing ships through. This should be perfectly fine for Magic. B on the backside now, he's going into Karabalista. And this is where I'm talking about this is what I'm talking about. These are problems that could be avoided if that hill fort was already up. But more units are coming through for the time being. And Magic, he's going to have to respect a handful of units and a Karabalista behind it, or a hero Karabalista behind it. As now onto this side does come the Asgardian Bastion. Magic charging forward. He is taking a lot of damage to those Karabalista. Not sure exactly what he's focusing on here, but like I said, these are a monster unit at the moment. Now, if he doesn't micro this very well, then he can be in for some trouble. But with a little bit of micro, a couple of units on the front, these Norse units are going to melt. And you can see Magic trying to take them out, but he just lost so many Cursor to that charge forward. And now Magic can do nothing but run, and his hill fort is out in the middle of the map. His hill fort are out in the middle of the map, and this is about to be revealed. Magic behind this is trying to get a great haul in. Raiding Cavalry are the answer to those Karabalista. Of course, the answer to Raiding Cavalry is the Catapultis, and then we're in for a micro test. But bottom side of the map, this is now B's territory. And I've said it already. That there is the Magic early game error that I'm talking about. You cannot make that type of error versus a player like B here. Coming in with the Raiding Cavalry now. Going to try and take out that backline. He's still got to keep chasing here. And he wants that temple killed so much, but he loses a lot for it. It's not the end of the world for B. He just gets so much value there. Now, luckily for Magic, he's got his Asgardian hill fort up now. He can make the Huskarl. And they do tank up a couple of shots from the Karabalista. But this is still going to be a very, very difficult game coming in as Magic comes through. Now B's turn to make some errors here. He's not paying attention. The Karabalista do get swarmed to go down as Magic needs to pull back for the time being. We do see a little bit more of an attack up onto the top side. Has managed to make B retreat in, and that's the distraction that Magic obviously wanted to have happen there. As another dock goes up over here, the other dock here on the bottom will end up falling. And I think what Magic really needs is some throwing axemen here to force B into Terma. Getting the throwing axemen out forces Terma, and then the Huskarl get a lot more value. There's a couple of boats onto the bottom side of the map. Up onto the top side, the ships have come through, and well, B is back to slowly taking out the top docks here. And Magic needs to garrison everything away. So tough position to be in for both players. B has a slight advantage at the moment, but there are some really big problems. One is Heroic Age is awfully close for Magic, and B can't really push here. He can try and push with Prometheans. He can get himself out, say 5 or 6 Oracles total, 2 Temples, and a whole bunch of Prometheans within... No, I don't think he can even get that through by the time the Heroic Age comes in. Then, on top of it, if Magic wants to, he can sacrifice this bottom position for the town center here, and then he's got a Gullenbursty plus Tempest onto the army afterwards. But we'll see if that's what he wants to go for. He's looking to put some pressure forward. He can also grab another hill fort if he wants to. Meanwhile, distracts the B army away from the water for just a tiny little bit of time here, but he will retreat out of this, and well, B will get some pot shots off as B's getting himself his own armory through. Of course, ballistics here for the Karabalista is incredibly powerful. And that distraction move from Magic does give B just a little bit more of an edge in this game. He's onto the bottom side now. Magic trying to get some value down onto the bottom side. Hillfort over here will get some nice damage done as B is like, Hillfort, I don't even care. You should care. There's units plus a Hillfort. And Magic will say, all right, I'll just move back to this back gold mine. There's plenty of gold mines here onto the backside. The Promethean angle is the choice for B. He didn't get the oracles through, though, so I'm not really liking it as there comes the Tempest. The time shift goes onto the dock here. I don't like that Tempest in the slightest here as B simply just walks away. He's going to lose a handful of units. It's not the biggest of deal here. Now the units outside of that Tempest. Raiding Cavalry trying to get over onto that back line as Magic retreats ever so slightly. The back Corobalister will not go down there. And Magic, well, he has to retreat yet again. As B is looking in fine form here at the moment. Some really good defensive play, great decisions. Meanwhile, we will have the heavy warships coming in from Magic up onto the top. He does still have a dock over here, but it's about to go down. I don't know if... I mean, he can obviously drop a dock and try and fight back onto the water at any point. There is still the Gullimbursty, which could get called in, but it has to come a very long way to actually do anything here. So those Corobalister are just going to continue getting those pot shots in. Of course, the Throw and Axeman can try and take down the infantry units while they're out of position. But it does require some pretty nice control. As behind this, in comes Rhea for B. And that means Behemoth and a real strong pushing presence. And not only that, we also see the oracles now coming through. Now, I will bring this up because I think it's important. The way to build oracles, do not build more than one oracle at a time. I've seen this way too many times. Every time you build an oracle, right-click with your temple where you want it to go. Then, next time you want to build an oracle, which might be immediately, mind you, go and do it then. So one at a time. That way you don't have them sitting here being idle, which is what these are. So it's like you spent the resources on them, but either way, they're idle. So better to do them one at a time. Now, the one thing here that Magic does have going for him is he's now onto a second town center, and he can look to grab this town center slowly. And in the end of the day, this matchup is always going to be a battle of can the Chronos kill the Frere or not? Can the Chronos kill the Frere? If the Chronos can't kill the Frere, then the Frere is going to become unstoppable. Heavy is in. Lots and lots of resources, though, for B. B could go for a Mythic Age timing here, which could be really, really strong as well. Town Center coming up for Magic. As the Behemoth will attempt to stop this. I don't believe this settlement is going to be getting finished. And Magic doesn't believe it either. He pulls back. This time actually wanting to delete the settlement. He pulls back and... Well, he could have tried to get the Rock Giant in to taunt the Behemoths or something. Sacrifice that, then get the Gullimbursty in. But not going to be an option anytime soon as the docks onto this left side under attack. We do see the Berserk raids coming through onto the back here for some side builds and all that other good stuff. Docks up onto this side as the heavy Drekki are in. But there is an Arid in here already. It's not the best of water myth units, to be completely honest, but it is amazing when microed, as it will come through and do a big amount of damage. You run away and then you go again. But this is a heavy Drekki, so it's kind of a different kettle of fish even there as well. There's Magic. Shoot and Scoot Micro is in. Nearly up to full population. On the flip side here, B has got so much food. Is he gathering food from anything other than fishing ships? I don't think so. The Berserks onto this gold mine. Villagers will turn around and get some shanks, but I think this is perfectly fine for Magic to sacrifice Berserks in here and just keep on sort of spamming that. But there goes the Destroyer, and this side build will be put to sleep. As B still has to be very careful here. If he does get out of position, so to speak, too close to the town center, well, in comes the Gullimbursty. Another option here for B would be to go to the Mythic Age through Helios, and then when the Gullimbursty comes down, Vortex to a different position and take that out. Great Hall going down, and we will start seeing hero Murmillo's getting converted. Now, unfortunately for B, he doesn't have Hyperion, so no superheroes. They're just your regular run-of-the-mill Murmillos. As yet again, Magic is trying to get this talent center up. He knows how important this is, so those hero Murmillos will charge forward. I mean, he could go for the other side of the map with one unit as the Trader comes down. In comes the Gullen Bursty as the Jarls onto the back line here. Those Karabalis are going to be getting a huge amount of damage if microed. It's not looking like they're hitting the right units here, though. The big problem for Magic is going to be all of those Prometheans, because there's not really any heroes here. Magic actually setting the Gullen Bursty after the Behemoth. He needs to be taking out the front line of Prometheans, but it looks like it's not really going to be mattering here as the other Behemoth goes down. More Contarius now coming in. They're an answer versus all those thrown axemen, and after all is said and done there, Magic not able to win that fight. He has to retreat, and B will be able to clean up the Gullen Bursty, and he's going to be able to start thinking about a Mythic Age as Magic will pull back. Longhouse is coming down, and Helios is going to be the option from B. I love this decision. He's got 8 Oracles. Helios for Hecka Gigantes. Now you don't really need to care about the fact that, well, you don't have the most powerful of siege weapons as Kronos with those destroyers. Of course, you have the Fire Siphons as well, regardless, but those Hecka Gigantes are going to be a really difficult unit for Magic to deal with. As in comes the Contarius, throwing Axeman, turning. Need to start seeing some sort of counter cavalry here. Of course, the Jarls can sit here, and Magic says, it's time for another Tempest. It's not over for Magic in this game. He has been sitting on that Tempest or sitting on that favor all game, and he says, we'll get a little bit of a comeback here with that secondary Tempest, of which he does manage to get some picks here, but this army from B is still looking incredibly strong. Backline here of Karabalista still taking units down in a big way as Herdman are joining in onto the front, but these throwing axemen, they're melting. And Magic needs to pull back again. Up onto the top side, Magic gets another town center, but he's now stuck in the classical age. There's plenty of hunt to play off, though, for Magic. He can grab, well, he's got the food over here. He's got food over on this side as well. So we've still got plenty of resources to play with. But lots and lots of gold here in the bank. He probably could buy food. If he can get to the Mythic Age, maybe he's going to be okay. But like I said, with Helios coming in and all of this favor on the way for B, this is not going to be looking too easy for Magic to make happen here. B's just charging in. We have got the hill fort on the back here. It does not have crenellations. Watchtowers is in, so crenellations is coming through. It takes a long time for that one to actually finish up. There goes the Mythic Age for B, but it's not implode, so there's nothing super, like, important to worry about immediately. But sooner or later, there's going to be not Hecka Gigantes. That's a surprise. There's going to be Behemoth. And B is going to be able to start teleporting around this map and cleaning Magic up. Magic doesn't have the hill fort set up. He doesn't have defense. He's got so much gold in the bank. He's trying to get units out. Finding a way back in this game is just such a tough time. Hill fort on the back. This is how he needs to do it. Big raids. Get himself some sort of revenge fire in. Force some defensive vortexes. But the army from B is just so strong in this position as Magic can no longer hold on to this hill fort. He'll pull back into his main base. Potentially another hill fort can get dropped down over here. He's so far behind on military that he just can't take a fight. Meanwhile, Titan Omachi is on the way. We will see some more Hecka Gigantes, most likely. Now, of course, B might be just worried about an Inferno or a Nidhogg hitting him and not being able to react to it. If he gets himself the Vortex for later and just using that to avoid the God Power, that also makes sense. As the Hecka Gigantes just erased this settlement More behemoths are on the way. Destroyers starting to come through as well. And Magic has now clicked up through Vidar, but even if he gets this Mythic Age off, he needs to get the town center back. He needs to get all of his upgrades in. Time is not on his side. We do, however, see exactly what, said it already, but exactly what Magic needs to have here. He needs to hit these tricky side attacks, distract B from what's going on. He needs time. We will have another, well, we do have over onto this side, a little cheeky portable ram trader as another portable ram will come through. Villagers up to the top getting taken down. Villagers over here getting taken down as well. This is not what Magic needs. He doesn't have the economy as it is. Losing all the villagers is not going to help. Mirror towers now coming through. You don't get to see those very often, but they are the premium tower that comes with Helios. Some incredible amounts of damage there. Compare it over to a watchtower, sitting at 19.2 pierce damage. This is 28 pierce damage, so clearly more, and it never misses, which is a big deal as well. As for the moment, Magic has held on this side. He does lose everything over here. The town center on the back for B does end up falling as the infantry units will hit on this. Villagers pop out, looking to try and take down the Rams. Main base under attack as more... Is this a... He's just building on the front. More watchtowers, not watchtowers, mirror towers coming in. They are kind of cheap as well. 75 wood, 50 gold, 5 favor. Are you kidding me? Magic pulling back. He will have himself this all-important Mythic Age, but still struggling to get units out here. He's going to have to get the most powerful of Infernos he possibly can. And the Vortex, well, that's in. This back build is going to get cleaned up. The Inferno gets a grand total of 1 mirror tower worth of kills. The map is incredibly dark for the time being, but one kill only, as more mirror towers are going to be coming down. Magic into Goaty now as he knows he needs something to deal with all of those Centamanus, all of those myth units. Alice up here. Gold mine situation for Magic is also not looking too crash hot. He's got 1 gold mine remaining under his control. Magic here, armory upgrades. He is incredibly behind as the Vortex now back up and the gold mine is taken out, and I think not even the frail late game fully upgraded can save Magic here. Everything gets cleaned up. And B, well, he is marching to a very, very quick 2-0 lead over Magic. The upgrades are coming in, but with 0 gold remaining, 59 villages in the bank, and 140 population. I do not like Magic's chances. On top of this, Theft of Fire coming through, and B can also go full hero citizens at the moment if he wants, which is one of the best late game plans you can do. Once you get to full pop and you got all your upgrades, well, you can then get yourself a late game economy that matches gods like Greek, matches gods like Japan, matches gods, or pantheons like Japan, matches pantheons like China. As Magic will send his villagers back up to this gold mine again. He's still trying to bide time here. Over onto the left side, villagers coming in to take down the mirror towers. Now they do get bonus damage versus towers, but these are so strong. They do so much damage. Magic's trying to get the settlement up on the left side. B's army is incredibly slow, but now we can start walking in and taking this position. We've got guard towers in now. What's the difference here? They have the same damage, actually. 28 versus 30. No, the mirror tower also gets upgraded from guard towers, it looks like. No, it doesn't. Oh, it's got iron weapons. So the mirror tower does still stay your strongest, best in slot projectile shooting shenanigans. Up onto the top side, Contarius hitting the villagers yet again. This gold mine is just not going to be getting grabbed anytime soon, but the Berserks do get some good value here as Magic's army under attack. Goaty trying to take these Center Manus out. Takes so long. I think the lighting here has stayed dark for the entirety of this this inferno. Normally it gets turned back on, but B does manage to get that win here in game number 2. And this almost, I wouldn't say it completely stems from this, but this almost stems from that one decision that Magic made at the 8-minute mark to charge with a bunch of Ursa after Corabalister. And he just lost a huge amount of momentum there with that really poor trade. And he was literally just playing catch up for the rest of the game. Now, I think he did get some value back in this game, but a couple of other missed decisions and things like that allowed B to just continue continue to have his advantage. He never really lost it. And just such a smart idea to go for Helios here, hold on to the Vortex, play slow, make sure he dodges any and all power spikes that come his way with that Vortex. And, well, that there ends up being the game. And B is up 2-0, looking to hit his very first semifinal appearance in the road to Athens here. It's not over just yet. 2-0 means nothing if you can't win that third game. Let's jump back over to the draft and see if Magic can make it difficult for B or not. All right, we have ourselves a Shenong versus Tezcatlipoca matchup on the map Giza. All right. Tezcatlipoca in this matchup, what do you get? Well, you do have the Obsidian Mirror, of course. So that steals away the farms. You can get yourself a little bit of extra food economy if you want. But the synergy that comes from being Shenong and getting free farms kind of means it's a little bit lackluster. A little bit lackluster to be utilizing that, right? Like one of the big advantages of playing Shenong and using the Prosperous Seeds is that you get plow, you get irrigation, you get flood control for free. Now, what you get when you're Tezcatlipoca is in the Heroic Age, you can get access to, my brain is not going to help me. I cannot remember the name of it. You can get access to effectively flood control in the Heroic Age. So chimpanzees, you can get access to some really nice Heroic Age farms, which I think has to be the idea. Nice fast Heroic for those really powerful Jaguar riders. Drop the farms then, maybe get that farm upgrade, or drop the farms once the eco or the hunt runs out, and could be a half decent idea. You do also have, like Hell's Ravages saying, you do have livestock pens, so dropping them and never leaving the livestock pen could be another decent idea. Saving a little bit of wood by not needing to move it around, obviously keeping your villagers nice and safe as well, but it does slow you down. paying 75 wood, 150 wood for farms, it's expensive. Paying for the 5 favor, 10 favor, 15 favor, 20 favor also is expensive. You don't really want to sack the villagers if you're playing for a macro game, right? On the side of the Shenong, I do like the classical fight here for Shenong. No need to go heroic age quickly. Can play for a second town center. That's fine. If the map calls for it, can play one town center. That's fine too. You have Chi Yao. You have your access to the halberdiers. Just need to be careful against Hui Hui, because that can be Lullaby, canceling out your lightning weapons. So if you hold on to lightning weapons, that means the Lullaby needs to be held on to as well. And then you can find your win where that's concerned. All right, guys. It is time for game number 3. Magic, he needs to switch it on here because he's got a very, very tough game ahead of him, and he needs to win right now. Let's jump into Giza and see if he can make it happen. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, into game number 3. Magic in the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Shenong. B, in the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Tezcat Lapoka. B going to be opening up with his lumber outpost, going into his livestock pen, and probably also going into a gold scalpel, a crafts workshop as well. So he wants the super late advance with a lot of economy. Checking out the relics. We got Hori's hunting bow, plus 5% there for the huntables from the villagers. In the center of the map, we got Fur of Boit, which is a regeneration rate of plus 0.25 per second there for the healable heroes. Up on the top here, there's System of Bast, with the food wood gold cost being reduced for villagers, always nice. And finally, I don't see a 4th relic on the map. Nope, there it is. And Archimedes' Ledger for the siege and Kinemetsin population usage -1. Now, this is looking like a very, very aggressive Giza. Gold mines in the right and the left of the map. Gold mines in the middle and the bottom of the, or basically the middle of the map, and gold mines again to the right and the left. Who does this favor? Not exactly sure. Of course, the Tezcat Lapoka, the scary part about playing against Tezcat Lapoka is that fast heroic. It is that Jaguar Rider shenanigans with all of the myth unit spam to boot. That being said, Shenong does have some nice answers to that inside of, well, A, Pioneers with Halberdiers, and B, Jiangxia, as well as some Sages. Because if you can steal away at Titsamiddle, well, Titsamiddle beats Titsamiddle. If you micro it correctly, right? You steal a Titsamiddle, you use the special on the enemy Titsamiddle, it does stun them, gets a bunch of damage done. That's one way to go about it. Now, we did see Magic wanting to go 2 TCs as Fushi versus the Quetzalcoatl in game number 1, and obviously getting denied there. But that was a different story. It was 2 medium gold mines in your main base, and it was Quetzalcoatl. Can you do that here versus Tezcat Lapoka? I don't know. And also on top of that, B, he plays his own game here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go Millennial Xochitl and then go into a classical army here. I just wouldn't be surprised. He's done everything and anything to make things very, very strange, different, and difficult. Temple coming up for one of the more late classical ages you'll ever see. Lots of villagers making their way forward to jump onto the wood line as well. Super late advance here from B. Magic goes pretty quickly, so if he did want to go for a town center, he would be well in his right to make that happen as the Kimmichin spy. Well, that is going to be the Kimmichin dead rather than spy, as it does get into this position, but I think Magic does see that, and it does need to get close. And there he goes. There he goes. Doesn't manage to stay in there. Tries to be sneaky. The Magic, he is switched on now. He's got the military camps coming up. And the Kwafu start bashing down that gold mine as the farms get stolen. And we will actually see those farms getting dropped down. Now, take a look at this. 1.01 food per second for the bee villagers on the farms. 1.06 food here for Magic. Now, that's just because plow is in for free. B, he's not going to be able to get that plow and probably won't buy it, mind you, either. I could be wrong. Maybe he will. He hasn't pre-queued it, so maybe he won't, maybe he will. He can, but it just slows him down quite a lot as the arts are looking to get some damage in. But on the retreat for the time being is the Dow Swordsman going to be making their way across the map. Magic going to be looking for something similar to do that he did last time as another Shenong farm does get stolen away. It is going to be 5 favor, and it looks like he sacrifices a villager there for that favor. So he might want to drop the Shenong farm again. Which doesn't really make sense because he's got plenty of goats. But he gets the Teponartsli drums. And behind this, more Dows on the way. As effectively, I think, all Magic wants to do here is keep B in the classical age. He's got a really, really nice angle in to hit this gold mine. And yes, there is a Kalpuli. Yes, there is a Shinekwe. But B not turning this into a turret here is limiting the amount of actual output that it's going to be doing. This one tower getting a decent amount of damage here. I wouldn't mind seeing Magic rotate around here and hit the temple rather than trying to force on the one open area. This is definitely a play that B is going to be enjoying. And there goes the towers. And that kind of will trigger potentially Magic to go for a town center here. Your opponent invests in watchtowers. It's not cheap. Might not be a terrible idea as the Yatsu does end up getting picked off. Medium infantry now in as well as the villagers get pulled off the gold mine yet again. Into the backside. These warrior priests are trying to come through, but I mean, the towers are getting some pretty decent damage here as with that 5 speed now on those warrior priests, he's starting to get some good value there. Picks off 2 pioneers. And now B, well, he's got to be thinking, I know a town center when I see a town center. There's got to be one. But Magic, he's still pumping units out. More Shinekwe on the way. It's an interesting decision from B. They are quite cheap. And of course, the warrior priest raids here are going to be somewhat of an issue as smoke traps are just getting dropped everywhere. If you take a look at the line of sight, you can see, nope, can't go there, can't go here, can't go here, can't go here without getting noticed as the pioneers do get spotted. Smoke trap triggers and that slows the pioneers down as well. As the Dow Swordsmen are back and now B is very much safe. And he's very happy now to just go heroic age. Meanwhile, the Kwafu, well, they're going for the town center. Smoke trap will get triggered over here. It doesn't actually do any damage, but it does give B that line. No, it doesn't. It does give B that line of sight to see the settlement coming up as the Dow Swordsman will split up here in an attempt to defend this whole kit and caboodle. One building getting thrown up over here could be really, really huge to get the lock off, but doesn't go for it. As the Kwafu going to continue trying to get this in. We do have the Prosperous Seeds farms going down there. I would have liked to see the Prosperous Seeds simply just getting dropped down on top of the Kwafu, so he's fine here. As the Lullaby comes in, these Warrior Priests do not do enough damage to take the settlement down, but he's getting good value here nonetheless. And off away from this position, he does go. This here is so ridiculously scary for Magic. Magic has finished his home gold mine. A incredibly powerful heroic age is coming in. And the town center has only just finished. How do you deal with, as these warrior priests are just brutalizing the slow speed of these Dao swordsmen, how do you stop the heroic age timing attack here? There's going to be Jaguar Riders. There's going to be Sean one. Magic needs to be ready to build fire archers. He needs to be ready to get halberdiers in. Answer might be to place 50 billion buildings around here and get himself all of the tower attachments. Now, on top of this, the warrior priests, well, they can't get down the Great Temple on the front here, as the Dao Swordsman will get a little bit of damage. And of course, the warrior priests push forward. They are getting that HP regen. It's only 0.3 per second from Fur of Boit. Huge value from that. As the Dao Swordsmen are sitting in here, waiting, playing defense. No problems. We will see Rushol on the way. This is so terrifying. Rushol can be plenty of a reaction here. A really nice way to play. But a town center actually coming down from B instead. Which is, again, another very, very strange decision. All forward gold mines. You lose out on that power spike now. Not going straight into a Great Temple. Straight into those Jaguar Riders. Straight into full pressure onto this position. But town center means maybe you don't need to put the pressure on. We will see the Starfall coming down. The Titsamiddle will join in here as Magic trying to take out all of the warrior priests first and foremost as the Kwafu will simply make that run. Can he pick off the warrior priest here? He cannot pick off the warrior priest. Not fast enough. There's no heroes over here at the moment either, as the Titsamiddle underneath the town center getting some pretty good damage done too. Now Magic will pull back. Does he have any towers coming in? Nope. Gonna have to garrison away. Pioneers getting built here as straight into the town center it goes. The Baihu is an answer actually for the Titsamiddle as well. As the Kwafu pop out and an attempt here at a ballet going up. Not sure I like this ballet. Cuts into the gold for Magic quite a bit. And onto this side comes the Baihu, but both Baihu and Titsamiddle trading. And the Titsamiddle does come out in front there as now the ballet is up. And this forward position is not going to be able to get mined from anytime soon. Onto the back comes the Imperial Academy. He can get himself out as Yang Xia immediately here as well. Villagers happily onto this Rhino. And B says, who needs to rush for the Jaguar Riders when you can just go straight into Eagle Warriors and we can get ourselves Jaguar Riders later? There is no rush. Huge damage on the forward gold mine. No gold remaining for Magic. Does he have a market? He does. He can sell resources for a little bit to try and pull himself out of this position. Charges forward. One sits the middle down. Pioneers onto the back. Jiang Xia there will be enough, and Magic can make his way forward onto this gold mine. He lives another day. Over onto this right side, simply just looking for gold villagers to kill, but B is in defense here. And forward, Magic comes. Very, very tense game here as the Fey Beast will get dropped down onto this. Of course, the Warrior Priests take this down pretty quickly. I don't know if I like that usage. Picks off a couple of units. Will leave a cheeky little... Does he leave it there? Surely not. He leaves the... How do you leave the Obsidian Shard? You just use the... Alright. There's two Obsidian Shards here, actually. And they're both going to be Obsidian Butterflies. Another ballet for Magic onto the back. He basically needs, I would say, 10-ish heroes. Definitely needs some sages in. As now comes the Great Temple. And it looks like B actually at full population didn't get the double butterflies. A little bit of a not known too well option actually. If you're full population and you have an obsidian shard, it starts cycling through different myth units. So if you really don't want a specific myth unit and you want a very specific one, you can delete houses or specifically be full population, rebuild the house on the unit that you actually want. You can do that. It's the White Horse Cav raids coming in over here onto this side. We do have the ballet up. Is Magic going to try and get forward here? Nice control with the White Horse Cav to try and make this happen, but he just doesn't have enough units here to actually trade into the Eagle Warriors. They're just going to keep shooting, scooting to all Billio. And here's the thing, right? You can make the Javelineers here. Javelineers are an option. But, of course, so too are the White Horse Cav. You just need a lot of them. Goes into the main base. In comes Magic, as the villagers will simply say, you're fighting underneath towers and Talon Center. I'm just going to turn around and shank you. And no kills. But Magic, he's kind of pulled himself out of the chaos that he was in. He does still have himself lightning weapons. Don't forget that. And there's no lullaby for B to counter that. So there is a very, very strong position here for Magic. But now the Great Temple is up. The upgrades are incredibly cheap. And B can go for that option. Or B can go for the Mythic Age. See another farms getting stolen. Of course, continuing to spam the farms around here is perfectly reasonable. Still no plow up, actually, for B, as I say, that's a question mark maneuver where that's concerned. It's now Magic on the way to the Mythic Age. Of course, there are a handful of Warrior Priests, but if Magic can snipe those before he gets the Mythic Age, then all of a sudden, this dragon is going to dominate here. Lightning weapons is also going to be a really strong usage as he dives in onto this side. The butterfly will send the units flying there as the unit's going to continue to charge forward. Can Magic actually get any serious damage here or not is the question. Answer is no, he cannot. B retreats. And Magic needs to just be very happy with the fact that he is getting a Mythic Age in here. Pulls back to his ballet, spreading out. B continuing to be aggressive. Again, all Magic needs to do is take out those Warrior Priests, and those Eagle Warriors will look very, very weak. Magic trying to continue this delay of this game. He's not got a whole lot of gold here is the big problem, though. Needs more gold income. Only 6 villagers on gold. Of course, they are Kwafu, so it's more like he's got 15 on gold, but still struggling to hold against this big power spike. It's not even a power spike, just big timing that B's got. The Taltier is another option here that can actually be incredibly powerful. Eats up one Jaguar Rider. That's kind of a big deal. Utilize that special onto the ball of Eagle Warriors. Could be gigantic here. We are seeing Baihu getting created as the unit's going to charge forward onto this position. Kwafu dying onto the back there as the Taltier gets sent flying. Huge damage coming in. The dragon up onto the top. Qinglong here getting some more damage in. Huang Di almost pops. And those Eagle Warriors are incredibly low HP. There's not many heroes left in here either. In comes the dragon as it's going to start getting those Eagle Warriors picked off. Magic needs a little bit of micro here as there goes the spread formation as the Eagle Warriors now have to pull back, and Magic does survive that push for the time being. That's continuing the damage. In comes those Eagle Warriors. Magic trying to get himself up a ballet over here. The smoke trap is through there to boot. As this One Ying Long. I mean, it doesn't move quite as fast as the Warrior Priest. Oh, not the Warrior... Well, it doesn't move as fast as the Warrior Priest, but doesn't move as fast as the Eagle Warriors either. But now, in comes the Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav should be beating the Jaguar Riders. Should be beating the Eagle Warriors. B needs to make some sort of a concession to the fact that this unit's being made. Kiluminati Spearmen, they're an option. And the other thing is, Lei Zhu's Silk to come through. Well, that's going to be a big deal as well. So the ballet is up. B does see that ballet. And this secondary or third gold mine is looking like it's going to be one for Magic here. As B makes his way around onto the side. The Baihu, got to be careful here with those. They'll die incredibly quickly. And, well, I said be careful, and Magic was not careful. And they do die incredibly quickly. They dive into the middle here. They get some damage on that special, I think. Actually, I don't think they get much on the dive in. I think it's just a displacement. So the Baihu both die. More upgrades coming in. Zhuan Yu's Bloodline. Gilded Shield's not in yet. That's probably why those Eagle Warriors have been doing so well. As into the corner comes the Heavy White Horse Cav. They spot this random Great Temple that B's trying to put up. He's got the gold mine secured on the right side now. Magic pulling back ever so slightly. Lots and lots and lots of food for B, though. Not the gold. He needs those gold mines secured. As the Hundun comes in and just smacks that Obsidian Butterfly. B going to be pulling back. It's a little bit of calm for the storm here. As that Ying Long does come forward. It's going to be getting smacked by those Warrior Priests. I don't know what Magic is doing, throwing away all that HP. Charge in first with all the other units to take out the Warrior Priest and then fly the Ying Long forward. Has to be the idea. As the Hundun comes into the backside, more Warrior Priests needing to come in. Ying Long does manage to stay alive. So does the Qinglong. As those Warrior Priests not looking so powerful now that we're moving into the 21st minute mark. B, however, town center on the side. And the most important thing here in this game looks to me to be the fact that that back gold mine on the right side needs to be secured by Magic very, very soon. In comes the Ying Long, in comes the Qinglong as well. Not getting that special onto the back line there. As the micro continuing, now we will see that concession being made. Kiluminati Spearmen are starting to come through. Now Magic needs to start thinking, well, do we just go into Dows? Or does he have to make some fire archers? Onto this side, though, the Obsidian Butterfly comes in. Some big damage onto that one as the Ying Long slowly going to take that down. But luckily for Magic, he does have himself the very important survival equipment. And the Obsidian Butterfly does end up falling. The Kiluminati Spearmen, though, they are looking incredibly powerful for the moment. As the villagers will sneak into the town center. Town center up. Onto the backside, this Warrior Priest charging forward. Yet again, another Obsidian Mirror cast. As B wants to get another farm in. B now going straight after the town center as Magic needs to make that transition into Dows, into... I don't know if you want to go into Fire Archers, but the Ying Long now is down. Now, of course, another option here for B is to make Sean ones here as the villagers going to continue their garrisoning ways here. Dows charging forward. Ying Long here is going to be getting taken out as the special not up to utilize on that backside. More Dow Swordsmen coming through, however. And now these Kiluminati Spearmen, even though they're at heavy, they are kind of winning, but there's more units to charge in here on the backside. As Magic does need to get that sorted. He gets a really big Jutsu in here as well. If you can control that onto the backside, it's going to be really strong, but this unit does get taken out quickly by those Warrior Priests. Great control from Magic yet again, and B is on the retreat here. This side map, this needs to be more than just mined out. It needs to be secured. Why? Because this map and this game looks to be heading into trade territory. Magic here says, I've got the advantage. let me charge in here. The big Zhu on this side as well with that special, not even a special ability, just the normal attack. Hitting villages here, trying to get it onto the back. Eagle Warriors will get the special down, but goes down, but not before. A lot of Eagle Warriors do end up losing their lives. Does Magic have what it takes to get through? We've got a Mythic Age coming through. Miklantikutli on the way. That's going to be another huge moment for B here in this game because he's going to start getting himself some incredibly powerful myth units. I'm not sure if this brings the owls or the Tunkalachus. I think it's the Tunkalachus. So maybe it's not as powerful as you'd think. But there's going to be a bunch of power spikes to come as pushing off of this gold mine is huge, but there's still plenty of gold behind this for B. There's Magic now going to start knocking down the Great Temple. Over onto this side, the Wenzhong comes in. A little bit of distraction action. Gold mine over here about to be expired. Magic does have his market started, so the trade route is coming in. In comes the Mythic Age as Miklantikutli is through. This is the volcano. I don't think you ever want to use the volcano defensively, but he could think about trying to push through this army and dropping it over onto this side, dropping it onto a town center, dropping it over here. Lots of different options. And now in comes the Precious Bones, which will make these Eagle Warriors even stronger. Very cheap, but you have to keep microing them non-stop, which is, it's not exactly a problem, but it's a pain. Because you need to be doing other things as well. Taking up your APM on that is tough. As in onto this side, Magic comes through. He's looking for kills onto the farmers there. Upgrades to come through. Magic does need to pull back ever so slightly. Still doesn't quite have himself the fortified town centers in, so a bit behind. Both players a bit behind on that population. As in comes the heavy Shorn ones. And of course, fire archers will be needed for Magic. He doesn't have any upgrades for the more machine workshops on the way. It's the Shorn ones. Well, they're an amazing answer to all things Dow Swordsman. Now the Obsidian Shard on the way. And this here, this is the Soul Guide. Now you can steal that Soul Guide away, but this is just a ridiculous... Why is he leaving it? Please attack it. Is he going to be able to? Is he going to be able to kill it? It's very, very tanky. Okay, he kills it because he's at full pop. All right, it's fine. Now we finally see Chinampers coming through Fortified Town Center's Necklace of Eyeballs as well, which makes those heroes even stronger. I have been seeing people utilizing the other technology in this as well, which is, I can't remember what it's called, but it makes the hero, the Tejipler, explode. 38 favor, 20, sorry, 38 food, 20 favor for that one. Very cheap with that Koyal, I can't remember what it's called. Koyal Squeeze Stone? I can't remember what it's called. Anyways, Magic pulling back. Fire Archers coming through. As the Shorn ones will... I'm surprised to see B retreating here. But with B running out of gold, Magic running out of gold, well, this game is, without question, going into the very, very late stages. And the big issue here for both players is, well, you don't want to throw an army at this point. Magic's got really, really cheap units inside of Dow, inside of the Javelineer, inside of the Halberdier. B's units, Champion Shorn ones, 45 gold. Eagle Warriors, 45 gold. He does get some resources back when he loses those, right? How does it work? He gets 15 wood back. That doesn't really help. Walls coming up onto this side as well, as, of course, very, very important to keep that trade route alive and well. But a little bit on the slow side there from Magic. Luckily, B turning as the army of Magic says, let's go. Fortified Town Center looks like it will be falling. Still just the medium fire archers in for the time being here for Magic. This Zhu can make all the difference here as well to take out the Champion Shorn ones because they like to bunch up when they fight. And of course the Eagle Warriors on the way, and here comes the Incarnate. That's not going to help versus the Zhu, but it's a scary unit nonetheless. As Magic is going to try and retreat, but the full wall is up. His army is going to be getting caught out of position. That being said, Fey Beasts is open here for Magic to use if he wants to, or a lightning weapons. The Magic runs back here, turns in. He's trying to take out the Great Temple. This is not what Magic needs. Throwing away units at this point when you don't have a trade route. Well, he does have a trade route, actually. He needs to be making this trade, not dropping that God Power, not dropping that Fey Beast onto the Eagle Warriors. That's a head scratcher. Not able to kill off the Great Temple either. While this is all going on, little cheeky raids onto all the food villages over here as B, simply put, just going to continue chasing this army around. There are now the Poctocatl caravans coming through. A little bit on the late side from B. B's out of gold. One good fight here from Magic. One army kill from a Fey Beast God Power is all Magic needs. Drops the special onto the back line. Big amount of damage there onto those Eagle Warriors. Still not dropping the Fey Beasts onto those Eagle Warriors. I don't know what he's saving the favor for. I mean, Hundun are fantastic. Another Qinglong. There's obviously also this Volcano that can be dropped at any point. As the army from Magic continuing to distract. Do see a little bit of an attack over here. Of course, 3DB's also got the Great Temple sacrifices to come through as the Sean ones charging it onto this army. Fire Archers shooting, scooting back here. I don't think 3DB can afford to throw the units away either. And this is looking like a good fight for Magic. As B now retreating, he does have himself also these very strong Obsidian Chinookways in his army that dive for those Obsidian shards, mind you. So I love that idea in the late game here from B to continue making those. We'll see if it's going to work out for him. And obviously B here, he's got how many markets? He's got 7 markets up. That shows you how important this trade route is. There is a big timing though for Magic. Magic's already got 47 trade caravans. Of course, his villagers now idle. He can start looking to put side builds in onto this other side though, while looking to push through here as well. Another Tajipla does get converted. Sitting inside of the bush here, ready to jump in to get some damage as the lightning weapons does get dropped down. There goes the Volcano as Magic is going to start getting sent around. He doesn't even bother trying to retreat from this. It's a little bit too difficult. And in comes the fire ceremony. So big God powers are going to be coming through, or a mass amount of myth unit. Now, I don't believe B has... He does have the Tunkaluchu. I don't think that costs gold. Never mind. All of his myth units are costing gold. So the Volcano comes through, erases the army of Magic. Well, Magic now going to charge in here to try and take this town center down. This is the important part. Both players, the important part is the right side and the left side of the map, where that corner is, where that trade route is. B hasn't put the market just yet into the corner, so his trade route's a little bit less powerful. As we will see Miktika, which makes the Sean one even more powerful here. I haven't seen that come through very often. But you do need it versus the Dao Swordsman, as Magic is almost just going to be ignoring this army here as he continues to stream units over here. The wall's getting targeted onto this side. Magic needs to look to defend this somehow. Of course, this backline of Eagle Warriors is so obscenely low HP. And in comes the Starfall. So much favor in the bank right now for B, but I don't think Magic is going to care all too much about a Starfall and a couple of tits and middles here. He does also have himself the Jiangxia. Does he have heroes? He does have a Sage there as well that can steal these units away. Titan Gate now coming down for Magic. He's got all the advantage in terms of economy here. But putting up a Titan Gate, well, is that going to be the right call? Because it gives a lot of time back over to B to start getting his own trade route sorted. B needs to fill up the rest of his population. He's going to be going into the Tlalmani Spearmen to deal with these Tiger Cav on the backside with all those Fire Archers. It should be fine to deal with this, but mixing in those Warrior Priests obviously really good, and just continuing to build Tajipla and having that explosion effect. It's very, very strong as well. There's obviously another Lullaby to use, potentially another Volcano in 90 seconds to drop down. He wants to sacrifice for it. We do see a little bit of an attack over onto this side from Magic. He's got the Q fully set up. He's got eco for days. Double checking Armory for both players. They've both got fully upgraded Armory. Just no Burning Pitch. Not the most important of technologies there. As the Axe Cart can come through now. Siege is the answer to Obsidian Shards. They only have 10% Crush Armor. So if you want to take those down quickly, well, you can easily kill them. There's so many Obsidian Shards here. 14 HP does go down. But ignoring them, I don't think ignoring them is the right call. Maybe it is. I don't know. Is Magic gonna... Like right now, what's he getting? There's a Tunkalachu. There's a Soul Guide, Soul Guide, Soul Guide, Tunkalachu. Now the Spearmen are in. And of course, the Spearmen low on gold cost, so easy to spam. But also, we do have the Poctocatl Caravans up to 60, so no gold issues anymore. And up comes the Titan from Magic. He's got a Titan by himself. But this makes things scary as well on the side of Magic, because this means he has to use this Titan really, really well. Magic pulling back. Of course, these Spearmen are going to melt to a Titan, but there's not a whole lot of population here for Magic to use. He can very easily delete some units here, some villagers here if he likes. Villagers on the way forward, or he can go into what he likes. And I've seen this from Magic time and time again. But full towers, full ballet, and a incredibly tough to kill situation. We do now finally see the Fey Beast, but B with the split there, dodges the trail. I guess that's why he didn't want to drop the Fey Beast before. The respect, too big, as in comes the Titan to take out the fortified town center. B trying to get his own Secret of the Titans in. He doesn't have the favor at the moment. As in comes the ballet. And those warrior priests are melting this Titan. Magic needs to get on top of them. You cannot allow that Titan to just get smacked down for free. But he kills the town center off. That shuts off the trade route. Magic also charging in with the peasants. He's going to be getting a lot of towers up. A lot of ballets claiming this town center as the Poctocatl Caravans now moving up to the top side for not very much effect at all. But the Titan's already down to half HP now as Magic moves it away from his army. I've said this a billion times. But you want your Titan to work with your army, not by itself. This is exactly what you want if you're playing against a Titan. As B will clean up the town center. Sorry, Magic will clean up the town center, but he is going to be losing his Titan here. Town center up for Magic. It might not matter. B doesn't have any wood here, funnily enough. He can buy the wood if he really wants to, but he doesn't have the favor either. As the Titan tries to pull away, but it's going to be going down. But Magic does get himself this town center advantage. 260 to 210 population. Magic pulling up to the top. Titan is going to kill off the walls, but it's not getting to safety. And now B will be able to pull back in here. And the big issue, so to speak, is if now B can get himself out of Titan, well, can Magic beat a Titan? As Shinon? Kind of? We'll have to wait and see. Because B here, he's got a ton of myth units in queue. He's got 6 temples. All he wants is the myth units. I think he needs a Titan here. $260 pop to $210 pop is a huge difference maker. Magic trying to get his own heroes out. Wenzhong in queue. Sage coming through. More towers to come in for Magic. He's got all the resources in the world. Tiger Cav in queue. Top side of the map. Not really much happening here. I would have liked to see some side attacks with axe carts and things like that, or potentially a Taunton Smashes coming in there as well. Magic. Guard towers up. More pushing into the middle. I mean, these two are absolutely and unequivocally delivering in the first series of today. Here's the champion, Eagle Warriors. These going to be going down onto the back. Obsidian shards getting cleaned up. Soul Guide here. That's going to go down as we've got another ballet coming through. And I don't see it for B with the way that he's approached trying to pull this game back. He is just going to slowly lose the map, lose the position. Still seeing more Jaguar Riders coming. I mean, he could make some Atontan smashes to kill the town center. Of course, they are a unit that China technically struggles against because they don't have a counter infantry hack damage dealing unit. There's another lightning weapons to come through from Magic as he is happily going to be spamming those non-stop throughout this game. The Ahuzotl are in, but they will fall. With the Wenzhong through, Myth units, they get taken out, get stolen, and they also do get stunned as well, I think, from memory. So the Sage no longer stuns, but Wenzhong still has his stun. This game has been so close. There's been nothing between these two players in this game, but except for a Titan, basically. That's the big difference maker here. I think if B got his Titan out, maybe this game would be still equal. And we would be sitting here for another 20 minutes. But Magic is in... Oh, now the Atontan smashes are through. The Atontan smashes are through, but they aren't... Oh, that's a Shawmon, excuse me. Main base, however, is going to be going down. As in comes, I think that was a sacrifice in the Great Temple. I don't know where, though. There should be some more Myth units coming in, but there they are. And now the Kwafu happily wandering in to take the town center. And game 3, I can't say it's going to go any other way than Magic's here. It just looks too brutal. There's nothing else that Magic... There's no other weaknesses here. The only weakness is that this fortified town center might fall to some Atontan smashes. That's it. And with a 5th town center about to come through, the Kwafu might fall here. Unfortunately, but he's still not using the turret form. It does really make these a lot stronger. What does it actually do from an extra 3 DPS from base plus point? Well, an extra 50% damage, I should say. Now it's 5 town centers to 1 town center. Coyote Warriors coming in as an attempt here. And that will be B tapping out. A mammoth game 3. Could have gone either way. Honestly, could have gone either way. Nothing between these two in this game. Almost a gold star from 3DB early. Magic fought back. Almost a gold star over on this right side from Magic. B fought back. And just back and forth, non-stop. What a fun game. All right, guys. It's still match point for B. But Magic has proven that he can compete here. He didn't make any massive mistakes in this game, though. There was some questionable town center grabs. There's definitely some options here for B to find a gold star, but he didn't want to go for the all-in. Instead, we got a 40-minute game. Let's jump back to the draft and see what they're going to pick for game number 4. Alrighty. Game 4 it is. And a god that I've been seeing pop up quite regularly here. Odin. We've got Odin versus Amaterasu on step. Really, really interesting stuff here. Now, recently, Odin has become somewhat of a flavor of the month, so to speak. It's not just Odin, but also Loki, and to some degree, Freya as well. And the reason this god has become so popular lately is because of this build that, well, as it's Odin, I guess Suppe came up with it. If it's Freya, Pegasus Rush came up with it, and if it's Loki, then who knows who came up with it. It's all the same. But this build is so important to the success of Odin. It allows Odin to get a very early pressure on, and then it allows Odin to get walls set up, and then it allows Odin to get a really big boom off. So, what is 3DB going to do against this is the big question. Yungo, thanks for the raid, my friend. I hope your stream went well. What is 3DB going to do? He does have Amaterasu. A lot of people are loving the Amaterasu pick. A lot of people are loving the Amaterasu pick in this tournament. But like I've been saying, recently I haven't been seeing the Amaterasu success. Now, it could just be me not remembering correctly. Excuse me, we have a timer here. It could be me just not remembering correctly what's going on. That could be what's going on. But you know what? I almost just want to go back and have a look at the stats on this god. We need Gerbot to get the stats sorted out for the qualifiers, because there's no games there. So if I look back at specifically this the round of 16, let me have a quick look and see. Are we gonna work for me? Okay. Amaterasu win from Mosca. I guess I didn't see that game. Amaterasu win from Nyan. I guess I'm not seeing. I am seeing the wins all over the place. Where's the losses though? Amaterasu lost from Garneth. That's the one that I saw. I don't know what happened with the Amaterasu pick from Eisomarto. Alrighty. Well, there you go. Looks like Amaterasu is doing really well, and my brain is just not treating me very much. So here's the thing. I can see the comment from Status Flow. Impossible to wall on step. Actually, not correct. The walls, you don't need to wall the entirety of the map off. You just need to wall the important sections of the map off, which are all around the outsides, which is very easy to do because there's the flat earth and there's the trees that are there. So you can wall kind of like you're playing on a Ghost Lake map, which is much easier to do than try and treat step like a completely open map that it is and try and wall everything off. I mean, on top of that, you can wall everything off, but of course, very expensive and things like that. Alrighty. I should say at the moment, if you guys are enjoying the content and you want to support me personally, you can leave a subscription. Thanks to everyone who's been doing that. You can become a member on YouTube, or you can pick up the Boit merch. We have Prostagma, we have right here, etc. We have Skopos, we have the Greek gods. May as well throw that out there. If you guys want to support, you can. Alrighty. It's time. Magic has started to mount his comeback. He got to win. He knows he can beat B. Can he do it here with Odin versus Amaterasu? Let's check it out in onto the map step. And off we go into game number 4. In the bottom of the map, B. The top of the map, Magic. We're on the map Step, and we are indeed seeing Magic opening up with what looks to be the Fast Temple, Fast Hersa shenanigans. So the question is, how aggressive is he going to be? Is he going to go just for relics? What's the game plan? Let's have a little look-see at the relics and see if there's going to be any impact. Jade Hair here is an incredibly important relic for either player. If they want to go for Raiju, if they want to go for Kamatachi, if they want to go for Valkyrie, if they want to go for Battle Boar. Any myth unit that's got high movement speed, obviously very, very useful. Over onto this side, we have the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm. Myth units regen, always nice there as well. Grass-Cutting Sword at the top here. This is a huge relic for Magic. If he wants to go into Berserk raids, they already move at 5.25 speed, get an extra 5% speed onto them, and they're looking at close to 5 speed, if not 5 speed. Sorry, 5.5 speed, which is almost as fast as a Naginata Rider. And finally, Maya Huel's Migay. Huge relic. Can't understate how good this relic is for the Amaterasu. Not super big for the Odin, but of course Odin, well, actually it is pretty good for Odin. Both civs here want to fight. You fight for favor as the Odin, you fight for Bushido as the Amaterasu. That being said, Magic, he's missed most of the relics to start this off. And while he is claiming his goats now, he does need to get off into the corner and pick these ones up. He's going to be so happy with Grass Cutting Sword, though. Minakata Tomi is now on the way. For B, I'm not surprised about this. Fast advance. Not really that fast, but a quickish advance from B. And he's going to be getting himself that Shrine of the Hunt in his main base. And he is going to be playing for whatever Amaterasu shenanigans he wants to go for. Now, I don't think I've actually seen B playing this Japanese god in the tournament thus far. So I don't really know what he's going to be going for. As the Miko does come through, does grab that relic as Magic was trying to pick it up himself, but relic in for 3DB. I'd say a little bit unlucky, if I had to say, from Magic there. He does get himself the more important one, and he's got himself the Nine-Tailed Fox Charm. Not the most important, but he doesn't have any healing, so it's going to help keep his Iron Hari alive. As onto the bottom side as well, it looks like B has grabbed himself the Jade Hair, which, I mean, not only does it increase the Raiju later in the game, but also increases the Kitsune's speed. 6.6 is not nothing. Now Magic is going to look for the early pressure, but to be honest, not really a lot he can make happen here. It's kind of a late-ish advance. I'm not sure if this is the exact advance he normally wants or not, but the way that B has built his base, not a whole lot he can do. He can try and take out the temple. That's probably the only weakness here. So the villagers over onto this side will get smacked back. The one Udog going to come around over here as the villagers will wander around. A couple of smacks onto the Miko to get just a little bit of favor. This is mostly what Magic wants from the early game. He wants favor to get himself safeguard so he can start setting up the walls, all the other good stuff, as a Bushi immediately comes through. Einri on the back here, blows its horn, smacks that Kitsune away. And the one Yudo, not going to get caught out there, almost. But the favor is basically in now for Magic, and he will claim that through simply just having his Hersa, so he can drop Safeguard if he wants. He wanders forward to find some hunt in the center of the map, though. Is he going to the far hunt over here? Really? Oh, there he goes. I thought he was going to go to that hunt. It makes sense. It's kind of out of the way, but it's a little bit risky. As Magic's early game doesn't find the damage here. Longhouse now coming through as the Berserks are going to start up, and we will see Samurai from B, as the general game plan here for Amaterasu is to simply just turtle and build that Death Ball. So whenever someone is playing for a Death Ball, you generally want to play for economy. So grabbing, say, this town center here, walling everything up, playing defense for Magic, well, that makes a lot of sense. And just checking something because I have this feeling that I'm about to... sorry, guys. Yes. I thought as much. Give me 1 second. I gotta fix something while this is all going on. My computer is dying on me. Up onto the top. Walls come through. All right. We should be good now. And we will see Mosca to come through. I'm surprised to see that from Magic. I think this kind of shows that Magic not really certain about what's going to be happening in this game. B is, without question, simply turtling. There's no weaknesses in the B position. He's on food here. He's getting himself wood on the back. He can afford about 4 villages worth of gather time here after all of the hunt has expired. He does have to move forward at some point, as the berserks will come around onto the side. He can try and kill off the temple. Killing off the shrine is obviously value too. And these are 5.5 speed berserks. So I was right with that upgrade. 5.5 speed. Magic still just trying to take out the shrine. It might be worthwhile to undermine this. And he will drop that down. But the berserks all getting cleaned up. And Magic... well, I'm gonna say it. I've said it. I've said it once. I'm gonna say it a million times. I've said it once. I'll say it a million times. Magic keeps on making really questionable plays at around about the 8-minute mark. Now the samurai making their way out. Trying to set up somewhere on the left, making sure they can see everything. Berserk's coming in. We'll try and take out a Naginata Rider, but that's going to be pulling back. Magic on the back here. Hersa Berserk against effectively pure counter units. Yes, there's a couple of Naginata Riders, but these samurai, well, they are not going to care as B charges forward. Binary blows that horn, but is somewhat out of position. Meanwhile, up onto this side, all the walls coming down to try and secure this specific gold mine. But the issue is this doesn't secure any hunt. This doesn't secure any hunt for B. It's now the temple getting targeted down. This is a really, really nice find for Magic. He's going to lose a berserk or two for this. Oh, never mind. No, he's not. He decides this time to not lose all of his berserks. He can turn and actually... get a little bit of damage here, and then run is perfectly valid. And of course, B can pull back and heal up. He gets some Bushido in, getting close to getting up to that Bushido tier 2. And on the back here comes an armory for Magic. Throw an Axeman going to be on the way. And the big scary thing here, to be honest, for Magic has to be the idea of a swamp, not a swampland, but a heroic age coming in and a thunderburst hitting those throwing axemen. But I think that B is going to want to stay classical age here. He's got a lot of wood. Picks off a villager up to the top, trying to hit this Miko on the side. Does he get it? He does manage to snipe the Miko. Got to be careful, though, because the units will collapse. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the Berserk's hitting back onto this temple here as the Samurai coming through. Magic needs to be paying attention on 2 different positions here. Same 2 for B, as he's about to get collapsed over onto this side. Really wanting to kill off these shrines, but now the wall's coming up, and Magic does overstay again. Picks off the shrine. Will be dropping nothing, it seems. No Berserks fall. He does have... no, 1 Berserk falls. He does have that healing to come through from being Odin. As his units sitting back, waiting, watching, and now comes in a heroic age. Skadi Must needed for that potential to drop that frost against any sort of heroic age spikes as the Naginata Riders get caught out here. We'll dive back into the Samurai. Quick reactions from Magic as in comes the Einherry. With that Einherry horn, all these units chased down. And 2 Samurai. 1 Samurai goes down. 2 Samurais goes down. Magic feeling like he can get that chase in as the Berserk's coming back in to try and take out the temple yet again. Has been repaired up. Not going to be any options over there. Berserks will pull off to the right side. Walls coming down all over the place. Shrine coming through from 3DB. And the big question is, what is the big game plan here for Magic with this heroic age? I don't like pushing here. Need to get to heavy infantry first. Potentially also a hill fort. Maybe a town center. And play this slowly. The way that you find yourself in really tough positions versus Japan is going full send. As Magic does get caught out yet again, trying to push in over onto that left gold mine now. The gold mine here for B, about to be finishing up. As Magic pulls back. Does Magic have himself safeguard yet? This is a big no-no. I can't overstate how important safeguard is when you're playing Heimdall. You don't get a lot of boosts when playing Heimdall. One of the big ones is cheap walls and cheap hill forts and cheap town centers. Magic yet again hitting the main base. He has heavy in now. He's not going to be killing the temple, but he just keeps on moving this army around. As the Berserks will pick off 1 Naginata Rider, making a nice trade of it there. And now we finally see the town center from Magic. But still no safeguard means he's paying full price for it. Now, I could be absolutely insane here in saying this as well. But there was the option to go Njord here for Magic. He's got plenty of food income. He could spam out Jotuns. As this guardhouse goes down on the backside as the Berserks will come through, almost picking off a villager. Does he overcommit for it? He doesn't pick off. He picks off the villager. He picks off, and he doesn't lose anything. Wait, maybe there's a Berserk. 1 dead Berserk. So 1 Berserk down for a villager. Feels good when you're on 2 TCs. As the 1 Udor now on the way. There are a healthy amount of Herso here for Magic, though. Up onto the backside. Hill fort coming up for Magic. This is what he needs. And this is still a full costed hill fort. I think Magic just has forgotten. As the Berserks return over. B trying to get that wall finished up. 1 villager will go down. And Magic will be out of here. Up onto the top, however. Throw an Axeman coming through. In comes the Naginata Rider with that solar shield. Does get frozen up as the villagers will be pulling up to the top side. And B finally getting out onto the map. Finally getting some decent raids in, some decent damage in. A couple of villagers going down up to the top side. As the Einherry gets the horn in. Does Magic have himself survival equipment? Answer is no. B's out onto this left gold mine. And of course, Magic here, 2 TCs to 1 town center. That's a big advantage, don't get me wrong. But B has Bushido. So you can normally stay a little bit behind on eco with Japan. Normally. So long as you can get that Bushido in. If you just sit there and do nothing, then, well, your opponent's eco is going to outscale really, really hard. Now the Berserks splitting off. In comes the Raijin. As the Raiju will be through. And that's a 5.8 speed Raiju before any upgrades come in. 6.1 speed with the Kitsune. And I think it goes up to something like 6.9 speed. As up onto the top side. Wall's getting broken down here as B's gold is going to be getting caught out. I wouldn't mind even seeing a Frost onto the army here while he takes the fight. In comes the Solar Shield as B just says, I'm gonna shank. I don't like the shanking here. You can't afford to lose this many villagers as Magic is up 61 to 40 villagers. The Raiju in for some big damage, but it's not that strong versus these Berserks. Only 45% hack armor, and they've got bonus damage versus myth units, which Magic obviously feels like he knows. Well, I feel like he knows. Is he going to come in, finish off the Raiju? The Samurai are a different story, though. Though it's seemingly looking like it's not a different story as the Berserks happily taking the fight. Decides now to run. It's up to the top side. In comes the Bushi. But Magic just got a crazy amount of advantage. How do you take full advantage of that amount of villager kills? You sit back and you wait. Any amount of waiting here, any amount of Longhouse coming down as the ghost buildings trying to prevent these units from getting out of here. And in comes the Jarls. There goes the Thunderburst. Is this going to be enough? I wouldn't mind a Frost onto the backside here if need be. But Magic feels very comfortable about taking this fight. His Throw and Axemen are going to be nearly dead, though, at the end of this. But he doesn't have any real area of effect damage. It doesn't matter as B has to start retreating. He's got those Yumi archers that can shoot and scoop. But now with the Jarls in the mix, Magic is looking fully in control. Into the middle of the map comes the hill fort for Magic. And those Jarls, well, they want to hit this temple yet again. At some point, Magic will kill this temple. At some point. I think the Herdmen were a mistake. Did he actually build them? He absolutely did. There's not a single Naginata rider out here at the moment, but temple under attack. Shrine under attack. Will the temple go down this time or not? Answer is no. Now I got the bronze armor coming through from B. Heavy Yadi Spearmen are in. But here's the thing. Something really brutal that Magic can do here is walk onto this gold mine, undermine the walls. Of course, he doesn't have the favor just yet. Undermine the walls and then frost both the villagers and the army. But Magic says, hey, why do that when I can just go after the town center? I don't mind that usage either. He's going to have an undermine here if need be as the Daimyo come out trying to take out these frost giants. But that town center is out of here. There's a Thrown Axeman happily cleaning up the infantry units over here. Villagers popping out. And this is looking incredibly good for Magic. Magic now going to try and put up a hill fort. I don't know if that's going to be enough. 20 seconds on that one, but he's going for it nonetheless. The Daimyo continuing to pop out. Finally, the temple will end up going down. Rhyme is in. Magic continuing to pump frost giants. The army comes out. B is on 0 town centers at 33 villages. He does have a very strong army, however. There is a hill fort in his face, of which Magic can just sit behind and enjoy. And from the start of the game to the end of the game, Magic in full control. One minor mistake early on, but luckily just minor, and he just keep control of this game, making 3DB's life very, very difficult here. And Magic now pushes us to a game 5 for our first game of the day. And if you don't like this, you don't like Age of Mythology, because these two are putting up some incredible games here. As Magic not ready to give up just yet. 2 warm-up games was all it needed. One final game here. Let's check out the draft to see what it's going to be. Our last map. Didn't think we were going to see it, but we're seeing it. Mount Olympus! All right, for the first time in this tournament, well, in the main event, in this tournament, we're going to see the best map in the pool. But, a big fat but. It's Gaia versus Thor. This is not the easiest map or the easiest matchup for Gaia to play. Thor's got walls. Thor's got full Herser play. Thor's got defensive play. Thor's got plenty of options here versus Gaia. It's not simple. But Gaia's got a lot of power as well. It's not simple for Thor either. All the momentum is in Magic's court. He's just won 2 games. Does he have what it takes? One thing's for sure, I would stay away from Leto in this one. Now, I've said this, got to go Leto more, but against Thor, I would stay away from it. If you're not well practiced, it's very, very tough. So, yeah, we were talking about it at the start, but let me explain this Mount Olympus. You guys would have been playing on Mount Olympus in the ranked ladder, or potentially watching other people playing on this map as well on the ranked ladder. Mount Olympus is a map that I think early on, we had it in the map pool because, I mean, personally, I thought it was a very cool map. I think it was for the Wrath of the Gods. And it didn't get to see all too much play. But one of the reasons it wasn't getting seen was because there was just a little bit too much in the way of, how do I say it? Obstacles. There was like too many obstacles on the map. There was these holes, there were these cliffs, there was these forests that, to be honest, weren't really well placed. They weren't really well designed forests. And it has been updated since. I haven't really checked it out in a big way to judge whether the developer map is super good or not at the moment, but we did redesign this map. Now it's got a little bit less in the way of obstacles, a little bit more in the way of being able to shift around the map easily while still keeping that feel of what a Mount Olympus is. We're on top of the mountain. We're enjoying ourselves, what it feels like to fight amongst the gods, to be honest. And I mean, I've played some games on this map and had some of the best games I think I've seen recently. And I would expect nothing less from these two players to make that happen as well. Now, I guess the hard part is you got to search around the outsides and see what's happening. All right. Question in chat. Why isn't Rappel playing? Rappel is auto-qualified to the main event, so you'll be seeing Rappel in September in Athens. The other players who auto-qualified to the event are the Mister and Kavoth. They were auto-qualified because they've won an S-tier tournament already. So basically, by the end of this Gameathlon Road to Athens sort of playoff series, everyone in the LAN tournament will have won a playoff, will have won a single elimination or won an elimination bracket, so to speak. So that's kind of what happens. And then other two players who have qualified so far in playoff 1 was Recon, in playoff 2 was Tunison. So we're looking for that third player, that sixth player tomorrow, and then 2 more in the following 2 weeks. Alrighty. We're almost there, guys. It's been a wild series. And I mean, I'm looking at the clock right now. We're currently at the 2-hour mark between Magic and B. Let that sink in. We are currently at the 2-hour mark. So it's a long series. Lots of action. One final game. Do we have a result for Eisomarto versus Kiluminati? Hashtag spoilers. Or are they still going as well? I know that Kiluminati's games can be very, very long, as he likes to fight to the very end. Okay, Iso and Kiluminati are over. Fantastic. All right, guys. It's time for some Mount Olympus shenanigans. Let's jump in and see what all the business is about. Off to the races we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, playing as Gaia, it is I Am Magic. In the right-hand corner of the map, playing as Thor, his name is 3DB. A wild series thus far. Absolutely nothing between these two. First game, pretty brutal mistakes from Magic. Second game, less mistakes from Magic, but still not quite able to make it happen. Third game, scary, could have gone either way. Fourth game, a bit of a masterclass from Magic in how to play that Odin versus Amaterasu. B looked a little bit lost. The momentum in Magic's court. Won the last two games. B, however, he's on a god that I think he plays incredibly well. But his style has been nerfed quite a bit. Dwarven Armory now, a little bit slower to get those dwarves out. Can feel a little bit more tough. On top of that, he's going for the full dwarf spam. And while the map is Mount Olympus, and you do get some decent gold mines, and it is somewhat easy to kind of defend with walls and things like that, running out of a gold mine at like 8 minutes against Gaia, well, that can be a very, very tough situation to deal with. Magic here, he opens up with the Economic Guild. Now, this doesn't really say anything either way, but to some degree, it kind of says he wants to play one town center. Now, you can still go 2 TC with an Economic Guild opening. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just slightly less efficient than going for no Economic Guild, a faster advance, and a faster second town center, and then getting your Economic Guild upgrades in. Let's check out the relics. There are 4 of them. We've got Chip and the Fingernails on the back. As we come around the edge of the mountain, we are on the top of this Mount Olympus, living the dream. Girdle Hippolyta over here. Pretty important relic here, actually, for Magic to help out not only the Arcus, but also the Terma and the Corabalister, all of which are important units in this matchup. The right side here, Jade Hair. Movement speed plus 5% there for the Myth units. That's actually going to be really nice for the Caladria, which Magic is probably going to be wanting. Or Valkyrie or Battle Boar, which B might want. And we've got Dwarven Horseshoes here. Another very important relic for the Thor. And I would be a little surprised if we see Freya here from B, and we are going to be seeing the Horseheady. So we might not be seeing a whole lot of those cavalry units, but still having a 5% boost on Cav does help you out of those problems where Corabalists are in play and life is very, very tough. Now Magic, he's going for the town center after all. So, like I said, like it's not that this is bad per se. It's just in terms of total resources, you just have a little bit less than if you were to jump and get that town center without the economic guild. You go one villager faster to the classical age, you get the town center up, one villager faster, which means you have an entire villager more than otherwise. It's not the biggest of deals, but if you're not playing a mirror matchup, it's not the biggest of deals. If you are playing a mirror matchup, then it kind of means everything. But we will see how this goes for Magic as B. Well, B, he loves to be the aggressor in these sorts of situations. And Magic loves to be the defender in these sorts of situations. So I wouldn't be surprised if B, there you go. I wouldn't be surprised if B is going to be going very, very heavy on units and looking for early game pressure. He drops a great haul. I wouldn't be surprised to see a whole bunch of Herser getting spammed out. Doesn't go for a longhouse early on, which is a little bit of a maybe, maybe not. Could go for berserks here with all that good stuff as a very rare house here getting dropped down as B just wants to lock off this bottom corner. But Magic is on 2 TCs and B, well, he has no idea what's on this map. Longhouse coming up over here. He does see his town center over onto the right. Not a bad town center by any stretch. He's got himself Aurochs plus 2 gold mines relatively close by. Of course, the same is true for Magic over here. And Magic is going to be enjoying his food first and foremost, luring in his Aurochs over here. He can be on this gold mine super fast. This is something that I recommend whenever you play 2 TCs, is to basically do everything in your power to not mine your home gold mine, if you can. So, for example, these villagers should be maybe coming over onto this gold mine. You could be walling things off, raiding cavalry actually coming through here and creating a little bit of problems as the Caladria just getting the scouting information in. Another longhouse coming down for B. And B is falling behind here on economy with all these buildings going down. I'm surprised he doesn't drop a town center here, especially with the way that he's placed these buildings. But now he knows that this is 2 TC. At least does he? Yes, now he knows it's 2 TC. So now he has somewhat of a decision to make. Do we go our own 2 TC or do you go for a Bragi all in? Now we've got the Bite of the Shark. Murmillo's also on the way. Got some comments in chat about Stymphalian birds in this matchup. Obviously, on this map in particular, would be really, really good to go for. But they aren't an option if you're playing 1 town center or 2 TC versus 1 town center. 2 TC versus 1 TC. Because you're going to get hit with that Bragi. You're going to get hit with a whole bunch of myth units. You need all that favor in order to... Actually, you probably could make Stymphalian birds instead of making hero Murmillos. Makes sense too. And now we do see the town center coming down for B, but this is super late, I have to say. I think this is exactly what Magic wants to play versus. Now the next moment here for Magic is to start locking up the map, spreading Lush. He does need to confirm that he is playing 1 town center, or sorry, 2 town centers versus 2 town centers. You can confirm that with the Caladria. He does not need to risk these units. This is incredibly dangerous to send those Murmillos forward here. If B was doing what I would expect and not dropping this town center, he could have flanked in, taken all those Murmillos out, had a massive amount of favor, and be able to make a really big push happen here. But this is that 8 to 9 minute mark where Magic likes to make something happen, but has been getting punished non-stop in this series. A marker coming down from B, however, is he obviously wants a heroic gauge through Bragi. I have to imagine he might go Skadi, but House is coming down onto this bottom side as the raiding cavalry are going to come through. This is not a problem for Magic's Murmillo, especially not with Bite of the Shark and Medium Murmillo in. Of course, B has himself bronze weapons here, but this, like I said, this is not a problem for the Magic Murmillos, as he is sitting on this spot with the rest of these red units chilling up to the top position. There they come. The red units are coming through. Magic, well, he is about to have some issues here. Carnivora comes down. He's got to bail out on this spot. The raiding cavalry coming around onto the side here. Ursa taking out the Carnivora. And Magic, how much is he actually going to be able to trade here? He loses pretty much everything for just a couple of raiding cavalry and 2 houses. While that goes on, does move in to try and get the raid onto those dwarves, as now the thrown axemen are going to be coming through. Corabalister in the back here for Magic as well, as he does need to get Terma in to actually deal with those thrown axemen. Now, luckily for Magic, he's playing as Gaia. And Gaia, well, she does have Gaia Lush. And Gaia Lush makes those Terma and the Corabalister feel $1,000,000. Unlike Kronos, who doesn't really have a whole bunch of stuff that can boost up those Terma or the Corabalister, Gaia's got Gaia Lush. Uranus also has the Sky Passage, which can help out a ton as well, as they are. As Magic moving forward here, looking for this fight. Doesn't actually have a huge amount of help on this fight here. And he's about to get cut off on the back as well. Corabalister caught out. Murmillos taking out the raiding cavalry here. The backline Corabalister, which he needed to take out the thrown axemen, not going to be able to help. But look at the Caladria. It's getting targeted down by those thrown axemen there. But B notices it. There's no Carnivora at the moment here to help out, as the Caladria trying to get the damage or trying to get the healing at another Corabalister to come through. And B in full pursuit of the back Corabalister. This is everything here on these fights. Murmillo's trying to get in and taking out the thrown axeman. Great control from B, as he does manage to survive that push. But you gotta wonder, that push would have been a lot stronger with 5 more Murmillo and a Carnivora. Behind this, Magic is looking for a heroic age. As Caladria getting those heals in, we will be seeing ballistics coming through. Of course, ballistics nice for those thrown axemen, as the walls up here coming through too. And in comes the Thea for Magic to boot. So there are options right now, without question, to go into, let's just call it 4 extra oracles, and start thinking about making the all-important, all-powerful Stymphalian Bird. Now, I love this idea from B. This is not something that I would recommend versus a Gaia. The idea is that Trolls with Cave Troll plus Ballistics is incredibly powerful. Taking a look at the actual damage that they do. They do 45 pierce with an area of effect of 1.5. And then they get an extra 1.5 area of effect and 100% extra damage on that throw. So they're doing 90. As the raid over onto this side, coming in. Murmillo's trying to get pumped out by Magic. He doesn't have a whole bunch of counter barracks either, as Magic is trying to find something to do on the bottom side here. Citizen getting cleaned up as the Dryads coming in. Galadriel will come through, and they will be enough to send those guys packing as out Magic goes. But B, he is looking perfectly fine in this position after all is said and done. We will be seeing the Poseidon Secret, Lance of Stone. Of course, Contarius are a perfectly valid option here as well for Magic to try and deal with those thrown axemen. And Magic nearly at full pop. B nearly at full pop as well, but there will be heavy infantry coming through. B looking to get that cutoff here. It's the Murmillo's getting value over on this right side. In comes B with this really powerful army of trolls, of everything else. And you can see there the Well, that's funny. You can see there the ballistics. You can see there the ballistics coming in pretty clutch there. If he didn't have ballistics, those trolls would not have hit that big boulder toss. Now Magic, he's getting himself that frontline heroics. The trolls coming in. I gotta say, he's running straight into death here as the trolls are going to continue to throw the boulders of damage onto the top side. Caladria now getting targeted down on the back. There's still no answers. The rest of the units just aren't even in this fight here. As in onto the top, coming to throw an Axeman. Can he now take out all the low HP units here is the big question. Dryads tanking up. Contarius now coming through as well. Magic cleaning up on the back line, but the trolls are still alive, still tanking. Militarily speaking, it's still very, very close, but a lot of low HP units remaining for both players. The throw and Axeman being cut off on the top. Absolutely huge here. There's more Contarius to come through. Trolls getting cleaned up here. One more troll here going to be going down. And B, Throw and Axeman just not in the fight at all there, and Magic got so much value with all of his units fighting. It's now B completely on the back foot. Throw and Axeman in a decent choke point here. But B needs himself Herman. He needs himself Berserks. Shoot and Scoot coming through. Both players losing a lot of units on this fight. Now the Herbmen are out. The Contarius are going to be getting taken down. There's not a lot of units remaining here for Magic. Mostly just coming in on the reinforcements. And B holds. But Magic gets a third town center up while this is all going on. I got to say, not a huge fan of the third town center here. Mythic Age, that's what he needs. He's at 100 villages. He doesn't need the extra population. But does it matter is the big question. As the Contarius continuing to stream forward, but the Herdmen, well, they're going to be defending. Farms coming up on the back here for B. As the Trolls trying to target down. But these Caladria do not care about Trolls, it seems. 18 ranged attack. That tickles the Caladria. That tickles them. They got 50% pierce armor and 200 HP, or 250 HP, so they do get tickled by the trolls. It's another Carnivora onto the backside. That's the heavy Contarius now getting around onto this back line of Throw and Axeman. B trying to micro this to the best of his ability, but there's just looking like there's too much stuff here for Magic. B gets another big boulder toss off there. Now Arcus on the way from Magic as he needs an answer for the Herdman, I think. But I keep on looking at people making Arcus and trying to explain to myself why we see Arcus. Now, Arcus are obviously really, really good in specific situations. But when you only want a handful to deal with, say, Herdman, the better option is always Karabala stuff. If you need to have a whole bunch of archers, then the better option is Arcus. Just remember that. There's just a couple that you need. Karabala, if there's a lot you need, then Arcus. This B is getting pushed back, and one of the really difficult things for B is dealing with these flying units. Without having a heroic age, no access to Goaty because he didn't go Freya. And Magic just continuing to throw it in here, as now he does manage to get his Atlas in. A little bit of a raiding cavalry hit onto this position, as well, Magic doesn't have himself that survival equipment in, but he's getting so much damage over onto this position. I don't know if it matters. Is he going to pay attention? He will just turn and shank. Raiding cavalry are a unit that will forever be the unit that dies to shanking. Arcus taking out these units on the back. Berserk's getting converted in from B as he goes, I need more units here. He does have the gold mine down the bottom. The Trolls trying to take down these super powered Stymphalian birds. The Magic not able to break through here after the Berserk conversion. As we do have a palace now coming up. Walls coming up onto this right side as well. Magic just continuing to fight here as the Berserks are in and they force this back, but B is kind of hard stuck in this classical age. He might be able to get to the heroic age now if he stops producing units. He needs a Bragi, supercharged Berserks and Herdmen, and then he's going to have access to his Dwarven Mine. Of course, the implode is coming, so he's going to lose an army, but with 90 to 100 villages and enough production, you can kind of rebuild that. On the flip side here, however, there are going to be fanatics, which, well, that's scary. Very, very scary for 3DB here. There's another palace is coming up. Does B have... He's got full bronze at the moment. On the other side for Magic, he's also got full bronze. Because funnily enough, Magic is kind of refusing to build heroes here as well. He's just like, I don't want heroes. I don't want heroes. I don't want myth units. Let me just make my atheist army and we'll make it work. But with implode in, Bragi coming through, well, 3DB kind of has to just hold off on clicking flaming weapons. Otherwise, implode will just kill everything, unless he wants to split everything up. Now, of course, Magic going to hit this gold mine on the bottom side, ready to take this fight over here, and I have to imagine an implode will get dropped down, right? Maybe he doesn't need it. As the Argus comes in, and the Caladria yet again healing up the Stymphalian bird. This literally gets tickled by the troll. Gold villagers getting targeted down. Berserk's getting converted. Like I said, there is this all-important Dwarven Mine that's available for B to continue along in this game, but Magic is just getting further and further and further in front. And a hard-fought series that literally could have gone either way. But Magic survives death as he gets the win in 21 minutes and 17 seconds in Game 5, pulling off the reverse sweep. We will be seeing Magic tomorrow in the semifinals, I think for the first time. A terrifying experience playing B. You never know what he's going to throw at you. He was not quite able to make it work here in this one, but so close. Could have won Game 3. Could have won Game 4. Actually, our Game 4 was pretty well played by Magic. Could have won Game 3. Probably could have won Game 5 here as well. Could have gone either way. But nonetheless, a well-played game for Magic. Well-played series for Magic. Well-played series from B. Better luck next week for B. We'll be seeing Magic tomorrow. We're going to have a short break before we cut back to you with the next game. Don't you guys go nowhere. Enjoy the highlights, and we see you guys soon. Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's two Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Huitzilopochtli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atontan Smashers will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Gardath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold mine. This is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby. You go after the commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there. But that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through. And there, Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3K versus 3K units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, "I'm getting out of here" as another... There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from the Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with... I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster. But immediately... Soup just says, "No problems. Let me just kill it." The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out. And now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Thunison, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall. And this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think. Because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the heroes can come in, chasing the one unit away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia, they have bonus versus cav. They're going to get through those cav very, very nicely, as the hero numbers for Mosca, he does still have them all alive. He's been keeping them very much alive, and Eric just loses the entirety of his army. He killed off a town center. He didn't kill off that many villagers. And I think Mosca not only held that, but he came out way in front. The longer Grass waits, the stronger. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to be moving into the next series here. We might be running into some problems for the game between Eisomarto and Kiluminati. Unfortunately, was not fully aware of what was going on there, and I think that there might be some issues where that's concerned. But we are going to jump into this game one relatively shortly. The players are drafted and they are off to the races. So let's have a little look-see if Eric and Mosca have met each other in tournament before. I don't think they have, but let's check it out. Oh, they played twice. This is the second time that Mosca has played Eric. I remember they absolutely did play. I'm so silly. Mosca did have I think he had a really tough series versus Eric in that first round of 8. I think it was week 1. I think it was week 1. But it was a tough series, but Mosca won all the games. Close. Eric just couldn't get the killing blows. He went full send on his attacks, and Mosca deflected everything. Of course, there was the Pandora's box there in the winner bracket round 1 as well, which went Mosca's way. But there isn't a whole lot between these two. It's all mental. Eric can get into some really, really good positions, and he just has to make the right decisions to close out the games. Mosca, fundamental genius, probably the best fundamentals out of anyone in the tournament at the moment, but they only get you so far. They haven't gotten Mosca to a finals appearance yet, I don't think. This might be the time that he gets there. We'll see how it's going to go. Let's jump over to the draft and see what's going to happen. Alrighty, another game, another you, another me here as Mosca bans out the Kronos and the Tezcatlipoca. Eric bans out Tsukiyomi and Shenong. I kind of like those bans from Eric. He bans out Tsukiyomi because Mosca is just insanely good at that god in a similar way that he's insanely good with Poseidon. He bans out Shenong, maybe because he doesn't play China. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think Mosca plays China either. Not sure about that. Really not sure about that. Mosca then first picks Amaterasu. We did just see Amaterasu get have a really tough game against the Magic Odin. There's no Odin in the draft here for either player, so obviously that's not going to be a problem. But first picking Amaterasu is a bit of a wild one. Eric then picks Susanoo and Hades. I think Susanoo is most players' top 4 god at the very least. So Eric picks that one up. He's got a very strong Susanoo as well. Hades is in. Of course, Eric wants to play Greek on Budapest. He knows how to play it. He's not happy to play anything else there. It's as telegraphed as telegraphed can be, but it could be a fake. Mosca, Gaia, and Poseidon. So Mosca grabs that Gaia's had a lot of success in this tournament just in general. Very, very solid pick. Not too many bad matchups. Just a solid god all around. And then the Poseidon pick from Mosca. As we get into the fourth round of picking, and Eric picks Uranos Loki. You'll notice that there's a god or two next to this. And this goes to show that Eric is coming at this draft with a very specific intent in mind. Mosca then grabs himself Set and Ra. These are the gods that B has been focus banning. We haven't seen these gods getting picked all too much. And we got Eric grabbing himself the Huitzilopochtli and Quetzalcoatl, a lot of players' first picks. But inside of this, if I look at Eric's draft, he's gotten Susanoo, Huitzilopochtli, Uranos. Those are my top 3 gods. And he's banned out some of the other top gods here. His draft is looking incredibly scary here. But it's Set versus Quetzalcoatl for the first matchup, for the first game here on the map Blue Lagoon. We'll see how Mosca is going to be approaching it because I find this matchup incredibly difficult. Mosca might show us the way and show everyone what being a Egyptian master means in 2026. Let's jump into our first game on our first map on the map Blue Lagoon. Off we go. And off we go in the right-hand corner of the map. Mosca. playing as Set. In the left-hand corner of the map, we've got Eric playing as Quetzalcoatl. Alrighty. Give me 1 second here, guys. I just got to sort something out for a good friend, Juan de Braun. Should be able to see this. Sorry. Someone else should be doing this for me, but they aren't here. And off we go. So, Eric opening up with the lumber cow pulley. He's going to be getting himself the livestock pen and also getting himself the final upgrade for his gold cow pulley, I'll have to imagine. On the other side for Mosca, he is just going to be enjoying eating all of these giraffes. He is ooming somewhere here. Where are the ooms? He's grabbing an elephant right away. Always feels good. On these Blue Lagoon maps, you often do get elephants in the corners of the maps. So he can just go over and convert all of those if he wants super early on. Of course, you're at a risk. If you know that, then your opponent should know that there are elephants in the corner, which then means that you're going to get caught there converting by warrior priest pretty early on. So it's not 100% safe, but if you go there right away, you could probably get 2 elephants and get away from there before the warrior priest can come in. But Mosca just takes the more simple approach, gets the gazelle, gets the close elephant, sometimes spawns, sometimes doesn't. Of course, these elephants sometimes spawn, sometimes don't. Sometimes it's like rhinoceros, sometimes there's nothing there. But in this case, he does get pretty lucky with those. And we will be seeing now Mosca making his way over here onto his gold. Only 6 villages there for the moment. It looks to be some type of a classical fight, I'd have to guess. As the town centers, they're not looking super good here for Mosca. This one here, obviously it's got the gazelle on it. He could shifting sands here and grab it pretty quickly. This one over here, doesn't really have anything on it. It's not the best idea. Got the Tearfing Angentir's sword. Lifesteal from units plus 10%. Over on this side, we've got Osberg Wagon, which is making those caravans a little bit more efficient. And Economic Jar of Imseti here, making infantry train faster. Really nice, actually, for the set there, as well as Ship of Fingernails. Which is going to be quite nice there as well. As the walls will come through, and the main base of Mosca is going to be looking pretty well defended. But the question is, what does Eric have cooked up? Now, Eric, the issue, let's just go through what Eric is as a player. He's a really, really strong player, but every player has styles. Already talked about Mosca, fundamental player, happy to play the late game no matter what, not going to go for all too many risks. Eric, he is what I would like to describe as a meta slave. And I mean that with no disrespect. He plays the meta or what he believes the meta is. If you know what he believes the meta is, you know what he's going to be doing. So Mosca, whether or not he's played against Eric recently, I don't know. Whether he's got any inkling as to what he thinks Mosca, what he thinks that Eric is going to be wanting to go, I don't know. But whatever it is, Eric is going to be... We see slingers. Okay, we can just chalk this game up. It's already lost for Mosca. Game is over. GG, well played, Mosca, but this unit is terrible. Never ever going to win with these slingers, right? Am I right? Chat? Chat? The slingers are in. The game's over. Just, is anybody predicting? All points onto Eric right now. Stop voting. Yeah, stop voting for Mosca. It's all for Eric. The game's over. GG, well played. All right, some houses coming through, and of course, this is already an armory, and, well, I said it already. Eric is playing what he thinks the meta is. And what I think a lot of players know, or the meta maybe is the, yeah, no, the meta is the right word. And I think a lot of players believe it's a fast heroic, right into Eagle Warriors, and enjoy. And Mosca, well, he is already looking for an answer to that by going straight into Slingers. So we'll see how he goes, as Eric is going to be making a pretty risky move up to this hunt. Mosca does not have a vision. He comes forward here, sees that agave bloom, a couple of slings to come in, get some damage done. And behind this, we will see Sekhmet. Of course, you need Sekhmet for the slinger so that it can actually take out some infantry units for you as well, because it's not going to be able to beat those Eagle Warriors. And in come the Noble Huts from Eric. So one thing that Eric could be doing, he's going into Ocelot Warriors, is mixing a handful of Coyote Warriors just to sit in the front. And then you can enjoy the rest of those Eagle Warriors as the game goes on. And Mosca now, in classic Egyptian fashion, get the units out, take map control, put obelisks everywhere. But inside of this, I mean, is this such, I would say this is such a crazy metagame from Mosca, running into the middle of the map with only Slinger, obelisks coming up. No adaptation here from Eric, and he loses the map control. Not going to be any surprises coming Mosca's way in this game. So now we've got the Eagle Warriors coming through from Eric. Obelisk gets taken out over on this side. Eric is going to be forcing Mosca pull back, as Mosca now going into Sekhmet. Let's have a little bit of gold over here, and while this is all going on, the walls need to come down. Now, I've said this once. I'll say it a million times. Send all your villagers, not all of them, at least one villager on each of these long segments to build the walls up. You're not losing out on anything if you do this. If you don't do it, well, you are losing out on potentially villagers. And we do see Mosca's doing this, and he survives the one Oscellaria threat here, as the Ayototl is coming through. Sorry, Ayototli is coming through, and problems are a brewing here, as in comes the very quick and aggressive Earth Monster, trying to take out those slingers here onto the backside. The one Ocelot Warrior going to attempt to take out the Pharaoh, as these slingers will be pulling back away from this. In come the Eagle Warriors as well. As the army gets split out, there goes into the Tailwind, as those slingers getting cleaned up. Shifting Sands comes through. One priest goes down. The rest of the units now into the main base. Eric keeps Mosca at bay. Mosca does not get a gold mine here. But Eric now doesn't have any god powers. That's kind of a big deal. That is kind of a big deal. No Shifting Sands for Mosca. Mosca's dropping his armory now as well. It's basically going to be pure Slinger. I don't mind the fact that there's Ocelot Warriors coming through from Eric, but I think that if you had just a handful of Coyote Warriors in instead, it would be just as effective, if not more effective, and be cheaper. Over onto this corner, this Ayototl is any more value. Obelisks all over the place. Being taken down, and now the Cull pulling onto the middle. This is going to get spotted by the Obelisk, but there's no real threat here. At least not for, what is it, 3 minutes? 3 minutes until Shifting Sands is back up. As Mosca sitting back, playing defense. Eagle Warrior, 19 range. Slinger, 18 range. So the Eagle Warriors can get in, pick off a Slinger, get out without losing anything. Now, of course, you do need to have ballistics to take full advantage of this, but that's not quite in just yet. On the flip side, Slings of the Sun's coming through. Mosca making his way over onto this gold mine again. And Eric has lost vision. He sees onto the top side the gold mine. Doesn't see over here. Doesn't see over here. But specifically, Doesn't see on this side. And Mosca, well, he is going to take this position and he wants to put up a hill fort. Oh, not a hill fort. He's not Norse. He wants to put up a Migdol stronghold as soon as possible. In comes now the army of Eric running forward with the Eagle Warriors. Shoot and scoot forward is an option here as well. He's got the Ayotot Shittle to cause a lot of problems here as well, as this obelisk is going to cause some big issues actually for Eric. He has to click in the right spots to get that damage done. Now the Warrior Priest to come through. The Slingers trying to take out that back line of Eagle Warriors. Eric is just tanking it here. Meanwhile, the Ocelot Warriors don't know what they're doing. They're on the wrong unit. Warrior Priest will clean up the Scarab. And I think that game one looks like it is going to be going very quickly over to Eric BR with his Aztec shenanigans. Mosca trying to make something happen over onto this left side. And, well, Mosca's going to get more slingers out. They haven't been working so far for him. We'll see if they're going to work for him again as Mosca does pull the little jukey juke. We went left, we went right, we went back again, and he's going to be back onto this gold mine. Nice snipes from Mosca to get a couple of picks here as Eric is searching around the map. Wow. Hoodwinked. He's stolen his lunch money. He's smacked him in the face. And he is back onto the gold mine again. Okay. Somehow Mosca does this. He's still in this game with this gold mine. But there is a monumental difference in military here. This can get overcome as set. I'm putting up a hill fort, a Migdol over here. Eric is desperately searching for the gold mine. Now he had victory in the palm of his hand. He doesn't now, so he has to recognize that he did do damage. He's got the advantage here. Don't have to go too crazy on it. There is no need to go too crazy. We didn't get the villager kills. Siege works coming up for Mosca now. I like the idea of putting some siege towers into the middle. Unfortunately for Mosca, once this technology comes in, String of Hearts, it stops working as well as you'd expect because all of the Eagle Warriors have got one crush, which is not nothing. In fact, it's something, which allows the Eagle Warriors to actually take down those siege weapons as well. As the Ocelot Warriors will be in to deal with these spearmen. Not nothing does equal something. You tune into Boit TV for this high-level analysis. Well, somehow, some way, Mosca lives. Somehow, some way, the Slingers continuing to come through. We also see Eric refusing to build Coyote Warriors, which, to be honest, I'm very upset at. Though at the very least, the Ocelot Warriors are going to be useful here, as a Great Temple is going to come up on the back, and Eric is going to move to the next part of this game, which most likely is going to be some sort of Mythic Age. He has things like... Well, he's got a lot of options here. As he's going to charge forward. Doesn't want to engage this army just yet. No real need to be honest. He's got such an advantage on food and gold to come through. That he can easily sit behind this Great Temple. And there's really not going to be a whole lot that Mosca can do to break through this. Now the Heavy Slingers do actually have the same range as these Eagle Warriors as well, so it's a little bit harder to play, which is why I'm suggesting to make out those Coyote Warriors. As the Siege Tower will go down. And shoot and scoot forward is incredibly important here from the side of the Eagle Warrior player. And Mosca has managed to get a pretty decent amount of damage done as the Tajipla on the front doing what it can do, but now all of a sudden the game is back to somewhat equal. And this Mythic Age, what I thought probably would have come through, is not on the way. And I'm still waiting for the unit that completely shuts down the heavy slinger here inside of the noble's hut to come through, the Coyote Warrior. Couldn't be a better time to build it than now. Siege Tower coming through. There's also options of getting in the Coyote Warrior with a tailwind. These units are way out of position. But Eric, I don't think he knows that that unit exists in his roster at the moment. As the Siege Tower is pulling back. String of Hearts now on the way for Eric. Coyote Warriors versus Slings of the Sun. Yes, you'd be surprised. Slings of the Sun doesn't actually help you beat the Coyote Warrior. I mean, maybe if you send in like 2, they'll be able to kill them. But if you send in, how many is this? There's 35 here. If you send in like 20 Coyote Warriors, you will dominate this fight with very little casualties. But of course, what do I know? Ocelot Warriors coming forward yet again as the front line of Ocelot Warrior. This does a lot worse than the front line of Coyote Warriors. There's Mosca on the shoot and scoot here. We do have that Tajipla in the front, which gives a pretty big amount of meat shields here. But Eric not able to win that fight. He is pushed back. Still no Coyote Warriors. Could not be. My disappointment is immeasurable. My day is ruined. Well, now the Eagle Warrior count is back into the lead, and I think Eric is going to be able to win this fight again. We do have Thoth on the back here, though, from Mosca. Nice shoot and scoop forward from Mosca as Eric, no control. And he's getting caught out. I mean, this is obviously a very, very micro-heavy fight that's happening. And all of a sudden, it's going to be Mythic Age for Mosca. In a game that was literally over. It now moves into an incredibly close mid-game. In fact, Mosca is slowly starting to take... he's actually taking a gigantic lead here. As Eric will get pushed back for the time being, but he is continuing his slinger spammage. I wouldn't be surprised to see him going into... what are they called? Into War Elephants here with his Thoth. So Slinger War Elephant makes some sense here. He's up onto this left side. Mosca getting a Migdol stronghold down in the face of Eric. He will bring the villagers over to try and shank down, but he's clicking the Migdol instead of clicking the villagers. He might be able... I don't think he's actually able to deny that. Units coming up to the top. Sees the Migdol stronghold here as well. And... well, will he get over here in time? 8 seconds remaining. He can try and take out the Pharaoh to slow it all down. 2 shots. Migdol. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. And finishes. And Eric is caught out yet again. Now he has to fight underneath the Migdol. Of course, you don't want to deal with this. And Eric taps out as Mosca... well, Eric clutches defeat from the jaws of victory in this game. I mean, this is what I was saying early on. Eric, he knows the meta, but he doesn't want to adapt. He should have won this game on the gold mine regardless, but he got hoodwinked. He got his lunch money stolen, and then he refused to build Coyote Warrior. Well, game 1 goes to Mosca, and Mosca just keeps on getting away with these bloody Egyptian wins in my Egyptian is weak arc, when clearly this should not be happening. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Eric did get his ankles taken. If there was a ankle breaker moment that I've ever seen in this Age of Mythology tournament scene, that was it. What a move from Mosca. Credit where credit is due. Well, That is game 1 in the books. Let's jump back into the draft, and I'm just gonna be quiet about the slingers for a little bit longer. Alrighty, so Set gets the first win here. Top 3 god Set. And we will see Ghost Lake as the next map. And it is going to most likely be Poseidon from Mosca. And this is a bit of a salty run back. As Eric says, I'm going to play Susanol. This is the same matchup they played 2 weeks ago. And it did go Mosca's way then. But Eric also had a really, really big advantage in that game 2 weeks ago as well. That seems to be the story for Eric. He finds this crazy big advantage, makes one big mistake inside of that advantage, and he's not able to convert the victories. And not only the Egyptian wins, but the Slinger also wins. I'm glad you're all happy. Boit was wrong. 1 time out of 100. One time out of 100. Can't believe I didn't see any Coyote Warriors versus Slingers. Like, what the hell? Literally free win. He built Slingers. It's a free win. You never trust me again. I'm sure. Yeah, that's right. All right. I guess Aztecs are technically Norse 2.0 because they've got the Tenali and they've got military that builds buildings, right? So, as the old saying goes, never underestimate a Norse player's ability to throw a 1 game. All right. So in this matchup, we saw this 2 weeks ago, Poseidon versus Susanoo. Eric did find a very, very large advantage here. But of course, Ghost Lake can play 2 very distinctly different ways in terms of the start with what the players are going to prefer to play, whether it's a fast second town center, whether it's going to be 1 town center gameplay. And then on top of that, there is how the rest of the map spawns with the gold mine situation, with the settlement layouts, and all that other good stuff. Unsubscribe. Meanwhile, if you're enjoying the tournament, you're enjoying the cast Roonies and the expert analysis that I apparently don't provide, you can consider subscribing. You can consider becoming a member on YouTube. You can also consider buying some merch. Prostagma! All right. Enjoy. Okay. I'm just going to be quiet for a little bit. Thought we were going next. I was so right on that we were going next as well. I still can't believe that game went. I'm so upset. Well, Mosca, probably the best Poseidon player in the world right now. Not many people can play this god as well as he can. A lot of people saying Greek is weak, but I've been seeing 3 different Greek gods picked in this draft. So we'll see how it's going to go. I love style. So I'll stir the drama up. Matrius can be number 2. Mosca number 1. Alrighty. Into game number 2 right now. The one thing we haven't touched on just yet is the mental state of losing a game like that. Let's talk about it in this Ghost Lake matchup for game number 2. Where is there it is? And off we go. Into game number 2. Mosca, Poseidon, Eric, Susanol. 2 medium gold mine, Ghost Lake. This is exactly the map that Mosca wants here. He's got a back town center with semi-decent food on it. A gold mine nice and close as well. This is what Mosca wants. He wants to play a defensive game with a little bit of early game pressure, and he wants to allow the Susanoo to come to him and make the mistakes. Eric's got to be ready to play a long game here. He really has to be very ready to play a long game. Playing into Mosca and all the things that can go wrong there, it's tough. You can win, but you have to remember you're playing against one of the best, fundamentally sound players in the world. On top of this, Eric just lost a game that I think 90% of the world would have said is a 100% win. No gold in the bank, no army remaining against 3k plus military. And then ending up losing that game, that hurts. Let's check some relics out. Over on this left side, we've got the Feather of Jingwei. On the right side, there is the Ankh of Ra, plus 0.06 favor per second. Hummingbird's Beak here is very, very nice. Infantry with some bonus damage versus infantry. That can always help. And one final relic is Zhurang. Not the most impactful of relics, but could be really nice for Mosca to get here. Mosca does go for a pretty fast advance. Now, this is normally what you want to do versus Susanoo. You want to put the early pressure on, just in case Susanoo goes for Inari Orkami, instead of going for the more common at the moment, Minakata-tomi. Now, I'll bring it up because it doesn't really have a huge amount of impact on this specific game. But if this was one gold mine Ghost Lake and it was Minakata-tomi, the god of choice, I think that Mosca would have a really, really nice time here playing for... Where is this villager going? Stable. Playing for some Centaur and playing for a one town center game. But I think that Mosca here, he opens up one stable, and he's going to build a handful of Hippias, and then he has to be thinking about that back town center. Meanwhile, it is Minakata-tomi for Eric. Like I said, Eric, I would say he is a meta player. I do think Inari Orkami works in this matchup without question, but it's just such a simple way to play Minakata-tomi because you can just put the shrine down, you drop shrine to the hunt, and the pressure is over as the Centaur does get just a little bit of damage over here as the Miko can sit in, get the heals down. I'm going to come up onto this side and bash that Centaur away. As just little bits of chip damage, but it shouldn't be any losses here for Eric. As Eric just takes the longest, latest advance he possibly can. With the Hippias now slowly starting to make their way over. Now, for the one problem here for Eric is his shrines are placed really poorly. He needs a shrine placed in here to defend himself. 1, defend the temple. 2, defend the wood line. 3, defend the gold mine. As the villager doesn't quite get taken out. Almost takes the special ability there. Potentially could have lost a life. As now the Hippias are across the map, ready to come in. A guardhouse number 2 coming down. And we should do a goat count at this point. It's 20 goats for Mosca. It's only 10 for Eric. As the one Udor is enough of enough stopping power there. We will also have Winged Messenger coming through. Hand Axe as well here from Mosca as he's now going into the archery range. This is incredibly strange. It's almost picking off the commoner. Not able to do so as the villagers will pull off this wood line. We will see a bushy or 2 bushy coming through, and that will put a stop to a lot of what's happening. Yeah, no Atalanta out just yet. And a lot of pressure is being put on, but no real significant damage here, as the bushy will shut down this pressure completely. You cannot move close to the bushy here. Meanwhile, Shrine of the Hunt going to come down onto this side. Again, I don't like this positioning in the slightest, but that's what he's going to go for. And Mosca, well, he's got himself his Pegasus in. Gotta be somewhat careful with the Pegasus. You can't go too close to the Bushi because you are just feeding Bushido over to the Susanoo now because they have that homing ballistics. The center of the map picks off a Yati Spearman. In comes Ankavra from Mosca as some favor to start coming through. There's the Lord of Horses coming through and also Husbandry. Now, I'll give my 2 cents here. But seeing as we've hit... Actually, it's too much gold mine. There's too much gold in the main base. Don't think it matters. If this was a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake, I would suggest to maybe go into Centaur and Hoplites here rather than Toxotes. But Mosca now has himself out his Atalanta. The Toxotes in the back here as well going to be somewhat of an issue as Eric is looking for any amount of pressure. But building Toxotes is always scary when you're playing versus Japan. Because of, well, specifically against the Matarasu and against Susanoo. Because of that Thunderburst. As the house is coming up for Mosca. Granary coming in as well. No real entrances into the main base here either, as the Naginata Riders are just checking everything out. And Mosca just super defensive here with his army and everything else. Not giving anything away just yet, as Spirited Charge will come through. That's going to give a pretty big advantage for the Hippias, not only just on speed, but also on damage, especially because there's no Inari Okami to take the advantage back with that Sashimono Bannerman tech. But still, just going to chill for just a little bit here as the Hippias raid coming around. Eric quick to garrison. It's the shrine under attack. Mosca doesn't want to sit there and get taken out, but I think he's kind of safe because he does have that 6.3 speed. Still more spammage here. This is such a strange 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. Now an armory for Mosca. Clearly, Dionysus has to be what he wants here. I'd be surprised to see Aphrodite, though potentially somewhat of a quick Aphrodite into golden apples and a lot of Centaur could be really strong. Where is this villager going? Is one Naginata Rider checking things out, just wanting to see what's happening here. Does get cleaned up. Nice find there. Of course, Eric just wants some scouting information to see what units are getting built. He sees the Toxotes, but he doesn't see exactly how much stuff, or lack thereof stuff, that Mosca has. Up onto this side, though. Naginata Riders coming in as the Hippias will come around onto the backside. And whenever you are playing in a cavalry war, the cavalry that have the speed advantage, well, they will normally be able to clean stuff up there. But well played from Eric with that speed walking. Charging in for the moment. But, of course, Mosca can just pull back. No problems. As Mosca will get this wall up. Prevent the units from coming into his main base. Armory upgrades coming in as well. And I'm still kind of shook at what's happening here. No second town center. We see walls coming down already from Mosca. Sneaking those up onto the bottom side to secure this gold mine. Super early. Of course, getting the walls up early is a big advantage. I don't know if I particularly like these specific walls. I'd rather see Mosca do a... Can I do this? I'd rather see Mosca do a long wall kind of like this. We call this the moose wall, so that you can get the gate in. And Eric, he is coming in himself, and will spot those walls coming up. There's this villager, wanders down around the backside, and a very sneaky side build might be coming through. Nope, it gets spotted. It gets spotted, and this is an angry villager and a low HP. Whoop. One Hippias gets brought away. Eric in the bottom corner. 20 seconds to build a building here. A watermill coming up for Eric. And this one Hippias is going to be searching. There's no way for it to have gotten out of here. Meanwhile, in the middle of the map, a nice engagement with that medium Hippias. And we do see that Mosca spots the villager. So Eric's cheeky shenanigans. He's up to no good. And he gets not much from it. Meanwhile, Mosca happily looking to take a fight here. This is so dangerous. You got Kusanagi. There's also potential for random heroic ages to come through as well. Of course, there is a ceasefire. As in comes the fight. Onto the backside. There goes the Kusanagi. Will we see that ceasefire dropped here or not? Is the big question. Toxotes trying to micro here onto the back. The Bushido coming in. Medium now through. Does Mosca have enough stuff? Great micro with the Atalanta. There is not an advantage here. And ceasefire comes in. And this is partly why I suggest going into Hoplite Centaur here. Hoplite Centaur in that specific fight, that's a big story. That's a big difference in how much problems get hit from you when you have to deal with things like Kusanagi. That displacement onto the Toxotes allows the Yati Spearman to get in. And now, well, the game is looking pretty good for Eric. 186 favor, going up to Raijin. So that's going to be a ton of Raiju that he can build. In fact, I think if I was Eric here, I would even consider a second temple and putting near 25 to 30 villagers on gold. Just get all of that favor spent. Of course, second temple. You've got to get the favor spent. You're going to get an extra 75 favor as well from all of the Bushido. And you don't want to build Myth unit? Myth unit, good unit. You need to take a temple. Exactly. Eric's going to come back and put the temple in the same position he already did have it in, as now we're going to have Dionysus to come through. And with Dionysus comes Thracian horses. Also comes bronze. Meanwhile, we've got more Naginata riders. And now Samurai actually coming through. Because I think that Eric is going to feel like there will be that hoplite transition, or whatever you want to call it. But we're not seeing it just yet. When making Cav, make more Cav seems to be the angle here. There's 100+ favor as well for Mosca. Now, some of this is probably for another ceasefire, but I wouldn't mind seeing those Hydra here either. Hydra would make a lot of sense. The limited amount of heroes in the army from Eric. Has to be a bit of a surprise factor, though, of course, because then On the Musha will obviously come out. But nonetheless, trying to take the temple down as the Hippias will pull back. Still has the speed advantage. Eric probably should be getting himself out of Kitsune here just to run around with his Naginata Rider so he can be at the speed of these Hippias. Hippias will now go up to 6.4 speed, right? Do they not get an extra speed when they go up to the next age? Maybe they were at 6. No. I think they... Anyways. Round onto this side. Hippias trying to get out of here. They're about to get surrounded. A huge moment for Eric here, as I think that Mosca just throws everything away. Takes down so many Hippias for free there. That was absolutely gigantic. Onto the backside comes the Kusanagi. Mosca in complete disarray right now. He's almost got himself the ceasefire, which he absolutely needs to drop. Either that or he has to click bronze. Eric being very patient here, though. He could charge in to the Abyss and try and just win the game right here and now. Heroes going to try and take out those Raiju, but Eric sits at the back. Toxotes on the back here. There goes the Thunderburst, and Ceasefire will come down as... Well, the Toxotes can run for the town center. They want to. Does pull... No. This is why you don't build Toxotes against this. Nonetheless, Ceasefire has been used. Thunderburst is down. Nunganata Riders around onto the side here, and Eric has not yet found himself a massive advantage, but I have to say, it's pretty decent. That being said, there is now a bronze available for Mosca. Those units are very low on HP. Bronze needs to be dropped here, as he will throw that down, and Eric will say, no worries, time to run. As the Raiju are going to try and get around onto the backside. But a lot of return fire to come through from Mosca during this power spike, as heavy archers will come through. Those Yati Spearmen might want to just turn here, to be honest. They still get a lot of damage versus even a 50% hack armor Hippias. But Eric is being incredibly respectful of this bronze, as Mosca can make a bit of a runaway right now, as his bronze will be expiring. Onto the forward position comes the fortress, as this gold mine is about to expire. Always important to make those sort of situations happen, as into the main base comes the Raiju raids. Theseus was here. It actually just got deleted. It was here. And in it comes to defend the Raiju. Let's hop onto this side. A little bit of a defense onto this one, as that forward Raiju will go down. Fortress is up over onto this left side, as Mosca has to retreat because Tsunagi comes down to try and take those Toxotes out again. As the Hydra gets picked off, Mosca coming back with other Hippias that are looking for raids. There's a lot of weak points here on the map now starting to develop, so these mid-game raids could be brutal. Villages here, villages here, villages here, as one Hippias does sneak around the back, trying to cause problems while this is all going on. Behind this, we see an Artemis pre-queued. Eric, on the other hand, dropping another Swampland here, as Mosca will simply just retreat back into his main base, takes a couple of smacks there. I'd love to see the infantry transition from Mosca, but he's kind of refused to do it, trying to get to the next age, finding underneath these towers. Does he have himself crenellations? No. But does that matter is the big question. Raids onto the bottom side. Does Eric know about this position? Answer is no, he does not. Town center coming up for Eric, as the Dionysia is on the way. And those Yati Spearmen are so scary for the Hippias. Nunganata Riders still trying to find things as the walls come up over here. Eric is paying attention, picks off the wall, charging through over here. Mosca is getting away with things on this gold mine while this is all going on. Hippias coming up to try and hit the gold villages. Trying to come over onto the left to defend this. There's no god power spikes for at least, I don't know, another little bit of time here, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to get an extra 100 favor from Bushido tier 4. As the Hippias do get caught out, we'll be losing 2 of those, trying to get out of there, but the distraction is in. These Nunganata Riders are going to go down, so it's 1 for 1 to some degree on that raid, and time has been bought. Artemis is on the way. And I want to see Chimera here from Mosca. How do you deal with Yati Spearmen if you're not going to be building Centaur? 110% Chimera will demolish these Yati Spearmen. Now we've got the survival equipment coming through for Eric, as he realizes this is a pretty dangerous position. This gold mine still got nearly 3,000 left in the main base. Mosca's still got a little bit of gold there. Hippias coming in as the Yati Spearmen are going to come through and try and lead them off of the pass. Mosca needs to be careful here. He runs in. You almost never want to do this. Running through a wall that you get picked up, that you kill. This is danger. Of course, Mosca probably is happy just to get the distraction action in, to be completely honest. Because why not? If he can just distract the army away, he gets away with this gold mine getting grabbed, no problems. Hippias up onto this top side. Hippias hitting left, right, and center while this is all going on. With Eric on the defense, Mosca is technically greeting out a heroic age. Oh, sorry, a mythic age. As this Naginata rider goes down, villagers are sent off on this position. Hippias into the main base, getting a couple of Vil picks. The Hippias are yet again stuck here as Mosca's getting a couple of kills over on this right side, taking full advantage of the fact that he's got literally 0.3 speed more and the stronger Hippias, or the stronger cavalry, I should say, in the matchup. The Pegasus is flying overhead, ready to drop that Earthquake. Of course, Mosca, he just wants to deny a Mythic Age. But Mythic Age isn't even close here for Eric. As the Toxotes into the middle of the map, going to get some good damage done. And in comes the Pegasus. In comes the Earthquake. Town Center will be going down. Fight while it's all going on as the Atalanta going to be tanking up. Really nice control from Mosca, but he's still got to be really, really careful with this fight, at least until the Chimera gets in. As we do have also the Shafts of the Plague to come through as well. Town Center not going to be coming back up. There's also no watermills. All of the population is down. There comes the Chimera with one little lot of the of that armor, but he's throwing away the Chimera versus the Daimyo there as another Kusanagi gets dropped down. The shoot and scoop from Mosca looking very, very clean here, but one Raiju is in and no heroes for the moment is going to be a bit of an issue for Mosca. Mosca's got no food in the bank either. Yes, there's food over here, but he's getting himself the town center worth of villages. He's got no goats left either. As where is that hero? He's going for another town center while this is going on as well. I can't believe that's the call from Mosca, but he pulls behind the wall. He did so much damage with that Earthquake, and in comes the Theseus to clean up the Raiju, or at least get a little bit of damage done. Got to make sure good control from Eric to pull back there. As these now incredibly powerful heavy Toxotes with Shafts of the Plague are in. And let me just tell you, where these were once really weak and I didn't like them at all, now with Shafts of the Plague, it's a completely different story. They are going to be decimating. Champion archers coming through. Eric, 95 population, no wood income. Houses need to come up. He is in complete disarray at the moment. As the Shrine of the Hunt Wolves will not survive for very long. The town center is back up for Eric. And Mosca, he is coming in, looking for everything. Polyphemus is now out. Hippias now starting up again. I said it once, I'll say it again. I'd love to see Chimera out. He's got 65 favor. Of course, probably saving up for another ceasefire just in case. You're always against Susanoo, and Susanoo can always drop another God Power on you. 164 favor for the Thunderburst does mean that is probably going to be coming in when that next tier of Bushido comes through. But Eric taps out 24 minutes into the game, and Mosca showing why Mosca's Poseidon is so insanely good. Plays with the ceasefire, plays with the Hippias perfectly, puts the pressure on beautifully. Eric had lots of chances in this game, but just could not quite manage to shut Mosca out. And that beautiful Artemis timing with chaos. That's where this really went south for Mosca, for Eric, was the chaos. Down, you can look at the post game here. Down military resource value. Something like here, right? Down military resource value, chaos everywhere on the map, and in comes that Mythic Age. Basically destroys everything. And now Mosca is one win from another appearance in the semifinals. Let's jump back over to the drafting board and see what is going to happen. All right. Decide and save. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's see what's up next. Looks like it's going to be Budapest, and it's going to be a Zeus versus Hades game. They haven't started yet. All right. All right. Looks like the game is off to the races here. We might be having an admin loss for Eisomarto here. All righty. We're having some issues with the Suppe Eisomarto game. All right. I think, unfortunately, Eisomarto is not going to be able to play his series today. Unfortunately, I think he has work. So I think we will be seeing Suppe in the semifinals tomorrow. Which means the matchup of Grass and Matador is going to happen next. Kiluminati plays Suppe? No. Unfortunately, that is not how it works. All right, we can talk about this matchup, but we have seen it quite a bit. I don't really understand why Mosca wants to play it. He obviously feels really comfortable inside of it because he knows Eric's going to pick Hades. There's so many picks here instead of just going for Zeus. So many. Does that mean Suppe gets a bye? That means Suppe is in the semifinals. In fact, while we wait for this, I can show off the bracket and you'll see exactly who he's going to be playing. So Suppe will be playing against Grass or Matador, and of course Magic is going to be meeting either Mosca or Eric tomorrow. Alrighty. Let's get off into our next game. Sorry for the distraction. I am trying to do other things. But let us get off into our next game, which is going to be on Budapest. Off we go. And into the next game, we've got our Zeus for Mosca, and we have Eric on Hades. It's currently 2-0 for Mosca as he is going to attempt a 2-game clean sweep, actually, of Eric. Eric has not been able to take a single game off of Mosca in this tournament. This is the second time they've met each other. He's had winning positions in a couple of the games, actually, and he's just not been able to convert. So it's obviously doing a load on the mental, because I'm sure if he had another opportunity and had that same position again, he's not going to make those mistakes. But this is tournament. Tiny tactics is all you need. Little tiny ones is all you need to be able to catch someone out and find a win. Eric here has played a ton of Hades on this map. I've been talking about it. He is a little bit of an open book when it comes to playing water maps, when it comes to playing Budapest. You already know what he's going to do. It's going to be some sort of a fast heroic. It's going to be some sort of a forward fortress into a siege. Now, Mosca is happy to play a little bit behind here, happy to drop a town center and then try and push back. Did we see this matchup as well? I want to say we did. I think we did see this matchup. Hold on. Let me have a quick look at the previous thing. I can't remember. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. I will get that knowledge for you. Momentarily. I think I have this vague recollection that they did. No, it was Zeus versus Demeter. So slightly different. Slightly different. It's a little bit more power with Hades than Demeter inside of this strategy. That being said, lots of ways things can go wrong here where Demeter covers that problem. For example, if Mosca has all the units out, he can deny the fortress, whereas you can't deny a fortress of Demeter with that Arcadian Grove, or whatever it's called. Arcadian Meadow. Arcadian Meadow. I think most people would say that the matchup is pretty close. I don't think there's much of an advantage either way. But Eric has gained quite a big advantage actually in the center. He's managed to claim 2 extra fishing spots, it looks like, over Mosca here. So Mosca's got... Wait, does he have this spot? Or no? Yes, he does have this spot. Wait, what is this fishing ship doing? Hello? One idea here for Mosca could be to use this fishing ship to grab this spot while this one's not there if he really wants to put the micro into it. But 4 more fishing ships to come in. Tons and tons of wood in the bank for Mosca. Eric, on the other hand, is advancing through Athena. Really solid advance here. Really solid build order. Really solid opening. This is what you can expect from Eric. He's going to be coming at you with some incredibly solid timing, solid ideas, and making things work. Meanwhile, pickaxe, hand axe, both players are going to be going for Athena here. Not exactly surprised where that's concerned, but last time I watched this matchup, it was on Midgard, and I thought, why doesn't the Zeus player play Hermes? Sure, there's the restoration that you're scared of, but if you play Hermes here, you get access to Hippias, stronger Hippias, and also Dionysus, and it just makes sense. Especially if you want to go into then some Hydra pushing and things like that with bronze, Thracian horses, and also Capaspist, and you don't have to worry about the advantage that Hades has inside of Peltast. You can also just play Athena and play for Hippias as well, I guess. But then again, Budapest and Midgard, slightly different matchups, so you could probably go for something else as well, and it's totally fine. The Ajax is going to be coming in. A little bit more smacks to come through as Mosca is going to attempt a sneaky Minotaur entrance here. We have a quick look at what Eric can see. You have to notice the Minotaur coming in. This temple really doesn't have a lot of line of sight on it. He can get all the way around here and then enter from this side if he wants to. But he does reveal that he's on the way, and he will pull back as the Ajax and Minotaur are already there. So no entrance here for... No entrance from Mosca just yet as the water fights continue along. And to conjure out as the fishing ships do need to garrison to get some nice return fire up onto this top side as well. Mosca is going to attempt to get himself back in this fishing position. And behind this, an incredibly fast Dionysus from Mosca, but a faster Aphrodite from Eric. Now Eric is going to spam out units, and it's going to be a attempt at a forward fortress. Now, the big advantage here that Hades has is simply the fact that, well, Aphrodite has got Curse. Curse kills off 800 resources worth of units. You've both invested the same amount of resources into getting to the heroic age, so you can invest into a fortress. Your opponents cannot. That being said, if you put a fortress down, your opponent should be able to have an extra 1,200-ish resources out on the map. You should be able to fight back. Archery range up for Eric. He's not really producing any units, though, for the time being. Of course, he just wants to go into Paspis and Peltast, which is kind of obvious, but that's what he wants to go into. As the Skylar comes through onto this side, normally you just want to bolt that. As in comes Mosca. Does bolt the enemy Skylar. Another Skylar going to be coming through. Eric does already have himself the heroic fleet here. But there's not quite enough trireme out to deal with this. As the Skylar is going to get very big, very, very fast. Meanwhile, on the bottom side as well, pressure to come through here. As Eric needs to defend his fishing ships for just a little bit of time. The whole idea here from Mosca is just to distract, force a whole bunch of spend, so that he can get set up with his own units. As one Skylar will end up going down. The triremes are very, very effective at taking down these Skylar once they get this upgrade. 3x bonus versus myth units does make the Skylar options a little bit weaker than they used to be way back in the day. As the Theseus, Jason, excuse me, this is not Poseidon. Jason thinking he can get in there and take out a myth unit. Not able to do so just yet, as Mosca will pull back. And in comes the Dionysia. And the way that I see this, and I could be wrong, and I think Mosca is doing it, but I think you don't want to overcook how many Peltast you actually make here as either side. Because you only need a handful of Peltast. I'm not sure exactly how many it is. But you only need a handful of Peltast to actually kill off your enemy Peltast. Then you need Toxotes to take out the Apaspis. We do see walls coming up from this side from Mosca. Always quick with it, clean with it. There's a slight advantage, it looks like, for Mosca, as he is getting a pretty nice amount of favor. You have to remember that with Zeus, you start off with the 20% bonus on favor. With Hades, you have to get golden apples before you can catch up there. Couple more archery ranges to come through. And we'll see the ballistics coming in from Eric. And in comes the fight as Curse will get dropped. The Hydra do manage to stay alive here. That might be a little bit of an early curse from Eric, because Mosca is just going to pull back to his town center. He does have to kill off these heroes. And if he can take the heroes out, then his Hydra are going to be incredibly powerful here. One Ajax goes down, Achilles on the retreat, and Mosca has to pull back as there is enough resources for that forward fortress. That's what he's going to go for, but there's only a tiny advantage here for Eric at the moment on the military. There's still a restoration for both players. And in comes the fortress. Does Mosca see this? Answer is absolutely and unequivocally yes. And this Hydra and the Minotaur is just going to put a stop to this. This does not go up. So fortress denied once. Eric needs heroes or myth units to deal with this. Another fortress now coming down on the back. And Mosca now doesn't quite see it, but there is going to be a very, very big bronze and restoration push here as the villagers pulling back. Mosca with some incredible micro on those Hydra as well. Restoration generally wants to get dropped second in these fights. No bronze from Mosca is a question mark maneuver. There he goes on the restoration for Eric. Mosca is well going to drop his own restoration here as the fortress. 17 seconds from completion here. Can Mosca take those villagers out? He's sending the Hydra around to try and deal with it. The front line going down. Fortress 7 seconds from completion. Hydra takes 2 villagers out. There's only a handful of villagers remaining. 3 seconds on the fortress, 2 seconds on the fortress, 1 second on the fortress, and it denies, and Eric resigns as Mosca cleans up again with the thinnest of margins. I don't know if the fortress finishes if Eric wins here anyways, but it just sends Eric out as this is the only plan for him here. A perfectly countered push from Mosca goes straight into the counter units. The Hydras be incredibly clutch here. Nearly 2,000 damage done on them as Mosca shows just what Zeus is capable of. I thought the Eric curse was maybe a little bit early. He got some good damage done. He pushed Mosca into his base, but he wasn't putting up the fortress behind it. And also losing that Ajax and not rebuilding it just meant he didn't have an answer for the Hydra. And generally, you don't have an answer for a bronzed Hydra either in the heroic age as Greek, because look at that armor. Naturally, they have 2,000 hack armor in the classical age or in the heroic age. But then with an extra, I don't know exactly how much resistance you get from the bronze. Is it an extra 35%? There you go. So it's probably going up to, I don't know, something like 3,000 is my guess. Effective hack HP. They survived for a very long time there. Well played to Mosca. Gets the dub and cleans Eric up in 3 with, to be honest, some very, very skillful play and some very, very tricky play here as well. But a solid series for Mosca. We will see him tomorrow. Let's jump back to the main menu and we'll have a little quick break and see what's going to happen as we'll be moving into the next series shortly. Whistler Putchley Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatollah, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atontan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Eisomarto is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Eisomarto is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon had spread his units out. very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, what are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave. That being said, the Suppe Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Suppe can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Suppe sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3k versus 3k units are falling. The Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Suppe actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, I'm getting out of here as another. There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from that Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulumbursty is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with, I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster. But immediately, Suppe just says, no problems. Let me just kill it. The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out. And now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Thudison, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall. And this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think. Because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Alrighty. Unfortunately, brings me great sadness that we are not going to be able to watch the Eisomarto show versus Suppe today. As Eisomarto has not been able to, well, he had something else on and unfortunately could not make his scheduled time for today. Dealt a pretty unfortunate hand this week for Eisomarto. Can't say that there was probably some other ways we could have done it. Like if they started 2 hours ago playing recorded games, we could have done that, but that was not discussed, unfortunately. So, long story short, Eisomarto has to leave for work, and he can't play his games today. Can't play his games tomorrow because it is unbelievably unfair to request a player to play potentially 5, 10, 17 games in a row. So, is what it is. No real way to make it work. But what we do have to look forward to here is Grass versus El Matador. Let's jump into the drafting menu and see what we will see. Alrighty, so a clean cut 1-1 series wins here between Grass and El Matador. Matador did get the dub against Grass in Clash of Immortals, where he won in 5. But the last time they met was much more recently. About 6 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago. Well, I can't do math. Where Grass took out El Matador in a clean sweep. This matchup is really interesting because both of these players highly value Norse. Maybe way more than they should, to be honest. So if they're both valuing Norse, then Norse ends up being either a contested pick at the start, or one player says, I'm just going to go for the OP picks. Thank you very much. Let's pop over to the drafting menu and see what they're going to draft, what they're going to pick, and what is going to happen here. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen. The draft is in. The gods are selected. And the bans, well, take a look at them. Grass bans out 2 gods that I do think are incredibly powerful in Tezcatlipoca and Susanoo. And El Matador target bans Grass's most powerful Norse gods. He also takes them away from himself. No Odin, no Thor. That leaves Loki and Freyr on the table. Grass then grabs himself Gaia. El Matador takes Huitzilopochtli and Nuwa. Now, we have seen Grass playing Aztecs a tiny bit, but it's not what he likes. He doesn't like it at all. So, El Matador spending an early pick on the Aztecs, maybe not quite what he needed to do. Probably could have taken another contested pick. But Grass then simply just grabs Uranus and Freyr. Now, I haven't seen El Matador playing a huge amount of Uranus. Freyr is probably a god El Matador plays, but that's not one that he's picking here. El Matador then takes Fuxi Shenong. Some big Chinese gods. I hypervalue China at the moment. I think they're really, really strong. They do have some tough matchups, but if you know how to play these Chinese gods, you can play nearly anything and find wins. Grass doesn't play China at all, though. And El Matador, yet again, spending early picks on these Chinese gods does mean he gives Grass a lot more of what Grass wants, as Grass takes Hades and Loki. Then El Matador rounds out his draft with Tsukuyomi and Set. Grass takes Zeus to finish things off. And we get ourselves our first game of Loki versus Set. Now, as much as I like to say Egyptian's no good, hate to say it, can't say Egyptian's no good in this matchup. Egyptian still holds the keys in this Norse mirror as far as I'm concerned, but it's not as simple as it once was. Can still go very, very south for the Egyptian player very, very easily. So you got to be, it's one thing to just know a game plan. It's another thing to be able to adapt. And it's another thing to simply just play well on the day. Giza doesn't have the best time walling. So Death Ball Egyptian is going to be a problem here for Grass. Grass loves to play pure Herser and take full control of the map, not even of the map, but full control of the chaos of having a 5.5 speed infantry hero unit running around the map spawning spawning myth units. Which does mean that also El Matador's got to be very, very switched on as to not get locked in on the buildable spearman. Very, very buildable spearman. It's one of the best units that Set has in his arsenal, and make sure he does get out the situationally incredibly strong Axeman. I've seen a lot of players go full in onto Spearman, thinking they're going to be good enough, and then falling to the pretty powerful Herser myth unit spawns. It's got to be very, very, very important to get those Axemen out. Sling is also pretty good in this matchup because, well, once you get that Slings of the Sun, now we're getting a crazy big multiplier versus Throw and Axemen, and you can almost take them out of the game. On top of that, if all things end up looking very, very close, you've always got Horus to worry about as the Loki player. But Loki does have Nidhogg, which if the Set player isn't ready for, isn't prepared for, well, you can lose an entire army, and that can end up with the Loki player finding some wins. So, like I said, not as easy as it once was, but still there's a lot of power here for the Set. There's a lot of ways through it for the Loki, and Grass, he's super switched on when it comes to this Norse. He's played this matchup a lot, I'm sure. Then again, has he? A lot of people have been steering away from Egyptian for reasons of there just being a lot of counter picks for Egyptian. There's been a lot of power creep with Aztecs, with Japan, with the Atlanteans, with China. You keep on listing off gods that you would rather play into Egyptian at the moment. But we will see how it goes. Joe and Arbiter with the Gaia first pick. Lol. Well, yeah, Gaia was first picked, but technically was 5th picked because the bands came in. So all those other gods are in front of Gaia. I know that's not how it works, but that's how it works. All right, guys. It's time for game number 1. Let's jump in onto the map Giza and see how this is going to be turning out. And if Grass is going to have what it takes to take out the Titan matchup problem that is set. Off we go. And off to the races we go. In the right-hand corner of the map, we have Grass playing as Loki. And in the left-hand corner of the map, we have Matador playing as Set. Goats are plenty here for Grass on that early scout. That's kind of huge. Look at his scout. He just goes straight to the corner, swings around, and he's up to 14. On the other side here, Rhinoceros getting converted. 3 goats for Matador. That's so big. I think Matador missed all of his goats back here as well. Not that he's not going to come back and clean those up later, but now the Berserk comes down to the bottom and there is another 2 goats to clean up. And this is really important. And the reason I bring all this up is because you basically, in my understanding of this matchup at the top level, early game, and I mean really early game, somewhere up until 7-ish minutes, maybe 8 minutes if you're lucky, and you well, probably even if you're not lucky, probably up until about 8-ish minutes, the Loki player kinda has the advantage here, which might sound crazy to a lot of you, you kind of Norse mains. When you've lost so many games versus Egyptian, you kind of have the advantage. You've got a competitive army. You've got the throw and axeman with good control. You can be out on second hunt in those situations. Now, of course, there are problems of Anubis and things like that. You have to micro well. You have to macro well. All of that aside, if you do play it well, you have an advantage there. It means you can eat this hunt. But after that timing finishes, and after the Set player or the Egyptian player, the Ptah player or the Anubis player starts to get to that death ball, then all of a sudden the advantage flips back over onto the Set. And we go from there. So you do need to be able to retreat in and get these goats. That's the whole point. All right. So finding those goats is a big help here for our main man, Grass, as a huge relic on the map here, though. Has this been spotted by Grass is the big question. Answer is no, and obviously it has been spotted by Matador. He's going to have to come over and grab it. He's converting Hyena, which I think is a complete waste of time when you should be picking up that Chocolatl there. 4% extra HP on the Barracks army. That's huge. Over on this side, we've got Svatalfari's Sledge. Not the most important of relics here, but it could be nice for Grass. Up onto the top, Chariot of Suppe. Huge relic here as well for the early game. That can change things. As a house coming down on this one, as Grass trying to prevent this from getting stolen. I'm pretty sure you can get in here either way, but the Anvil for Hephaestus can get grabbed, can get put into the temple. That can be nice there as Svatalfari's Sledge does get claimed. Over onto this side, Matador valuing Chariots of Suppe first. And conversions over Chocolatl. I cannot believe that. I do not believe that in the slightest. At the moment, we've got Ptah coming through. 8 villages on gold early on does mean Matador probably wants to go for Axeman right away, which does make sense. As the barracks comes up onto the back. And Well, Grass is still sitting in his main base here, eating these hippopotamus. I would have liked to see him wander forward here and eat these and leave the hippopotamus there for later. Anyways, Amplifiers, this is in. Great Hall is through. And I think he's putting Oblet. How are you not picking this relic? I'm not happy about this in the slightest. How are you not grabbing this relic? These obelisks are not important. Okay, Matador's going to get himself the Rhinoceros. So now making their way across the map as one barracks is up for Matador. And you can see the difference in military resources here starting to come through. Matador happily sitting in his main base. A market and an armor. Is he going for a fast heroic? Okay. This is not what I was expecting. He is going for a fast heroic. This is a just-in-case barracks. A fast heroic to come through. Obviously because slingers are an unbuildable unit and you need to go into chariot archers. Right? Right? Is it just me? No? Of course, the chariot archer is the super version of the slinger in this matchup. It's got more range, more speed. Lives the dream. Armory coming up as Grass does spot this. He sees the market. He sees the barracks. Doesn't see any units though. As the Herser, well, those are coming in. Watchtowers will come through. Trolls coming through here as well. And Grass is taking full advantage of the fact that Matador is playing for a fast heroic. In comes the Watchtowers. One Axeman might be enough to send these guys away. As how did he get in here? Did he run around this way? He must have. But nonetheless, segments coming through. And, well, we might be seeing... Okay. The way that the way that Egyptian works nowadays is if you've got to go for some type of cheese, right? You cheese no matter what. What's the cheese here from Matador? Scarab Rush. The cheese here is the Scarab Rush. So we'll see if that's what Matador wants to go for. I don't know if I would rate building 2-3 Scarabs, shifting sands onto the town center, even if you kill the town center, because the Herser can ride back and just get a bunch of favor and myth unit spawns coming through. Got another monument to the soul. What is this monument to the soldiers here? I think Matador is setting up for a Migdol on this front as the Herser coming in onto the side, trying to get a Vil pick. Can he kill it? No. Into the town center, keeps that one alive. More Axemen on the way. And Grass here seems to be a little bit at a loss for what he needs to do in this position. Citadel center up. The house is coming around to support that back monument to the soldiers. There is the Pharaoh that's been spied, but he's walling up. He's not applying pressure. And, well, while I think Matador is going to be a little bit careful here on pushing out, please garrison these in the temple. Genius. Okay. Very, very smart. Grass here is going to be going up to the Heroic Age himself. Now, what the plan here for Matador needs to be, wander forward, drop Migdol, army comes in, shifting sands. Then he stops the Bragi. But that's not what he's doing. He is going for the shifting sands here into the main base. The Scarabs are in. The Axemen are in. Of course, the Axemen aren't getting targeted by the town center just yet. The Herser come through. They're trying to take the Scarabs out. Axemen after them. Town center will, without question, be going down here. But at what cost? As, well, 3 Scarabs are down. Axemen here trying to target down raiding cavalry. A lot of resources now in for Grass as the Herser, well, they're getting chased away by the Axemen. There's not a lot of units remaining. Migdol going up on the back behind this as well. And that there is exactly what we were talking about as the Herser, Well, the Axeman will go down. The Hearser will go down. No, they won't. The Hearser will keep distracting. Watchtowers comes through. And the Matador, all in, does take casualties. This is not a free town center kill. There is nearly a 100 favor now in the bank for Grass. But Matador now gets Chariot Archers, a second gold mine. He's putting a siege works up for the moment as well. He's making the Camel Riders to deal with raiding cavalry. I don't like that spend at all. Just make Spearmen. They're better than Camel Riders. Set doesn't build Camel Riders. Set doesn't. And the issue here for Grass is, while not having a heroic age, if he had heroic age, he could go for an all-in right now. Because he doesn't have a heroic age, he's got 100 favor that, honestly, there's not much he can spend it on. Trolls to push this doesn't really do anything. Another healing spring on the front while he pushes. Migdol outputs more damage than that healing spring is going to be healing, so it's not an advantage on the push. Grass putting more houses down. I mean, there is nothing other than an all-in that's going to be coming. And, well, Matador has done the Kavoth here to some degree. He's pushing forward. He sees the army. I think Matador isn't fully aware of what's happening here. Has he not seen? He hasn't seen anything. In onto the side here comes the raiding cavalry. It has to be a forward healing spring as well, as there's not any spearmen in to deal with all these raiding cavalry here. Matador trying to mine out the rest of this gold mine while this is all going on. The Camel Riders pulling back here as the Pharaoh will take out one ironry. No, it won't. Villagers garrison. Another ironry spawn there for Grass, as Grass is going to be continuing the attack. Do we see any spearmen coming in? Answer, not just yet. More Camel Riders are coming in, and I'm still scratching my head as to why. Villagers back onto the gold mine. One siege tower out as another question mark move. There goes the Draugr as well. Matador needs to get back into his Migdol stronghold. He does still have a little bit of gold in his main base, but no axemen, no spearmen, and a very small amount of military units here for Matador. He could try and go for a sneaky gold mine off onto the side here if he likes, but this Migdol is going to have some difficulties finishing up. Villagers popping out here. Does he have himself survival equipment? Answer is no. Migdol is slowly getting damaged, but it's actually targeting down a troll instead of anything useful here. As the villagers finish up on the gold mine, and Matador, he is going to be losing this Migdol stronghold. The forward healing spring would have been kind of huge after all is said and done, but now he's at 150 favor. Pharaoh gets one pick. We will see another Migdol from Matador in his main base. But the villager differential is literally equal here. Pharaoh dives into the watchtower. Market macro is the only option now for Matador. And Grass, well, he can kill the Migdol. He can put his town center up now. No problems. Now, of course, I say everything because I can see everything. Matador had no idea that a all-in was coming for himself. But regardless of that fact, how do we not build Spearman as set? Why are we building Camel Rider? Market rates are still half decent for Matador. He can get out of this position and try and make something happen. We've got Cave Troll coming through. The units will be pulling back. The Pharaoh actually left alive here, maybe on purpose from Grass. So the Hearser will pull back. We're going to grab the settlement. On this side here, we do have Grass very happily on this gold mine. Now, there is a shifting sands potential that could inflict some pretty big damage done onto Matador. There's also the Citadel Center, so it's not only one town center of advantage. It's kind of two like 1.25, or is it even more than that? I can never remember what the Citadel does. 125%. So yeah, 1.25 town centers, as now Matador is back out into the middle of the map. He'll be looking for his Migdol again, but still no spearmen. No spearmen at all. As in come the raiding cavalry, of course. Villagers could be used to shank here. Big troll spawn as the Pharaoh still surviving here, still getting some much needed damage in. Raiding cavalry will take out these chariot archers, no matter how many Norse players say that they do not. Ursa getting taken out on this side as the villagers slowly getting shanked down yet again. And Matador, for the moment, can do nothing but run as the town center finishes up in the main base, and Grass is back to producing villagers and has gold. The villagers also managing to eat a rhino over onto this side to add insult to injury. It's now Matador comes over and takes this gold mine. Grass, he sees the gold mine, but there's no vision anymore or no spy. So at the very least here, Matador will have a little bit of something coming for himself in terms of gold. Do you have shaft mine? Not just yet. I'd love to see that shaft mine coming in. And of course, there is a shifting sands behind this all versus any type of braggy push that's coming. But the big problem isn't really the flaming weapons. It's 145 favor and very, very scary battle ball that are going to be on the way. McGrath's deciding to play pretty careful here. He's getting the healing up. Of course, there's always value in that, but not having the vision on this gold mine, this is allowing Matador back into, I would say back into this game, but it's not even just back into this game. It's giving Matador an advantage. He is still in front on villager diff. He's had a town center for, I don't know how much longer than Grass. And then on top of that, he's been heroic age. So with this heroic age coming through for Grass, that's cutting his town center production again. Over onto this side, there comes the Camel Riders, going to be taking out the raiding cavalry here. Camel Riders technically get the advantage versus the raiding cavalry, but it is kind of close. These are 3 population. You put 2 Camel Riders up against 3 raiding cavalry. It's a pretty close trade from memory. Really doing 9.6, 18 damage, 19 damage. Divide that by 3, 6. Divide this by 2, 5. Kind of close. Monuments to the villagers coming up here from Matador. Migdol stronghold on the way. Siege works. And, well, I've said this a million times, but you don't ever want to raid with chariot archers versus Norse. It is a very scary situation. Because the chariot archers, was that a spy?
Into you.
The 30 favor spy sees a game. It's never happened before. Spy was recently reduced in cost. It used to be 60 favor. Ridiculous. Now it's only 30, and you can use it over and over again if you like. So chariot archers are now in. And they will be able to clean up the rest of these small amounts of raiding cavalry. He does have himself ballistics, so the chariot archer numbers is going to be pretty good. Grass trying to scoot around here as the Camel Riders do get spotted by those herdmen. And oh my god, Grass, listen to me. All right. Matador needs to be really careful now. This is one of the reasons why I rate Norse, specifically Freyr, Loki, and Thor as quite good versus Isis. Because Isis really wants to go into these Migdol units. And if this ends up being the way the matchup goes, you get these Herdmen, which are now doing 6.4x versus Cavalry. Let's just say 7.3 times 6.4. I can't even do that math. It's that much. Matador here is going to have to micro these chariot archers literally perfectly to win here. Or he's going to have to get some barracks units out, which is, of course, what Grass is going to be wanting to have happen here. Yep, 7.3 times 6.4 does equal over 9,000. That is correct. Trolls are also in, which are going to be very scary for the Grass chariot archers in an actual fight. And Grass here, he is very smart. I don't want to try and push through the chariot archers. We go around them. We go at the Migdol. A flaming weapons is going to be coming here. There are 9 priests and a pharaoh, though. So the battle boars, well, they're going to get taken down. But all the other spawns, that's going to be very, very different. In comes Grass. He needs to win this fight here as the attack move does come through. Those priests getting pulled back. Chariot archers over here do get dived in on. Great control with the chariot archers for the time being, as now the raiding cavalry coming after them as well. Cave trolls, if they can get that special off, it's going to be really, really strong. He's got to get a little bit closer, however, as the chariot archers continuing. The shoot and scoot around. Units falling left, right, and center. The gold mine on the back here under attack as the chariot archers back into the main base now. Continuing the shoot and scoot as far as they possibly can. But the gold mine has now been put to rest as they can't gather anymore. Migdol stronghold will be under attack, and that's going to be getting taken down with 15 villages inside of it as Matador has to get over here and actually take a fight. More chariot archers coming out. We're going to be seeing priests coming through. The trolls will turn, and they're not going to be able to dodge. Oh, never mind. Does he not have ballistics? Doesn't have ballistics, so the trolls do get dodged. As a couple of villages will get taken down on the retreat here. Matador still fighting nicely as Grass, he gets the damage. He equalizes the position, and he can get out of here. No problems. That being said, Matador, he needs a gold mine. Coming over onto this side, well, that's going to be Berserks getting converted immediately from Grass. And Matador going to lose even more villagers over here. And the battle boar tank up so nicely as Matador basically can do nothing but get back into his main base. More villagers actually trying to come up onto this side as the Frost Giant going to go down. Matador returning back over onto the gold mine on the left. And Grass going to clean up just a couple more villages as he does take the villager lead. Now, I'm going to keep on saying this. Where are the spearmen from Matador in this game? They're cheap. They're effective. All he wants is Chariot Archer and Camel Rider. There is a Shifting Sands option for sure onto this position as well, if he wants to. But there's going to be a hill fort up in 10 seconds. This gold mine will be finishing up as I'm sure Matador will just move forward here into the main base. Raiding Cavalry decides he wants to lose his life to a bunch of shanks. I'd love to see this getting walled off and moving potentially over onto this wood line. As the villagers move forward, Migdol Stronghold on the way. And more of this map start getting snapped up. This game is still very, very close. Tiny bit of an advantage for Grass as he can now think about getting his own town center up. I wouldn't actually mind seeing Grass go for the Mythic Age here. A Nidhogg at this moment could be really big. Vision getting dropped in to look for any types of rage as the Chariot Archers. Well, unless there are... How many are there? Unless there's about, let's call it 35-ish raiding cavalry or more, these Chariot Archers are going to be a difficult thing for Grass to dive in on. As in comes the Chariot Archers. Picking some villagers off in the main base. Starting to pull back right now as the heavy raiding cavalry is in for Grass. His town center is now up as well. Matador will be making siege towers. There is a world tier where a shifting sand siege tower thing onto this position, kill off all these villagers. That could be an option here. Grass is searching for damage. Found some houses, potentially a monument there on the front there as well. Could be an issue as the herdmen coming in. And a battle ball spawn. No control here from Matador. He just loses all of them as the Chariot Archer is trying to get up to the top to deal with this. Siege Tower is getting cleaned up as Matador is getting pushed back every which way. Another Migdol stronghold from Matador. It's these villagers. What are they doing over here? Matador notices that he's going to pull back. But another hill fort means potentially another gold mine secured. There is the gold mine on the back here as well for Grass. As the Chariot Archers, they're back in to get this damage done. But a siege tower to push down a hill fort with this amount of melee units, it just doesn't happen. It's so hard. 3 siege towers, maybe a different story. Raids left, right, and center from Grass is just trying to cause chaos. Matador almost just needs to ignore it. He's got double Migdols, and he's got a Pharaoh over here so he can deal with the battle ball. So in comes the siege towers to take out this Migdol stronghold. There's also farms in the main base while this is all going to be going on. I don't think that Grass is even going to attempt to defend this for the time being. He just has to play a patient game here. Because he's got 2 TCs, he's got the villager advantage, he's got the walls up. You see an attempt at a raid over here as the Pharaoh will deal with that. Camel Riders go down incredibly quick versus those Herdmen as more battle boards are going to be coming through. In comes the raiding cavalry, in comes the battle ball, and Grass, he sees the advantage here. He probably should be just going after the priests instead of going after the Chariot Archers. Matador trying to get out of here. He's going up the Bronze Mail as well. So he has to pull all the way back to the Migdol stronghold. The Camel Rider's getting taken out as well. So the battle boars going down. 1 snipe. 2 snipes. Chariot Archer shooting scoot here, trying to deal with everything. Priest finally getting targeted down by Grass. The battle balls are more than enough to deal with the Chariot Archers. So Pharaoh does pop out. Going to be trying to take out the rest of these guys as they will pull back. And Matador gets the win on that fight. But, we brought it up before, town center advantage for Grass will allow him to take these inefficient trades just a little bit as another hill fort is going to be coming through. And the Huskarl numbers are going to be starting up here. And once he gets to enough of these, well, all of a sudden, that's when things start getting a little bit tricky for the Chariot Archers. 100% need to start thinking about making axemen here. But then again, maybe you don't. Because Matador, find yourself a guy who likes Horse Archer more than Matador does. I don't think you can. And into Force of the West Wind right now for Matador. And Scarabs. The gold situation here. This one going to be expiring. This one's going to be expiring soon as well. So Grass does need to get that next gold mine under lock and key. 2 hill forts might seem like enough. Probably is. But we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen with these Scarabs to push through here. As the vision gets dropped down, he will spot this back position here. Definitely do not want to be looking to shifting sands behind enemy walls there and get caught out as the Huskarl, they are now in. 5.3 speed is more than the Chariot Archer. Still a refusal to build barracks units here. As set, is going to cause a lot of problems. As Grass says, why go Myth Gauge when we can just get 4 town centers and a 100 villager, probably to about 80 villager lead here. Siege towers coming through. Another hill fort on the way. And Matador is continuing his... He sees the Huskarl now. He's continuing... Now, okay. Axeman on the way, ladies and gentlemen. No barracks up, but Axeman on the way. How many Axemen do you need to kill off those Huskal, though? Frost Giant gets taken out. Siege Tower going to be continuing in here as the Huskal will be charging in. I don't care how good your micro is. That is enough Huskal as Grass charges forward. And these Chariot Archers have to go all the way back to the Migdol Stronghold. Town Center lives with 11 HP as well. Iron respawn, it's going to be nice. Is into the Migdol for that shoot and scoot defensive control. Grass does not need to sit here. He pushes the Chariot Archers all the way back, keeps his town center alive, still at full population. Doesn't need to go too crazy here. He's got all the advantage in this game. Matador, on the other hand, he's going to be starting a trade route now. He is sticking in the classical age. It's not a good trade route either. Does have the Scarab, which can come in and take out the town center. And we do have the catapult to come through. That's going to finish off this town center as well. As a hill fort up onto this side, grabbing this gold mine. Another vision from Matador just to see what he already knows. Sees the gold mine with 1,700 gold left in it. Sees the villagers over onto this side. There is an opportunity here for a mid-game gold starve. The Axemen are in, and this is finally scary. I mean, there's literally 4 of them, but this is finally scary here as, well, Grass does need to think about going into Jarls. It's how you deal with the Axemen. He's already gone into them, so it's not a big problem. And the only real way to beat the Jarls is to go Horus for Horus Spearman, but we see Matador wanting to go for Thoth, as Hell is on the way. And I've seen this time and time again. Chariot Archers, say goodbye to them if Matador's not quick enough on the spread formation. Up onto the top side, villagers trying to grab this gold mine. There is the hill fort here, but Grass is going to happily take that out as Chariot Archers trying to get damage done over here. Up onto the backside, villagers coming in to repair up that Migdol stronghold. Chariot Archers, Axemen will come through here as a couple of villagers are going to go down. Remember, Grass is just in front on economy here. He's got 25 more villagers, so losing villagers here, not really an option. Onto the backside, battle board's going down, but catapults also getting taken out here. The big question is, who's going to come out in front? Thoth with a meteor, or the Nidhogg with the or Hell with the Nidhogg? Migdol stronghold under attack again as the Chariot Archers need to come back over here and clean these units up. Of course, Grass is just going to be pulling elsewhere, dragging Matador around the map for the moment. Another catapult on the front. Of course, this Frost Giant can put a stop to that. Axeman can put a stop to the Huskal as well, though, so maybe he keeps it up. No, it doesn't have the special. The catapult goes down nonetheless, and this push has been slowed to a halt. Now, 7 Chariot Archers, not Chariot Archers, Priests might be enough to take out a Nidhogg. But it doesn't matter if the Nidhogg dies if all 28 of these Chariot Archers also die. Because there's a lot of problems coming with no gold mines. As there comes the Nidhogg, Chariot Archers pull back. Matador kind of gets lucky. He needs to come out of box formation. As he charges forward, Meteor getting dropped down. Nidhogg coming through. Priests on the back here. Need to get in. Nidhogg not coming in at all. Not getting the damage done onto these Chariot Archers. And that is not what you want to see if you are a Loki enjoyer. Because that Nidhogg needed to get good damage done onto the Chariot Archers here. He does have the special. You can utilize that to dive in here, get on top of the Chariot Archers, and maybe that'll be enough. Phoenix onto this side can also be a big help. Priest trying to take out that Nidhogg as the Chariot Archers in full retreat mode here. 1100 HP remaining. Huge damage onto the Chariot Archers. They dive through the Migdol stronghold. Tiny amount of HP remaining. No control here from Matador. Does it matter? He does pick off a bunch of them. How many Chariot Archers remain? 8 Chariot Archers remain. Valley of the Kings is pre-queue, but there's not enough favor for it. I don't even think there's a Pharaoh out. Yes, there is a Pharaoh out. Axeman in queue. Elephants in queue. Phoenix goes down. Fire Giant goes down. Goldmine is denied. Matador does have somewhat of a trade route cooking here. He's got 13. But elephants aren't an option. Herdman with Swine Array are an option here for grass. Axemen are obviously an option, but they are somewhat gold heavy at 30 gold. Weird saying that, but for a barracks unit, they're kind of expensive on the gold side of things. Migdol Stronghold going to go down for Matador. Grass has one large gold mine remaining. One large gold mine remaining here. Matador retreating into his main base. Has the levy on the way. Axeman turn. Fire Giants are the problem here. On the back, a Mountain Giant spawn is going to be brutal as well. As in comes Grass to tear down the Citadel Center. Grass in complete control. Doesn't want to overcommit here. Did the Pharaoh end up dying? The Pharaoh did end up dying, and well, Valley of the Kings is not even close to coming online. It will be a big help. There are literally 6 Fire Giants here. If you want to see some crazy damage, well, that's what happens with the Fire Giants if they get that special off. As one Fire Giant gets sniped. But Champion Jarls, Legendary Jarls, Champion Huskal, Armory upgrade check. Grass at full bronze. Matador at full bronze as now the portable rams are in. And Fire Giants charging forward to try and take out these Chariot Archers. Big damages. Matador garrisons away. But how does he deal with this army? Migdol Strongholds won't be it. Chariot Archers won't be it as they get a huge amount of damage off. And it looks to me like Grass is going to be walking away with game number 1 in a ridiculously well-played game of Loki. Matador losing all the camel caravans behind this. He loses his Migdol Stronghold. Valkyrie taking out the Chariot Archers on the back. And that there is game 1 as Grass survives the chaos. Man, the Scarab Rush was so good here from Matador, but he was so keyed into whatever game plan that he wanted to go for that he just kind of forgot. But he's got inside of this barracks a unit that is incredibly effective inside of the Spearmen. I think if Matador literally just built Spearmen in this game instead of Camel Rider, not only would this have been a win for Matador, but we'd probably be past game 2 as well. But nonetheless, credit where credit's due. Grass took the opportunity here, punished Matador, and he ends game 1 up 1-0. It's a best of 5. We've got a lot of games here to come on for the rest of this day, so don't you guys go nowhere. Let's jump back into the drafting menu and see what's going to happen. Alrighty. Next map is going to be on Ghost Lake. And it's going to be a Zeus versus Noir. Everyone's favorite Zeus. There you go, guys. We get to see a Greek on a non-water map. I mean, we did see Poseidon here, to be fair. Throwing axemen shreds squishy spears. Not if you have chariot archers. If you have chariot archers, then all of a sudden, those throwing axemen are very difficult to use, actually. 21 range, you don't get close. Spearmen don't need to run away from the chariot archers. They just sit on top. Like if you think about the micro situation, how are you going to play with the spearmen? You just put everyone in box formation, and every time you shoot and scoot, the micro might be a little bit tricky, but I know Matador can do it. The micro is the following actions. Try and remember these. Box formation, select all unit. Run away. Select archer. Attack move. And then repeat. And then repeat. And then repeat. Raiding cavalry can never get on top of the chariot archers. Spearmen are going to be able to take down the raiding cavalry, and the chariot archers kill off the thrown axemen. Of course, once you get into Huskarl, you need axemen as well, but there's no excuse as a set not to go for there's no excuse as set not to go for those barracks units, in my opinion, especially not over going for camel riders. Terrible unit. All right, so our next matchup, what did I say it was? Noir. And on the map, Ghost Lake. All right, guys. It's time for game number 2. In onto the map, Ghost Lake. Let's check it out. Off to the races. Grass in the top right of the map as Zeus, Matador. Bottom left is Noir. We've got ourselves game number 2 here. We are on the Ghost Lake. A very hard fought game 1, but it did end up going Grass's way. Another matchup here. Noir versus Zeus. I haven't seen this one very recently. You have Shockaladdle at the top. That's going to help out whoever wants to pick that up. But Hestia's Hearth at the bottom, which also helps out a lot if we want to go into the booming type of gameplay. Skulls of Cercipies here as well. Helps out the, gets a little bit of monkey action happening. And at to the top, there is the Fetters of Fenrir, making the villagers a little bit more powerful. Now, well, let me talk about Zeus and what makes Zeus quite strong. The main thing here that makes Zeus strong is death balls. That is where Zeus is at his most powerful. What death ball do you make? Well, you either make some form of Minotaur plus human unit, Hydra plus human unit, Centaur plus human unit, Manticore plus human unit, or Medusa plus human unit in the very late stages of the game. And then you can either drop Restoration or Bronze on top of the whole thing, and it becomes very, very tough to kill because Zeus has got a bonus that reduces myth unit population by 1. For those of you playing at home, that means a Minotaur, which normally costs 3 population, now costs 2. Which is kind of a big deal. Nonetheless, on the side of Matador, he does have some pretty big late game heroes that will put a stop to a lot of those death balls inside of Li Jing. I think that's what it's called. I can't remember. And also, of course, the Jiangxia and Sage can help out, but they're not that big of a deal in the mid game. The question is going to be, what style of Zeus are we going to see here from Grass? Does he go for a town center here? It's kind of looking like that's his option. If he does play for a town center, well, that, to be honest, I don't think that's where it's going to shine here. I'd much rather see him play much more aggressively. And yes, there's double gold mines in the main base here, but still much more aggressively. Maybe go for a town center later if need be, but get to the races very quickly here and then move from that. Athena, how-to for Matador. I don't mind the how-to, but I do think Zhuan Nu is going to be your better option in this matchup 9 times out of 10. Because if Restoration comes down, now we can run from it and counter it with, I guess, whatever you want. With Vanish. You just run and click Vanish. Anyways, up onto this side comes the house. There are monkeys over here. They're spread out for the time being. They might be able to take down the earth wall while it's building, because that's what Matador wants to do. Matador also, for some reason here, he drops the peasants into the main base. This is something I saw him do before, and that's not something that we've seen many other players do, as this Kwafu is now under attack. Kwafu will deal with these monkeys. You could do some micro here, but they do move pretty slowly. The town center will be on the way. Grass on the other side also says, sure, town center action. And this, I do think this plays into the hands of Matador. If there were units scouting, seeing the Kwafu hero making its move, traversing the landscape, denying the earth wall, getting in here to put pressure on, and then going for your own town center, I think that might have been a little bit of a better play. But now, missing out on the heroic age aggressive angles. Do see a random Minotaur in here, as Matador just doesn't want to take any damage, garrisons everything, keeps all the villagers alive, and the Minotaur will be out of here as the monkeys come in and start cleaning up this wall. Now Matador up to his second town center, with Grass already finishing his own second one. Literally, Grass staring at Fetter's defender and saying, nah. That's kind of wild. Meanwhile, Cheongchi looking for some raids over here. Now, it used to be the case that this Cheongchi could basically fly in, kill off villagers, and then fly out, no punishment. But funnily enough, the better play here is actually to... does he get a Vil pick? He does get a Vil pick. The better play is just to run away. Don't fly off. Because the units have got homing ballistics. So you just run away, and you're safe against these heroes. 5-speed Heracles, 4.3 speed Jason. Of course, the Minotaur is at 4.5 speed as well. So he's fine to just get out of here. He gets a Vil pick and gets out. So nice win there. As there will be a military camp coming up for Matador. And a machine workshop as well. I like this play, or this style of Noir a lot. Of course, there's still the Kavoth style. I call it the Kavoth style because he was the only one who was really able to make it work in an era of China that was mostly seen as pretty weak by a lot of the top players. Now, I think that era is very much over. China back to feeling very, very strong again. But this style is a much more simple style to play. Much more pressure you can exert on the map. Dao Swordsman, Fire Archer, and go. You get a gigantic amount of economy, you get a gigantic amount of units, and you're going to be living the dream. You do see the Pegasus getting that scout in, making sure that it sees everything. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Grass trying to power grid out a heroic age here. He's got a beautiful amount of hunt at the back. Walls coming in onto this side. But Cheongchi is ready for some more blood here. As in he comes, sees the villager. Is there a Jason? Answer is yes, there is. But I think this still might be another dead villager. Doesn't want to lose the Cheongchi, but I don't think he's got any way out here. We would have sacked the Cheongchi for the villager, but nonetheless, going up onto this side as the villagers will turn around. Get some shankage. Cheongchi going to be trying to exert as much damage as it possibly can as the villagers chasing it away. Heracles is in, and Goodbye, my tiger. Goodbye, my son. Rest in peace. Now Matador on the way forward, as I got to imagine we're going to be seeing Apollo here from grass. And the reason for Apollo is because he's gone for Athena and he wants to go into Manticore. Now, I could be wrong. I could be completely misreading the situation. I don't know anything about the game, but Restoration, Manticore, Hoplite, Peltast. You answer the Dow Swordsman. You answer the Fire Archer with the Manticore, and you're able to deal with everything else. Peltast as well to take out the Pioneers. There are 6 villages on favor as well for grass, so this is making a lot of sense here. Grass going to be pulling back, but the big problem with any power greed against what I would assume Matador is trying to do here is that you can literally just run in here at 9 minutes. If they don't have any units, you kill off the town center. But Matador, I don't know what's going on with his macro. He's floating quite a few resources here. He should be about at 130 pop, I would say. And he should be able to just charge in and get kill this town center as a military academy coming down. That's not going to be what he's going for. He wants a heroic age. He wants probably Rushol here. The military academy does get denied. Relic Monkey's coming over here, and I think Matador doesn't get the damage done that he wanted. We will see the Manticore coming through. And these have been buffed a tiny bit. They got an extra 3 damage per second, I think, in the last patch. So now instead of them doing instead of them doing 33 damage, they do now 36 damage. Which is quite nice. And you actually are going to be seeing Gormang. So I'm misreading the Matador plan completely, but that's fine. Now in comes the military academies. Manticore sitting back. Grass going to continue his Manticore producing ways. And here's the plan for Grass. If he can execute this, could be a villager lead for Grass instead of a villager lead for Matador, which is effectively find where the peasants are, get out the right amount of Manticore to one-hit a whole ball of them, and then just Underworld, get your value there, and play from that position. Don't have to overcommit to a big attack and saving the Underworld. Literally just looking to kill off 8 to 10 villagers with the Underworld. Really, really strong stuff. And go from there. As Watchtowers comes down, I guess it's just trying to see everything. It's probably the best place to go. Of course, there are units on this, but this doesn't really matter. And we will see some more archery ranges now for Grass, as he has got himself out 5 Manticore. And the real big power point here for the Zeus in this situation is going to be when he gets to 190 pop, when he gets to 235 pop. Because you look at these Manticore and you go, how much population do they cost? Well, they cost only 3, which is not much. So Manticore going after these units. This is not the Underworld he needed. Not in the slightest. He might be, I don't even think he's going to be able to kill off the Ballet here. Tao Wu coming in onto this backside. Of course, the Manticore can snipe the Fire Archers on the back. Hoplites trying to take this down. There is going to be a restoration available. It does get dropped. Fire Archers over here getting targeted down onto the backside here. There's not really any heroes at the moment as the Kwafu goes down. And I said the Ballet probably not going to get finished, but it's looking like with that restoration, with these Manticore, huge attack onto the Fire Archers, hits that, kills the Ballet, and Matador is getting brutalized here, as I thought 10 villages was probably the peak of value from this Underworld. Turns out it's a Ballet and everything else here. Huafu coming out, trying to hold on to this. Is the Manticore going to continue getting produced, continuing to try and defend this in and out of the town center for the moment here, as Matador desperately trying to hang on. But this is so much pain. As the look at the Manticore damage here. They've done 3,120. More Manticore on the way. In comes the Terracotta Riders. We do not care about no Terracotta Riders. One Jiangxia out for Matador. That's going to get taken down very, very quickly as the Manticore charging after the Kwafu. Matador does manage to get out of here. The town center will fall. And Matador survives to fight another day, but he's got no military left. And Grass now, well, he can just come in here and drop a fortress down and he can start sieging the main base. There's Sages coming out, White Horse Cav coming through for Matador, and Matador will just simply say, all right, that there is game 2 in the books. Matador gets caught out. To be honest, I think Grass power greeded for this timing attack, and Matador literally played right into it. Went Gormang for 1 instead of going for Rushol. Didn't go for the classical age full send on this very open, very attackable town center. No problems to get that attack off here and charge through. Don't think that Grass could have defended that if he was going for that with that heroic age greed. And I didn't think that this was going to work, to be honest. But Matador just didn't have the stuff in. He didn't have the answer for the Manticore. The Manticore cleaned up the Fire Archers beautifully, and the Hoplites just stay alive forever to take out the ballet. Very, very nice gameplay from Grass, as he is now up 2-0. And the Greek is weak community suddenly starting to come around on that one with a very, very nice strat. Maybe we're going to start seeing everyone playing Manticore now, as that will be the next part for Zeus. Happy days. Let's jump back over into the drafting menu and see what's going to happen next. All right. Next map is Midgard. And I believe we will see another Greek god coming in here. And this time it's going to be Hades. But El Matador not playing around anymore. He has a god that he's been saving for this map, and it is Huitzilopochtli. Now, we've seen one reverse sweep today. Will we see a second one? Is the big question. Matador, honestly, has not been performing in this series. I think he should have had a win in game 1. Game 2, I think he misread the situation, maybe just did not understand the matchup. That's fair enough. But now he has to switch on. He has to send it against Grass here, against Grass's Hades on Midgard. Let's jump into it. See if Matador can force a game 4. Midgard is the map. Let's go. Off to the races we go. Game number 3. Left side of the map, Grass. Right side of the map, Matador. Midgard is the map, and I see a large amount of fish here. 3, 6, 9, 12. 15, 18 potentially per player. Maybe it's 21 per player. Got a large amount of fish. We will see docks from both players. I don't know what Matador's game plan is here with Huitzilopochtli. I think there are multiple different ways to play this here, from going for an Ayotochli blood pact play, which I think is risky. Very, very risky. I'll explain it a little bit later. From also going for blood pacts, Farsec and town center ideas. We're going for fast heroics, for other types of random shenanigans. But here's fast mythics as well. Here's the big thing to keep in the back of your mind. If you don't know this one interaction, you don't know how to do it, well, life gets tricky. What's the interaction? Curse. Curse kills a blood pacted Ayotochli. But you have to click it correctly. Now, I could go into details about how Curse worked in Legacy. I sort of remember Shifting Sands is basically the same sort of way. And it kind of did this weird thing where it had like a counterclockwise, started at the bottom counterclockwise around. It was strange. I don't know how it works in Retold. I haven't cared to figure it out. But Curse can kill off a blood pact Ayotochli without question. Unless it hits something else, in which case it doesn't. So you can basically look for different angles where it's the only thing in the curse to guarantee it, or you can take the risk. So we will see docks coming up all over the place as Grass is going to be taking all of these different positions. I love this from Grass as well. He got the scout in with the fishing ship early, so he sees this dock. Unfortunately, this fishing ship is going to be making the long trip back to the home dock instead of the close one here. As the temple going to come up for Grass. And it is, for the moment, going to be just a one dock opening from Matador. Not sure I fully understand that. I would have considered here blood pacting a villager early as well on the wood line, because that is equal to 9 villagers chopping. Yes, you lose the villager, sure, but you're able to get potentially 3 docks up and just get more fishing ships out faster, which is you at an advantage. But that's not what's going to be happening here. Temple coming down, and as we continue along through this game, it's 11 fishing ships for Grass, the 10 for Matador, so he's not actually that far behind. So there are some interesting options here for Huitzilopochtli on this type of map. I'd love to sit down and create some type of a build order. I think I might. This is stuff that I find enjoyable. A random early blood pact on the wood villager. Send 3 villagers off to get the docks up. And then you've got yourself a ton of wood to pump out all those fishing ships early. Could be really good. Could be really bad. I don't know. Anyways, we've got Malino Jotchitl to come through for Matador. On the left side, we've got Athena coming through for Grass. And the warrior priests as well will come through to start looking for either picking up relics, adamantine shingles, the house hit points increasing, Demeter's throne for those houses, and cow pulleys, and everything just getting cheaper and faster to build in terms of economic buildings. Skulls of Cersei on the left there as well. Not the worst thing in the world. And is there a final relic somewhere on the map that I'm missing? Yes, there is. Text of Imhotep for the minus 10% of building time there. Always nice. Do see the infested nest getting dropped down for early game. Large scorpions. And it's going to be a double war hut here from Matador, which, I got to be honest, this feels very odd. Grass? Well, he can just drop himself sentinels in his main base. An archery range getting dropped down as well. But he can drop sentinels in his main base, go heroic age, and live the dream here. One villager gets sacked. For some early game favor as the scout gets taken out. And of course, he wants to sack that villager so he can get himself this technology here, Wings of the South. One of the main important technologies to help make this all work. As the Pegasus gets taken down, another relic gets dropped off. Demeter does get... well, you do get welcome home. Demeter home as you get the throne of Demeter. All right, let's have a quick look at the fishing ship differential here. 16 to 23. That is a big difference. That's a huge advantage, actually, for Grass here, I'd say. Couple of archery ranges coming up for Grass in the main base as he just wants to make what I have to imagine is going to be Toxotes. And Aphrodite now is on the way. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, Matador looking for all the pressure in the world. As Zom does get dropped down, and that's kind of what Matador is going to be wanting here. He does have the option to Blood Pact a Warrior Priest here. He picks off one villager, going after Mork here as well, as the rest are going to get pulled into the main base. Matador will pull out. Doesn't drop anything just yet, but did take a fairly big amount of damage. And while that's all going on, the Minotaur, did it get any kills? No. One Scorpion, large Scorpion, actually will be able to finish this guy off as well. You gotta remember how strong that Scorpion is. As the Minotaur dies without any kills. Nice play, good defense from Matador. Nice try from Grass. But Matador now retreating to the right corner of the map. In come the Tequila Archers, trying to pick off villagers, but Aphrodite is going to be in soon. And Matador, well, he is pretty hard stuck in this classical age. Curse gets dropped down here, which does open up options of that Ayatollah to take out the forward fortress, if that is going to be what Grass wants to go for. Grass now dropping even more archery ranges down as he wants to go into Peltast. Behind all this, we've got more in the way of these archers. A siege canoe coming through from Matador as well to deal with the trireme. But there's also going to be a Skylar on the way momentarily. Trap slowly starting to come up here as the Matador plan seems, to be honest, quite simple. Matador feels like he can spam units and just simply get a gold staff. Over onto this side, the trireme coming through. Matador's got to be careful here. His siege canoe has decided to attack the Skylar instead of the trireme. I'm not exactly sure why that happened. He just decided to change targets. Maybe that was a misclick or something else. But the fishing ship's going to slowly get taken out here. As we will see Heroic Fleet on the way. That scene has been forgotten as well. It's kind of a big deal there. As the Tequila Archers get this damage done. There goes the spike trap, gets taken out as the rest of these units moving over onto the left side. He does have the spike trap over here and mobility. It's not going to be simple for Grass to get outside of his base. He's got 600 gold remaining. The three-headed Skylar is in. At the Zipla getting converted here for some reason. I'm not sure if he's just looking for damage or whatnot, but in he comes. It's the Toxotes without ballistics here. Feeling very, very lackluster. Of course, he could just buy it. He does have the resources for it, as in comes this big fat army of Matador, pushing Grass back here for the time being. Taking villagers out onto the top side, but the Toxotes will clean up these units on the front. The Scorpions getting taken down as the villagers get sent packing over here. It's 27 villagers to 34, but there's a gigantic fishing ship advantage, and this Skylar has gone unchecked for a very long time. Now in comes the Tejipla from Matador. More archers, more spearmen, and more full send from this Huitzilopochtli Matador. Grass now out of gold, though. As the Tejipla chasing in. Of course, he can turn and take out the Shade of Hades here. Probably in one shot. They are very, very weak to the Tejipla of Huitzilopochtli. Grass playing around over here as in he comes. Spike trap is there. Villagers idling on this side as restoration will come through. Matador has to pull back ever so slightly. Does he have enough stuff here to deal with everything? Grass still doesn't have ballistics as another Tajipla will come in onto the back. The villagers. Fortress queued up, and I don't think that Matador is going to be able to deal with this. Meanwhile, the Skylar will finally get taken out. Picks off a bunch of units here. I don't think it's going to matter if the fortress finishes up. Matador needs to prevent that fortress from finishing. Otherwise, life's going to be really, really tough for him. He does spot the fortress, but too little, too late. Grass gets that up, and the only way forward right now for Matador is a heroic age. He doesn't have any resources for it. Fishing ships are going to get rebuilt. Coyote warriors are on the way, but Grass looks in complete control here. Well, heavy range soldiers on the way from Grass. He's happy to just sit back for the moment. Remember, yes, there's a slight villager lead for Matador, but there's 22 fishing ships for Grass. There's only 14 for Matador. So even, well, I mean, he's going to come in with his arrow canoes and get some kills. He does need to keep limiting the resources of Grass. This game is not over here, but Matador needs a heroic age, and he needs it kind of yesterday. Big raid coming in with those Shade of Hades, picking off the villagers. Of course, Matador can't afford to lose anything here, and he's probably going to drop a handful of villagers to this Shade of Hades sacrifice. And in come even more villagers as... Wait, what is Grass doing? I think he's looking for a forward fortress here to push off of this gold mine. This is kind of scary as well. Tajipla on the back getting converted in as the Tequila archers coming forward. Those Peltast are going to be really powerful, but the Coyote Warriors coming through. The pacifists aren't in to hold this. This is the fight that Matador absolutely needs. He could also blood pack the Coyote Warrior if he wants to, as all of the Peltas now are out of here, and that's going to allow these Tequila archers to clean everything else up. As the Achilles gets, that's actually so brutally strong. This technology is ridiculous. Talo Arche Touch, or Arche Touch, I don't even know how to say it, but this thing completely neutralizes the hero. That's, when you think about it, that's kind of insane versus Greek. Grass gets pushed back. Matador strikes back just a little bit here, as the canoes continuing to get damage onto the bottom side. And we'll see some spike traps coming up for Matador. Does he have any upgrades for those? He can upgrade them in the heroic age. He doesn't have anything else. Well, he does build them faster because of the relic, I guess. Now we have the more powerful Ocelotl warriors to start coming forward. Still can't break this position, but there will be the Blood Pact. And like I said before, without having Curse, well, now the Ayatochli, with that Blood Pact, there's not really a way to stop it. So say goodbye to either a fortress or a town center. What Matador should be worried about here is a potential heroic mythic age coming for the Grass. But I think Grass has blown that option by going for that fight as he did. As the Tequila archers coming through. Big raid onto the Grass villages. Skylar is out. Trying to take out these arrow canoes. It's not really enough HP left on them. Normally you need 3 arrow canoes with the heroic fleet to take out the Skylar there. does have heroic fleet, but only 2 arrow canoes. He's back in onto this position, coming in, and we do actually see some deleted Tequila archers there from Matador for some reason. He wants to improve his army just a little bit. There's a town center getting up. Tequila archers on the dodgems, but not going to be enough. Now in comes the heroic age. There goes the earth monster as these units are caught out yet again. And the big problem is once they get spat out, they're going to have a very difficult time getting into formation. And this army of Matador is looking very, very strong at taking all of these units out. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. Ayatollah on the back is taking some big damage from the Ajax there. Another 2 are on the way, and all of the grass units get cleaned. Matador now on 2 TC. Has an advantage in military, in economy, and now is caught up on tech as well. Everything is pointing to the Matador advantage in this game. Grass on the backside, trying to get himself out all the units he needs. We've also got this Axolotl in, which is incredibly strong. Only if it has his special ability up, though. If it doesn't, then I think it loses. There is a Tepotzli canoe that can come and help, though. As a big bowling pin coming through as these units from grass are just getting sent packing left, right, and center. There goes the Blood Pact to ensure the fortress is going to be getting taken out here. There is no stopping that one. On the backside, everything falling for grass, and it looks like Matador is going to be claiming game number 3 here. As grass is not able to make it work. It was not looking good for Matador, but Matador managed to make some magic happen here and brings it back. Stays alive for a game number 4 as he gets on the board here. Got to feel good. Big win. But there's a long road ahead. There's still some very strong gods remaining from grass, which he hasn't picked yet. Let's jump back to the draft and see what game number 4 is going to bring us. Next game is going to be a Gaia versus Shenong. Everyone's favorite. Gaia versus Shenong on Blue Lagoon. Alrighty. Our next game, Gaia versus Shenong. Now, I've talked about this a lot. I have not seen Matador committed to this game plan. It does require scouting. It requires knowledge. First and foremost, you got to work out, is the Gaia going to greed a heroic age? It's very easy to know if the Gaia is greeding a heroic age because you will see a distinct lack of military units on the map. You see that? It's time to hit the go button. Go kill the Gaia. Probably going to be a 2 town center game here on Blue Lagoon in this matchup. Probably. It might not be. I doubt it. Probably going to be a 2 town center matchup. There is no way to greet a heroic age here against a 2 town center classical fight with Dow, because the Dow don't care about the damage from the town center, and you just can't get out enough units. You don't have enough economy to get that heroic age in. 1,300 resources for a Thea, you don't get anything. You don't get anything from a Rhea either. Maybe if you're playing Uranos or Kronos, you have Chaos, maybe, and some Satyr. Maybe that's enough, but Gaia doesn't have those options. Gaia has to find a different way. Luckily for Gaia, she's got Gaia Lush. So if you do see a whole bunch of units, now you got to find a different decision rather than just trying to go and kill the Gaia. Won't work. That's my story. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I will be here for a long time, I'm sure. Now, for everyone else who's just tuning in going, what the hell is this $10,000 Age Mythology tournament about? Well, we've got a LAN happening in September. We're finding 5 players through the month of July and the first weekend of August. We've already found 2, looking for our 3rd player this week, to send to Athens to duke it out at a LAN at the Gameathlon Olympic Stadium. It's not the Gameathlon Olympic Stadium. We just throw it in there. But the Olympic Stadium in Greece, so in Athens. That's what's going on. So I hope you guys are enjoying the games. It's a lot of Age Mythology content for you guys through this July period. Very, very fun. Very, very hype. We've been seeing some incredibly high level games here, and the players are very, very strong. So I hope you guys are enjoying. Let's jump into Blue Lagoon and check things out. Alrighty, in the right-hand corner of the map, Gaia for grass, and in the left-hand corner of the map, Shenong for Matador. Taking a look at the map, it is Blue Lagoon. A beautiful talent center here for our Shenong player. Goldmine, Hunt. Doesn't get any better than that if you're playing Shenong. You've also got forward Rhino to pull back. Gonna live the dream. On the flip side, the same does exist for grass. But like I said, it's not as simple as, oh, I've got a great talent center, let me power greed heroic age. But we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. Matador hasn't wanted to commit to the classical age at all. I don't think there's really a huge amount of stress with being in the classical age versus a heroic age. Gaia, of course, the Contarius exist, but you've got Halberdiers, you've got Chi Yao Halberdiers at that, Fire Archers as well, and all the other good stuff. Now, that's an interesting question there, Skelly Boy. Do I think that Gaia is at the advantage if they both go 2 TC fast heroic? To which I'm probably going to say maybe. Maybe. I think it's definitely something different, because there's just not any advantage that you get from getting to the heroic age fast. But once you get to the heroic age, and maybe a minute later, once you get all of those unique technologies in, well, all of a sudden, the advantage starts piling up. You get the cheaper Contarius, cheaper Terma, you get the Dryads, you spread the Lush as you get the map control. There is another completely opposite way that I'm not sure that we're going to see from Grass here. I haven't seen this from many players. But Leto is always, and will never not be, an option versus the Chinese. And you don't have to go Leto and go 1 town center automaton spam full all in. Very strong, mind you. You don't have to do it. You can go 2 TC Leto and then go for your automatons. You can go 2 TC Leto and play a defensive game, reactionary game, make automatons if it happens to be a classical fight. Well, I'm right, even though I'm wrong. I'm wrong even though I'm right. We do see Leto. Happy days. Now the oracles will slowly start coming out. Relics will start getting picked up. Thundercloud Shoal. Tiffing Ankantir's sword over here as well. This relic was taken. Who took it? It's like Matador took it for Tusk of the Iron Boar. Kind of a big deal for Shenong there. You can kind of roleplay as Nuwa to some degree. You go for Huang Di and you get Li Zhu Silk. You get plus 20% HP for your cav. Feels nice. But it will be a far second town center for Matador. I want to see him send this Kwafu over as well. He's going to be doing that. Will be a far second town center for Matador. And it will be Hal 2, so no Chi Yao. And on the side of Grass, well, I said he doesn't have to do this. He absolutely doesn't. But he is. Earthwall is now down. One Oracle does get caught out here as Grass might try and beat his way out of this, but he is too little too late. And it's going to be a dead Oracle on the front. Town Center will be finished for Matador. Does Grass know exactly what's happening here? Yes, he's seen everything. He knows the entirety of the map. Hero Terma will get converted and we'll chase that Cheongchi around. And, I mean, honestly, the real hard part about this from Grass is trying to apply pressure without committing to losing the automatons. As we see a military camp going down over here to block everything off. And the Oracle Hero is actually going to be surviving here. Meanwhile, Yatsa spawn coming through. Chongqi in the main base, scouting things out, sees the double counter barracks. The Oracle, desperation to keep this one alive. I'm pretty sure if he gets over here, he probably can take it down. But anyways, Automaton taking a couple of shots here. Pot shots as the Earth Wall does go down. Automaton also goes down though, and I imagine a tower is going to be on the way. Can he rebuild the Automaton, or is this a bait? It does come up relatively fast. How long? I don't know exactly how long it takes to get built back up, but you can't come in with the Pioneer with that amount of Terma there. So even if he kills the Automaton, doesn't matter. It's back alive. Now, here's the other thing for Grass. He doesn't have to push this side. The main base is open. Yes, you can get watchtowers, but once you get enough of these Automaton out, it is literally just attack, move, nation. Wherever your opponent is at their weakest, go and kill them there. As the blue units will pull back, being patient. In comes the Hephaestus Revenge. And Grass is going to continue his Terma Autobot ways for the moment. He is hellbent on attacking the most defensive place here. Meanwhile, we are seeing walls coming up onto this side as well, as Matador very well aware that the army can indeed attack in more than one position. Alistrain, I see your comment. Thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for tuning in. I hope your week gets better from some insanely high-level Age Mythology. All right, Dow's getting cleaned up as well, and Grass says, I got all the advantage here. That being said, very low HP warrior automatons. You can start to repair them even though you're attacking as all the pioneers go down. And Matador kind of struggling to deal with this. Gets out another Kwafu. Another military camp to come down. I would love to see some aggressive lush getting placed. But at the very least, the military camp is taken out. As these automatons do need to pull back, kill each other up. Got a little bit of value, but not really much. Picking off one military camp isn't that big of a deal. On the flip side here, Matador, he's almost just ignoring the fact that he needs pioneers here. Xiangqi still looking for damage. There actually, at the moment, is just one pioneer. Of course, the real game plan for Matador should be get to the heroic age, get Jiangxia in, get pioneers in, potentially also a mythic age to get Li Jing in as the low HP Dao swordsman sacrificing themselves into the spider. I think it's probably still better to just send a Wuzu Javelineer if you really want to. What's the counter to Automaton? Heroes. Heroes counter Automaton. But the Pioneers are not the best. They're doing 3.7 times 11. So 33, let's call it 35 pierce damage per second. The Warrior Automatons, or the Automatons at base, have 460 pierce armor, which is quite a bit. And then they get even more HP, so even more effective pierce armor when they get that Warrior Automaton. You're probably looking at something like, I don't know, 600 pierce armor on those effective pierce armor, pierce HP on those automatons. But for the moment, Matador, he's holding very well. And then you also grab this tech, which gives your automatons an extra, well, a reduction of 20% vulnerability to pierce. So they become even more tanky. That being said, once Sages come in, Xiangxia comes in, it's kind of a different story. They stop being as threatening. But, and you've also got ideas of dropping Fey Beasts down. It's always been something that's quite scary, I think, versus the automatons. Prosperous Seeds coming in, farming, needed as... There is this back food, of which Matador sees, but I'm not sure he wants to sacrifice the villagers or risk the villagers over there. Because there may need to be a bailout on this position. Mine out this gold mine, swing back into the main base, mine this gold mine out, houses going down, earth wall getting cleaned up. The main base is going to get opened up very, very shortly. A couple more earth walls segments to get taken out does mean the earth wall problem is done for here as the Javelineers trying to come in, trying to take out these back units. Dao Swordsmen on the front doing what they can here. As the Wuzu Javelineer will pull back ever so slightly. You do also have Rushol Divine Judgment Dao Swordsman, which can also deal with these automatons somewhat decently. In come the Term, we're getting some good damage onto the backside. Matador trying to micro it. Another military camp coming up. More Dao Swordsmen on the way. But here's the thing, this gold mine will be expiring. It's got 3,000 left in it. Grass now going after this position. The Matador says, hey, I might be able to get something to happen here. Pioneers on the back can get sniped. You get another tower, a couple of towers coming up over here as the Dao Swordsman trying to tank. You also have, you got so much chaos in this fight. How do you micro Pioneer onto Automaton, Fire Archer onto Murmillo, Javelineer onto Terma? Incredibly tough stuff here for Matador. He's doing his best sitting behind this, trying to get pot shots with those Javelineers. More towers getting built in these military camps for as much damage as he possibly can do. There's also not yet an Imperial Academy. There's a big technology inside that Imperial Academy which can help not only your myth units but also your heroes' survivability. More towers coming up here. Does he have the... He doesn't have the relic that does bonus damage versus these guys. Look, he's trying to... You can't kill off the automaton with Javelineers. That will not work. The Terma numbers are slowly starting to dissipate, which will allow the Pioneers some value. Matador has himself an Imperial Academy finally as he's trying to get some Xiangqi out, which might be an option. But this town center is not long for this world. Another option... No, it can't be that. I was going to say maybe there's an option here to go for... What's it called? The the upgrade for the Kwafu, but that doesn't really help him. Of course, the Kwafu have got crush damage, so they actually get a half-decent amount of damage onto the automaton. As this Xiongqi pops out, will die. Kwafu going to be bailing out of the Earth Wall, but there's very little HP remaining on that one there. Militarily speaking, it's kind of close. Population advantage is actually in for Matador, but he's mostly just Javelineers, which don't really do anything for him at the moment. He needs Fire Archers, which are going to slowly start coming through. The big problem is all of these Kwafu on this gold mine. There's 8. And he needs to bail here. He needs to get those to safety. Villager lead is kind of a big deal here as the Kwafu are going to pull behind the Earth Wall. It's only 75 HP on this. We can take the Earth Wall down very, very simply. More towers are coming through. It's not a good spend of resources. I'm sorry. These automatons don't care about the towers. Do you remember mission, was it 4? Heavy myth units from Zeus. Now, these may not be from Zeus, but they are heavy myth units. And they will take down a lot of stuff as the Kwafu will try and bail out around here. There's gold mines here. You could try and sneak this gold mine there. You can come over onto this side. We'll see some walls coming up onto this backside as well as the Pioneers struggling to come through here. He does finish the wall. A military camp will come up. No, he doesn't finish the wall. It's open over here. Of course, the Kwafu can turn around and fight. They do get some half-decent damage. Automatons in onto this position. Getting cleaned up. Kwafu pulling back as the Javelineers to come forward. Taking out the Terma. Still no ballistics, actually, from Matador. He's finally going to be grabbing... No, that's from Grass. Matador has the ballistics. Excuse me. There's the Kwafu back into the main base. There's still 700 gold remaining here. That might be enough to help Matador survive this position. I don't know. There's one thing's for certain. There is definitely not enough heroes out for Matador. Baihu comes through. That's going to be a nice help. Will allow him to kill off a couple of automatons. Military camp over here getting taken down. Grass has just gone up to 3 town centers. His economy is absolutely stonking. And we see Matador attempting a cheeky gold mine, which does get spotted by this Oracle. And immediately, does Grass see it? He's moving up onto this side. He has to look at the minimap. He definitely sees the villagers. And he is coming. Walls will come down as well for Matador as the Matador Javelineer trying to chase down these units. Of course, he can move back over onto this gold mine while it's all happening. He can pull off of the gold mine here, and that's fine. But Matador, he's not in an economic advantage anymore. Only problem is that even though this is 3 town centers, it's really not that big of a deal because there's only a handful of villager advantage here at the moment anyways. The big problem, though, is now Thea is coming through, which boosts the warrior automatons through the roof. As the villagers pull back, they can come back onto this gold mine again if they want. A little bit of a 1-2 shuffle. Not going to happen, though. He wants to be safe. Esperage tree comes down. And Grass... Well, he is going to continue along in this game. He's going to be in a good position. And we'll see how it's going to go. Halberdier's already on the way to try and deal with these Contarius, which, of course, are always going to be strong. Goldmine getting grabbed again on the front here. And Rushall is pre-queued. Of course, Matador needs this more than he knows. There's not that many hero units in the army for Grass. Bay Beasts, well, that can destroy a very large amount of stuff if done correctly. Wooden wall up over here. Does this get spotted? He has not spotted. It's just barely out of line of sight. Grass looking like he's going to be catching Matador by surprise here. There's 3 military camps. Rushall is on the way. And the big problem here is with a palace on the front and the Hesperage tree here as well. Could have even gone even more aggressively far forward. There's no real way to kill off this palace. And we do have the Peach of Immortality. We're just going to make their way into the center of the map to grab the gold mine over here. Is dealing with a palace and a Hesperid's tree is not going to be easy. These military camps go down. A fourth town center for Grass as well to add insult to injury while Matador is still on 1. The issue of population, while the difference of 25 villages feels big, it's not the biggest of issues, but the population differential here is going to be gigantic. It's the army charging in onto this side, going to look to take some more stuff out. Villagers will sneak over here onto this hunt because why not? And Grass gets this middle town center up, which is going to hurt. Now, of course, converting everything into heroes here feels like a good idea, but Grass has lost himself the oracles, and he hasn't been getting himself those favor upgrades. Military camp up, sees the town center has been taken as the Javelineers will sit on the high ground. But they literally tickle these units. As the Contarius charging through here, retreating in onto this position. Of course, the Bay Beast could get dropped. And might be able to take out a bunch of stuff here. He has to control the Fey Beasts perfectly. He drops it right in onto the army, though. Does Grass deal with this is the big question. The Fey Beast is still alive. The damage is getting done. Huge damage in from the Fey Beast as Grass has to pull back. Big damage there. The Fey Beast did not manage to keep the damage going on the retreat, but he forces Grass back, and at the very least, Matador gonna have somewhat of a fighting chance here. But still, this is pure Wuzu Javelineer versus literally 0 archers at the moment. Over onto this side, siege crossbow coming down, towers all over the place. As Grass has said, I got full advantage here. I've got myself 4 town centers to 1. What are you going to do? Siege crossbows, that's population that Matador does not have to spend here. Grass doesn't need to attack at the moment either. He can literally sit back, enjoy, and get himself to 260 pot. But he says, us got enough of an advantage. Let's charge forward. The Jiangxia can go down quickly as well. At the moment, this is Javelineer versus Automaton, Contarius, Destroyer, Arcus, and Grass manages to take Matador out in 4 games with an impressive usage of Leto here. I think Matador, in going for HAL 2, needed to get himself to that heroic age way earlier. But he tried to make it work. It did not. Grass gets the win. He will be heading on to the final or semifinals tomorrow. Let's check out the bracket, and we'll talk about what's going to happen tomorrow, because that is the final game for today. Alrighty, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our matchup for tomorrow is Mosca Magic, 2 M's, and Grass Soup. So, to be honest, this is going to be a very, very exciting day of Age Mythology. Hope you guys have enjoyed hanging out with me. Let us talk about what happens tomorrow. I'm going to be putting out the schedule if you want to see who's going to be playing first. We start at 1400 GMT, and we play through both semifinals and then the final tomorrow. No matter what happens, tomorrow we will have another player heading to Greece. I am going to head off for today. It is now 4 a.m. It is past my bedtime. And I am going to see you guys later. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And bye for now. Whistler Putchley Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army as he's breaking through the center. There is still a